Southside High. Tempest Rockstar Series, Book 1. Written by Michelle Mankin. Narrated by Bridget and Jake Bordeaux. Chapter 1. War.
He got arrested.
Again?
Yeah, they threw him in that alternative school for troubled teens for a while. The murmurings of fellow students followed me as I confidently strode on the school property like I owned it, which I practically did. The first bell was about to ring, and the patchy lawn in front of the school swarmed with disaffected youth. Irritated by the buzz my return had stirred, I considered shoving my fist in someone's face, agitate the hornets in the nest while letting off a little steam of my own, but I decided against it. Arrogantly cool was always the way to go, so I kept my sunglass-shaded gaze trained straight ahead. I knew how to play the game. At Southside High, having a bad attitude was everything. "Fucking shit, War," my wingman said. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back to school today?" Lifting his sunglasses onto his head, Brian Jackson tossed his cigarette aside and broke away from a group of smokers by the front steps. His expression as chill as mine, he fell into pace at his rightful position beside me. We hadn't seen each other in months, but he didn't mention it. He knew the drill. We'd come a long way from our middle school days, when we'd had our asses handed to us. "Got shit to do, Bri." Beneath the shadow of the two-story brick building, I veered to my left, following the sidewalk that led around it. "You up for dishing out a potential ass-kicking this morning?" "I'm up for whatever." Brian huffed beside me. But slow down. His chin held high, he let his gray-green gaze pass through other students like they were just background noise, same as mine did. "Been gone a while." I slowed my steps. "Back now. Want to get the usual bullshit over with. Re-establish my cred." I glanced at him. "Who's taken advantage? Taken over in my absence?" "Kyle." His strong jaw tightening, Brian shook his head, unleashing long layers of his brown hair. "He's been acting all high and mighty, hinting that you were never coming back." "Fucking bastard." "You know how it is. Only one can rule." Brian shrugged one thickly muscled shoulder. We both worked out. Pounding the weights had been my gym credit at the alternative school, but even so, I remained middleweight boxing class to Brian's heavyweight. "Getting ready to fix that shit right the fuck now," I said firmly. I might be a middleweight, but I had heavyweight power behind my punches. We turned the corner together. Without the building to buffer it, a strong gust of wind whipped at both of us. Brian's shorter hair blasted back from his face. My medium-length hair escaped the red bandana I wore around my head to contain it, preferring to be unrestrained like I did. With that wind, it was bite-ass cold. I wanted this done so we could go inside. Kyle was right where I expected to find him, in my spot next to the scraggly hedges behind the building. An unlit cigarette dangled from his lips. His head was down, his riotous black hair casting sinister shadows into his greedy gray eyes. Unsurprisingly, he wasn't alone. He had a client with him and a protector. Kyle was a dealer. I'd known him since middle school. He was always dealing. "Kyle, psst." His protection hissed. His red-rimmed blue eyes narrowed on me. "Look it. War's here." I didn't recognize the Hulk-sized dude who was his new sentry. His previous one had been shipped off to the alternative school along with me, but unlike me, he hadn't returned. "Hey, asshole," I said, curling my ringed fingers into fists and peering past the Hulk to Kyle. "Your new sentry sucks." "Now wait a minute," Hulk said, but I cut him off. "Out of my face, asshole, I don't have time for you." I stared him down, pulling into play the couple of inches of height I had on him. Asshole's job as a sentry wasn't watching for teachers. Knowing what was good for them, they didn't patrol this corner. It belonged to lowlifes like me. though the staff had their territory to defend like we all did. Classrooms, hallways, and the cafeteria were their domain. Coaches and jocks had the right of way in the gym and around the football field. The Latino gang, La Raza Prima, had the entire south portion of the school. "When do you get out?" Kyle asked, acting all cool and shit as he looked at me. I glared at him. "Earlier than you expected, apparently." "Don't get your boxers in a twist." Kyle passed the Ziploc bag containing an assortment of pills to his client, then turned and strutted to me. As his client slinked away, Kyle jerked his chin up, a respectful greeting to me. "Don't play around, man." I marched straight to him, ignoring the bag of muscle who lumbered into action to stand beside him. Physically, I might not be the biggest badass here, but my reputation was. "You know why I'm pissed." "Give him his cut, Randy," Kyle said. He not only knew my reputation, he'd experienced it. "Okay." Randy uncrossed his arms and started to reach his hand into his Letterman jacket, but that start was all he got. My forearm to his throat, I slammed him back into the brick wall and poked the pointy end of my newly acquired switchblade under his chin. "Be real still, motherfucker," I said low as he blinked his no longer bleary blue eyes at me. "Settle down, War," Kyle said, sounding strangled behind me. "You got Kyle, Bri?" "Oh, yeah," Brian said. "I got him on the ground. He doesn't look so good." "Fuck, War!" Kyle wheezed, and I knew without taking my eyes from Randy that Kyle was in a fetal position, his hands cupped over his shriveled junk. "Randy was just gonna give you some cash. I kept your corner for you while you were gone. I ain't gonna try to keep it. You want it back, all you had to do was ask." "I take what I want." I dug my forearm into Randy's windpipe one more time just for fun. I don't ask anyone for anything, ever. I stepped back, away from Randy. He eyed the blade and me with the right amount of trepidation now, remaining where I'd pinned him. I clicked my blade closed and turned to Kyle, jerking my chin toward the building. "Get your worthless sentry and your sorry ass out of here." "But War—" "Stay off my corner. Go. Now." I snarled the words at Kyle, my lips pulling back from my teeth. Wisely, Kyle and Randy decided to do as told. I kept my gaze on them until they disappeared into the building. "Why'd you want to give Kyle such a hard time?" Brian asked. "He had my corner," I said. It was as fucking simple as that. "He had it because you told him to keep it until you returned." "Yeah, so I'm back now," I shrugged. Brian didn't always see things the same way as me. "Why didn't you take his money?" "Not opposed to free samples, or the other occasional perks that come my way from having a friend who deals." Focusing on Brian, I lifted a brow. His naivety sometimes surprised me. "But I'm not taking drug money from him and getting my ass thrown back into the alternative school. Or worse, jail." "Sorry, man." He winced from the dig. "It should have been me who went to juvie, not you." "Not gonna lie, Bri, that shit sucked." Worse than I'd ever let on, though I'd do it again if necessary, but only for him. Brian was my brother in all the ways that counted. But I wasn't sure I'd survive a second time. The shit that happened inside juvie made Southside High seem like a fucking garden party. "I owe you big." He clenched his teeth together so tightly, a muscle spasmed in his jaw. "Never gonna be able to repay you for that." Yeah, he probably had some idea what happened in lockdown. I nodded to acknowledge his statement, but I wasn't gonna rub it in. If it were anyone else, fuck yeah. But that wasn't how Brian and I operated. Never going back inside that shithole again. I pocketed the blade and clapped my best friend on the shoulder. "It's good to be back. Let's go find some bitches. I need to get laid."
Chapter 2. Lace. The office secretary kept droning on about school rules and policy long after the bell for first period rang. Already nervous about being the new girl, I nodded but shifted impatiently. "Did you get all that?" She glanced over the rims of her purple glasses at me as she handed over my class schedule. "Yes." I nodded again, making my blonde ponytail sway. She'd spewed a ton of information, so fast that I didn't really get everything. But what I didn't get, I'd figure out somehow. I'd come from an accelerated program at a charter high school. Even though I wasn't quite 16 yet, I was entering Southside High as a sophomore. I was smart, and not just academically. My brother, Dizzy, and I had been through a lot that had forced us to grow up fast. "Okay then, let's get you to class." The secretary crooked her finger at a pretty Latina, who was dressed nearly identical to me in a sweater set, jeans, and ballet flats. I wondered if her outfit was purposefully chosen to project an image like mine was. Clothes did make the person, or so I tried to convince myself, often. "Sabrina," the secretary said, "please escort Miss Lowell to her first period class and show her where the important things are along the way." "Yes, Mrs. Hodges," Sabrina said dutifully. She abandoned the graffiti-emblazoned plastic chair she'd been sitting on and beckoned to me from the glass office door. "Ready?" she asked, finally making eye contact. "Yeah," I said hoarsely, and swallowed to moisten and loosen my throat. It felt thin like a straw, and tight like it had a tennis ball stuck inside it. Clasping my class schedule to my chest, I hurried to join her. As soon as the door closed behind us, Sabrina said, "You're in a bunch of honors classes." She spoke with a slight Spanish accent. "Are you really that smart?" Shrugging, I said, "I make good grades." I had to make them. A scholarship was my only real chance to get out of Southside Seattle. "That's cool. Well, come on." Sabrina turned and practically sprinted through the empty hallway. The soles of her flats were loud as they snapped across the cracked linoleum. I jogged to keep pace with her. It was an inelegant jog. Without a locker yet, my backpack was heavy with textbooks I'd just been given. I'm not saying this to be judgmental or anything. Withdrawing a navy bandana from her sweater pocket, Sabrina tied it around her loose ebony hair. "But being smart around here makes you a target. Being pretty will too. Before the end of the day, you're probably gonna get jumped." Fear clutched my stomach, but not because of the novelty of the experience. I'd been beaten before, by my own mother, a few of her boyfriends, and at school by other students. "You'll need to pick a group to join for your own protection." Sabrina gave me a sidelong glance. "You into sports?" "No, not really." I shook my head. The fire engine red lockers on either side of me blurring. I felt a little dizzy and sick. "In a gang?" she asked, looking hopeful. "No." I shook my head. "I'm in La Raza Prima. I can put in a good word for you with Jorge if you want." "No, that's okay." I was born and raised in Southside. I knew how that gang worked. They might keep me safe, but the cost was too high. "It's your ass," she shrugged. I straightened my shoulders. I can hold my own. Most of the time that was true. On those occasions when it wasn't, my big brother intervened. Dizzy and I were the only family each other had. Our mother didn't count, and the uncle we lived with only nominally. Food, clothing, shelter. He provided those, but he didn't do it out of affection. Constantly, he reminded us how living with him put him out. But since we'd moved in with him, Dizzy didn't hover over me as much as he once did. "Here's your locker." Sabrina stopped and banged on the metal door of locker number 303. The paint on it was scratched with the words, "Don't grow up, it's a trap." I almost smiled. That was my brother's philosophy for sure. Unfolding my schedule, I glanced down at the combination code Mrs. Hodges had written on it. While I opened my locker, Sabrina pulled a pack of gum from her pocket. I unzipped my backpack and stacked most of my books inside. The metal door clattered as I closed it, and then spun the dial. "Don't ever put anything valuable in there." Sabrina gave me a pointed look before turning away. Crooking her fingers, she said, "Come on." "Okay." Once again, I jogged to keep up with her. Freshmen and sophomores have classes on this hall. This is the north side. North is for unaffiliated types. She gave me a pointed look. In other words, losers. Southside belongs to La Raza Prima. Your first class is in there. Without protection, a white girl like you isn't going to go unnoticed. Do you have a weapon? No. Suddenly, I was sure I was going to hurl. Spotting a restroom, I pointed. Can we stop? I don't feel so good. Sure, but don't... Trembling, I pushed open the door, shocked to find a guy, a handsome guy, was inside. Leaning against the bathroom counter, he turned his head. A bolt like lightning struck me as his warm brown eyes connected to mine. I forgot everything. The electrical current surging through me was so strong, my mind totally blanked. That alone would have been enough on its own to shock me into statue stillness. So would the fact that there was a boy inside the girls' restroom. But there was more. Both brunette. Both working over Mr. Brown Eyes and shirtless. One wearing only her jeans and bra, kissed and licked his sculpted chest. The other one was dressed. Undressed, much like the other. But she was on her jean-clad knees in front of him, very enthusiastically giving him a blowjob. Neither took notice of me. Apparently, he had powers to mind-blank women and tasted really good. The kissing, licking, and sucking sounds bounced off the colorful graffiti-splashed tile walls, transforming the bathroom into a XXX rated concert hall.
Hey, beautiful.
Brown Eyes' full lips slowly curved, and my stomach flipped. His perfectly pitched voice was as good as his eyes.
Want to join us?
I shook my head, noting as I backed away that there was an additional pair of black boots inside one of the bathroom stalls. The walls of the stall rattled, accompanied by fleshy slaps and heavy breathing. My cheeks burning, I exited the way I'd entered. In other words, just as shakily. I turned around as the door closed behind me. Sabrina waited outside, her arms crossed, and rolled her eyes at me. I tried to warn you. Who was that? I asked, glancing at the bathroom door again, my heart racing. Warren Jenkins, the king of the losers. I envisioned him again in my mind's eye, with his long sun-streaked brown hair, warm brown eyes, and lean, muscular body. Chill bumps coated my skin, and I hugged my arms around myself. He's kinda handsome. I undersold it, knowing not to overstate my interest in any guy. Sabrina might not be a mean girl, but I knew to keep my thoughts and feelings to myself, or mean girls would trample them. Jenkins is all right, a good lay. Not that I've gone there, but I see chicks throwing themselves at him all the time. But he only fucks seniors. Sabrina hooked her arm with mine. Avoid that restroom in the mornings unless you want to get an eyeful. Numbly, I nodded. If you think Warren's good-looking, wait till you see his best friend. Brian Jackson is super fine.
Chapter 3. War. Blonde, smoking curves, amazing amber eyes. She was fucking gorgeous. I strutted down the hallway, my hallway, spray-painted with the warning, if karma doesn't get you, war fucking will. Brian strolled alongside me while I tried to shake off the spell the blonde had put me under. Sure you've never seen her before? Brian asked, giving me a funny look. Yeah, so I'd never asked about a chick before. They came to me. They came for me. And repeat, it was boring. But not this girl. She was different. I knew it. She must be a new student. I stopped in front of the door to Mr. Urelli's classroom. Stop by the office later and see if that chick who has the hots for you can find out who she is. Get the new girl's schedule, yeah? Yeah, Brian nodded. I hear you. I yanked on the metal handle to open the classroom door, and we sauntered in side by side. The dudes clapped and muttered approvingly as we returned to our seats. Everyone knew where we'd been, and what we'd been doing. I got a couple of glances from chicks who wanted to be next, and a few glares from jealous jocks wearing varsity jackets like Randy's. I didn't get what it was about them that made some of the chicks automatically drop their panties. After settling into my seat in the back row, I stretched my long legs out into the aisle. My wallet chain swayed on my hip. Brian settled into a seat on my right side. He wore the same basic shit. Worn t-shirt, faded jeans, even the chain. "Comfortable, Warren?" Mr. Urelli looked back at me, the chalk in his hand poised over some stupid-ass equation on the blackboard. For the moment, my lips curved as some girls giggled and a few guys guffawed. Shaking his head at me, Mr. Urelli returned to teaching. Brian opened his notebook and started writing shit down. He had a mom who cared about him and how he did in school. Mine didn't give a shit. Besides, what fucking use would I ever have for algebra? I was going to be the lead singer in a band, a world-famous rock band. Brian would be my guitar player. We just needed a few additional members to round out a group, some good tunes under our belt, and we'd be out of Southside fast. Fame, money, chicks, booze, we'd have all we wanted, in that order. My old lady wouldn't be able to ignore me when I was on the cover of Rolling Stone. After a lot of boring stuff, the bell rang. From the back of the room, Brian and I ambled out last. "War?" Mr. Urelli extended his arm into the aisle, stopping me. "Yeah, what's up?" I jerked my chin high, giving him respect. I didn't understand the stuff he taught, but since he basically let me do whatever I wanted in his class, I liked him. "Mr. Garrett wants to see you in his office." "Fuck," Brian said. "What do you think he wants?" "Dunno. I hadn't done anything wrong, but the principal summoning me to his office on my first day back, within the first hour or so of my return, was good for my bad reputation. I'll head there now, Mr. Urelli." "Thank you, Warren." "No problem, Mr. Y." I headed through the doorway and stopped just outside it. The corridor was crowded with Latinos, blacks, and whites, all mixed together and shuffling along apathetically. Why study? Why care about anything? We all knew we'd end up going nowhere, just like our parents. "Catch up to you in history class?" Brian asked. "Yeah, probably. I might skip, pick up another bitch. And fuck her while thinking about the new girl," I added silently. That had worked to make the finish spectacular with the brunettes. If not history, then lunch. Grab us some chips from the caf and a couple of sodas. I'll meet you outside on the corner." "Okay." Brian lifted a finger in the air and dove into the flow. I turned left and went upstream against the traffic. Holding my chin high and my shoulders back, I slid on my shades. People jumped out of my way. No one wanted to mess with a 6'1" badass with an attitude. Plus, word of what had gone down with Kyle had probably already made the rounds. My reputation remained intact. I might not be a rich piece of shit like my old man, but here on my end of Southside High, I ruled. With the fluorescent overhead lighting shining down on me like the spotlights on a stage would someday soon, I confidently strode through the rapidly emptying hallways on my way to the office.
"Mr. Jenkins?"
The secretary rolled her eyes behind purple-framed glasses when I entered the office.
"You've returned from the great unknown."
"Had to, Mrs. Hodges." I leaned over her desk and lowered my voice, dropping my shades a second to give her a low-lidded scan. "You're here, aren't you?"
"Oh, well."
Looking flattered and uncomfortable, she shifted in her chair. "Warren!" Mr. Garrett barked from behind her. "Quit flirting with my secretary." He hooked his thumb toward his glass-enclosed space. "My office, now." "Later, Mrs. H." I tapped her desk with my knuckles, and I swore she sniffed the air as I strolled past. Her reflection in the glass revealed she was fanning her face with a paper file. The alternative school had been shit, but I still had my touch with the ladies. "Hey, Mr. G." I entered his office and folded my frame into the red plastic chair on the right. It was my preferred roost. "Mr. Garrett," he said predictably, correcting me as always. "And remove the sunglasses, young man." Yeah, okay. I put my shades on my head, watching him round his desk and take a seat to narrow his brown eyes on me. "You summoned? I came. What you need, Mr. Garrett?" "For starters, I'll take that switchblade you brought with you onto my campus." He tapped his desk with his large black hand. "Now, Mr. Jenkins, I really don't think you want to violate the terms of your parole. Or do you?" After a short stare down while I wondered how he knew, I shook my head. "The weapon, if you please." He tapped his desk again. I leaned back in my chair, shoved my hand into the front pocket of my jeans, and withdrew the switchblade. When I placed it on his desk, the metal glinted, reflecting the overhead light. "Ah, Warren." Mr. Garrett shook his head, looking resigned. "What am I going to do with you?" "Dunno." I tensed, my gut tightening. Though I actually liked him, he didn't just let me do what I wanted like Mr. Urelli. Mr. Garrett seemed to really give a shit about me. "Not going to turn you in, though I should," he said, and I exhaled a sigh of relief. Too fast, apparently, because he put on his dead serious face. "But if you ever bring a weapon into my school again, I'll send you back to juvenile detention so fast your head will spin." "Noted," I said grimly. "Good. Glad to hear that. You don't seem to note much of anything I've said to you over the years." He leaned forward, picked up the switchblade, and moved it beside a thick manila folder with my name scribbled on it. Opening it, he skimmed a page, flipped it over, then skimmed another, and yet another. As I waited, I squirmed in my seat, but I stilled when he lifted his gaze. "Been doing this a long time, Warren." He no longer looked resigned, only sad. "I know a lost cause when I see one." My gut churned. I'd been a lost cause my entire life. Rejected by my old lady from the day she popped me out, and my old man, too. He'd been married to someone else when he fucked around with my mother. I'd only recently discovered his identity, but I shouldn't have bothered. He refused to acknowledge me when I tracked him down and confronted him, but he did say a few words to the judge on my behalf before my sentencing. Otherwise, I never would have gotten off as lightly as I did for Brian stealing and wrecking his precious car. The asshole cared more about his Beamer than he did about me, his own son. "You aren't a lost cause, Warren," Mr. Garrett said, and that surprised me so much I almost fell out of my chair. "Not yet, anyway." Shocked, I didn't know what to say, so I just stared at him. He pointed to a page in my file. "Says here you have an interest in music." Fucking social worker. They'd forced me to talk to a counselor after the last fight I got into. I sat back in my chair and shrugged. Mr. Garrett tilted his head and studied me. "Tell you what, I'll make a deal with you." "What kind of deal?" I narrowed my eyes. "I won't tell anyone about the weapons violation if you meet with Mrs. Floyd twice a week after school." "The choir teacher?" I asked. "Yeah, isn't singing an ambition of yours?" "Maybe, but I ain't interested in that sunshiny shit she teaches." "It's up to her what she wants to do with you, where she wants to start, what song she wants you to practice. But it's up to you what you do with what she teaches. Are you hearing me?" I got any say in this? I glanced at the blade, then up at him. "Actually, you do. You have all the say, really. Sure, life dealt you a shitty hand, but that's the same story for nearly every single one of my students." Mr. Garrett sighed, leaning back in his chair. "I'm giving you a new card, Warren. You can take it and use it to improve your odds, or you can toss it aside and continue playing the shit hand you have. The choice is up to you."
Chapter 4. Lace. Brian Jackson is here, at Southside High. I was so surprised by the information that I didn't even recall Sabrina leaving, nor did I care. At least, not as much as I usually did as I stepped inside the classroom and everyone stared at me. I hated being the new girl.
Miss Lowell,
The teacher said, and I turned to look at him. Mostly bald, he was overdressed in an outdated suit and tie, but had friendly eyes behind his gold wire-rimmed glasses.
I'm Mr. Schubert. We're studying Shakespeare's Tempest. If you'll introduce yourself to the class, we'll continue our discussion.
One of the reasons I really hated being the new girl was this part. I never understood why teachers always insisted on doing it. I'm Lace Lowell. I transferred to Southside from Alliance Prep. Some kids gasped. I'd gasped too when Uncle Bruce had told us that he was changing jobs and we'd have to move again, during the middle of my sophomore credited year and Dizzy's junior one. Going from a great school to a not-so-great one would make it even harder for me to get the scholarship I wanted so I could study fashion.
Well, hello, Lace.
A blonde guy in a red and black football letterman jacket whistled low and scanned my entire body with his dark blue eyes. I lifted my chin and marched down the aisle, pausing at his desk and kicking one of his neon green Nike sneakers. Locating an empty seat on the back row, I took it, feeling his gaze and more than a few others on me. Ignoring them, I unzipped my backpack and withdrew paper and a pen. Luckily, Mr. Schubert returned to teaching, and head swiveled around to pay attention. I listened and took notes. He had an engaging style, asking interesting questions that involved the students. I'd studied Tempest at Alliance, but his analysis of the material was fresh. The class went by fast, and the bell rang again. I packed up my supplies, not surprised when the blonde guy made his way back to me through the line of students exiting.
Hey, Lace. Sorry if I pissed you off somehow.
He raked a hand through his short hair.
It's just that you're pretty.
So? I wasn't opposed to using my looks to get what I wanted, but I knew what this guy really wanted, and I wasn't willing to give it to him.
So, I'm Randy Rhodes.
My brow lifted. His name didn't mean shit to me, but he dropped it like it should.
I'd like to get to know you.
He reached out and touched my arm, and it was all I could do not to recoil. I didn't like people, especially guys like him, touching me without permission.
Can I walk you to your next class?
No, that's okay. I want to stay and talk to the teacher. You go on ahead.
But
Nothing, Randy, I said quickly, cutting him off. Listen, I'm not interested. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. His eyes narrowed.
Got it.
He turned and stomped away, muttering bitch under his breath. Fuck him for not taking a polite decline. Fuck his expensive clothes. And fuck his rich, popular boy, entitled attitude. I zipped my backpack and walked up the aisle, hitching the strap higher on my shoulder and clearing my throat at the teacher's desk to get his attention. Mr. Schubert, can I speak to you?
Yes, of course.
He set his glasses on his desk and pinched the bridge of his nose.
How can I help you, Miss Lowell?
I enjoyed your class. His eyes brightened.
I'm glad. That's high praise. I'm sure you had great teachers at Alliance.
I had a few. I'm looking forward to taking your class. Can I possibly get your notes for the lectures I missed?
Absolutely.
Looking equal parts surprised and impressed, he glanced down, and I saw he'd been reading my academic report.
Send it to your Lowell email.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
He tipped his chin toward the door.
Better move on to your next class. It's best not to be stranded in the hall on this side of the building when the students clear out.
Shit. Sabrina had warned me. I stepped out into the hallway and glanced both ways. Only a few students remained, and all were wearing navy and black colors. They gave me long looks that didn't feel friendly. I didn't know where my next class was, but I figured at this point, returning the way I'd come was my best option. Turning, I walked fast, the fine hairs on the back of my neck standing on end as rapid footsteps approached me from behind. Hey, Greta! A short Latina suddenly appeared and moved right in front of me. I came to a screeching stop, glancing nervously at the taller girl who joined the girl who'd called me Blondie. The taller girl had a cruel glint in her eyes. KS, I asked them. What's up? The shorter one narrowed her eyes. You speak the superior race's language, chica? Girl. I shrugged. Un poquito. A little. Only enough to get an A- in conversational Spanish. I don't like white chicks. The taller girl reached out and fingered a lock of my hair. My eyes widened when I heard a click, and a switchblade appeared in the girl's hand. You afraid? The tall girl's brown eyes glistened as brightly as the metal of her blade. I nodded. Of course I was afraid. I wasn't a coward, but I saw no need to lie. Not when faced with someone wielding a blade. You're in our neighborhood. Southside of the school belongs to us, the shorter girl said. You need to pay a tribute. ¿Entenderme? Yeah, I understood. Or at least I thought I did. But before I could blink, the taller girl yanked my hair hard and sliced off a 2-inch piece. You bitch! Turning on her, I put my palms on her chest and shoved her backward, reacting without thinking. The locker clanged as her body slammed into it. Puta! Her face mottled with anger. She called me a bitch as she pushed away from the metal and came at me. Her blade slashed through the air, and I jumped back to avoid it. She stalked me, her lips twisting into a cruel grimace. Scared shitless, I backed away more, but stopped when I ran into a wall of flesh. My heart hammering, I turned my head and saw a big Latino guy standing behind me. I started to scream, but the guy clamped his big hand over my mouth. I was so scared now, it was all I could do to keep from pissing myself.
What's going on, Belinda?
He asked the tall girl, his voice deeply accented like hers, while I trembled. That puta pushed me. Belinda jabbed at me with her blade.
You cut off her hair, Lindy.
He made a low rumbly sound. Was he laughing?
Did you think she was going to thank you for that?
This doesn't involve you, King. Belinda tossed a long lock of her black hair over her shoulder, using the hand that held the knife.
It does, 'cause you're pissing me off and making me late for my poetry class.
Stupido, that rap shit of yours?
Not stupid to me. This gringa's hair's not stupid to her. You need to learn to consider others. Find a better outlet for your anger. Make friends instead of enemies all the time, and entenderme?
Fuck you, King, Belinda said, though her expression relaxed and she closed the blade. Jerking her chin to the shorter girl, she said, Andale, Yolanda. Let's go.
Stay away from this one.
King said low to them, an undercurrent of steel in his tone as he gestured to me. Belinda might have the blade, but he had the upper hand.
She's under my protection. Pass the word on.
Orale. Okay. Belinda turned away, thrusting her arm in the air with my blonde hair in her grip, her middle finger extended.
I'm gonna remove my hand from your mouth.
My rescuer's warm breath tickled the skin at my nape.
Don't scream, or teachers will come. I don't need more detention, essay.
I bobbed my head, and he released me. I spun around, my eyes narrowed. He hadn't gotten any smaller. If anything, my first glance hadn't properly assessed his size. Tree trunk thighs, barrel chest, stomach with a couple of folds hanging over his belt. He had to be near 6 feet tall, and well over 200 pounds.
I'm Joaquin Asenado, but everyone just calls me King on account of my size.
Why'd you help me? I asked, the suspicion in my tone obvious. I took care of myself, with the help of my brother. I didn't want to owe anybody anything.
I like Belinda. I didn't want her getting into trouble.
A scoffing sound escaped me.
She lost someone like I did.
His expression darkened.
But that's not an excuse to terrorize people.
King studied me a long beat, and I studied him back. He had eyes nearly the same tawny gold hue as mine, but the color was more striking on him with his ink-black hair and bronze skin. He was also more handsome than I'd realized at first glance.
What's your name?
He asked. Lace?
Nice name.
His eyes sparkled with sincerity. He was handsome, and apparently spoke and acted from his heart. I decided right then and there that I liked King. A lot. Nice of you to help me. Thank you, by the way. He smiled.
Que tienes agallas, Lace?
What does that mean? I asked.
You've got a lot of guts to push someone holding a blade.
I don't think when I get angry. I made a face. Gets me into trouble.
Join the fucking club.
Really? You have a temper problem? I arched a disbelieving brow. He seemed pretty controlled.
Oh, yeah.
He nodded.
Why do you think I get all the detention? Detention's where I met Belinda.
Detention's a bad scene here? I asked.
Yep.
He cringed.
So's walking the halls when no one's around.
I'm becoming aware. I hitched my backpack into a better position. I'd better get going.
Where's your next class?
He asked. Don't know, really.
How about I walk you there?
I'd like that. I mean, orale.
Cool.
He bumped my shoulder, and when I skidded a few steps, he chuckled.
Sorry.
I'm not. Glad I met you today, King.
Glad I met you, Lace.
I smiled. I didn't do that a lot because I didn't have much of a reason to before. Didn't see the point. But I felt lighter walking beside King. Alliance might have been a nicer school, but Southside didn't seem all that bad anymore. Chapter 5. Lace. At my locker, on one side of me was a girl in basketball gear fixing her lipstick, using a mirror on the inside of her door. On the other side of me was an interracial couple seriously making out. I grabbed the history book I needed to take home with me and closed the door. Have a nice afternoon, I murmured. After the incident with Belinda, I figured it was prudent to be on somewhat friendly terms with as many students as I could, locker mates especially. Who knew when I might need someone to come to my aid again?
Hey sis, how's it going?
My brother approached me with an easy saunter. With an even easier grin, he said,
Guess who I just saw?
Who? I asked, clutching my heavy textbook to my chest.
Brian Jackson.
My eyes widened. I'd been on the lookout for our childhood friend all day.
I invited him over to our place tonight, and a bunch of other people too. Someone's bringing a keg. We'll play some tunes.
Dizzy said, and my heart started to race as he raked a hand through his spiked platinum and black hair.
This school is super cliquish. I think it's important to establish from the get-go with as many people as possible what type we are.
Which is what, exactly? I asked.
Not any type. Unless there's one for kicking back, having fun, and making music.
That was my brother. A rock and roller to the core. He did his own thing, his own damn way. Dizzy didn't let much faze him.
You gonna zip that book up in your bag?
He dipped his gaze.
You're hugging it like a lover. You look like a total nerd.
Hey, don't stereotype me just because I'm trying to make good grades.
Never. Even if it's not my thing, I'm proud of you.
He pulled me close, the leather of his favorite jacket cool against my skin. My brother didn't often hug me, but he was one of the few who did. Our drugged-out mother, who we never saw anymore, rarely had. It was her fault I was uncomfortable being touched without permission. Dizzy knew why. He'd been there when it happened. Brian and his mom were too. Almost raped. The almost part was supposed to make it not such a big deal, but it had been the reason why Child Protective Services had gotten involved, and the reason we'd moved in with our uncle. Also the reason why I suspected that Brian had never spoken another word to me. That hurt. Dizzy, Brian, and I had been best friends. I'd dreamed that one day Brian and I would... Well, I didn't indulge in girlish fantasies anymore. I kept my head out of the clouds these days, and my mind on achievable goals. Did he say yes? I mean, is Brian coming over? I asked, avoiding my brother's knowing gaze as I put the book in my backpack.
Yeah, he's bringing his best friend, a guy who's supposed to sing pretty well.
Slinging an arm around my shoulders, Dizzy steered me down the hall.
I mentioned the Fender, amps. Bri asked about you.
My heart rate didn't just speed up at that. It skyrocketed. What did you tell him?
Just that you have an even bigger ego now than you did then.
Dizzy said with a grin. At the end of the hall, he pushed the metal door to open the door to go outside, and held it open for me. I stepped through, and cold air blasted me as we descended the front steps.
You should have worn a jacket, Lace.
Stopping me on the sidewalk, he unzipped his and draped it around my shoulders. I didn't want to drag a heavy coat around all day, I mumbled, wanting to get us back to the subject of our old friend. Is that all you said to Bri about me? My brother's eyes suddenly twinkled.
I told him that you're a center stage hog.
Diz. I narrowed my eyes. That's not true.
Lace.
He shook his head.
Anytime we're messing around with music, you showboat. Just like you did the Britney Spears stuff when we were kids.
Rockers are supposed to put on a show.
Not serious rockers.
I raised a brow. So James Hetfield, Robert Plant, and Ozzy Osbourne don't showboat and aren't serious rockers?
Those are all dudes.
My brother rolled his eyes. Diz? I put my hands on my hips. He snorted.
Don't get testy and go off on a tirade about empowerment for women.
I was so caught up in our debate, I barely registered the sound of the school buses pulling away from the curb. I'm not testy. I gritted out through my teeth.
If you say so,
Dizzy said, being the peacemaker as he often was. He probably knew he had to, or there wouldn't be any peace.
Anyway, I concede your point. But you know the stuff we do in the garage isn't serious. We're just having a good time with the music. You have a serious, legitimate plan, a real shot to do something better with your life.
I hope so.
You will, Ace. You can do it. I believe in you.
I'm trying, Diz. I reached up and touched the side of my head, glad for the barrette that disguised the fact that I was missing a big chunk of hair. There were a lot of factors that could derail my efforts to get a scholarship. Dealing with bullies at our new school was only one of them. Don't discount what you do with a guitar in your hands. You're the serious one. Seriously badass.
That doesn't mean shit when I don't sing.
You sing.
I'm not a front man.
He grinned.
Or a front woman.
True. I bumped his shoulder. I could never stay irritated with Dizzy for long. Don't forget, I also play the piano.
Egomaniac,
he said, his grin widening. Pain in my ass. Translation, I loved him like no one else. Dizzy's grin widened. He was fluent in lay speak and could read between the lines.
So how'd your first day at Southside go? Make any friends?
He threw his arm around my shoulders. One?
A girlfriend friend?
He asked. No, a guy. Brian's mom was the last positive female influence I'd had. I didn't make friends with girls easily. I never took the time to analyze the reasons for that, but I knew that the dotted line led back to my dysfunctional relationship with my mother.
Guys only want one thing from a girl,
Dizzy said seriously, repeating the same fact he'd been drilling into my head since I started wearing a bra. Not this one. I shook my head. King didn't give off that vibe.
Hope not.
Dizzy tilted his head, studying me closely. You never want me to have any boyfriends.
I want better for you than some Southside loser.
I had two at one time. Once, I believed in fairy tales and perfect princes who could charm you. I'd thought Brian Jackson was different. He'd treated me nicely, spoken softly to me, and made me feel like I mattered. But that had been wishful thinking. I was older now and wiser. It was just me and my brother, and it was my responsibility to get where I wanted to go in the real world, without any magical intervention. Chapter 6. Lace. I finished my homework, even reading through the extra notes Mr. Schubert had already emailed me, so that I'd have plenty of time to get ready for the party Dizzy had thrown together. In my frenzy to find the perfect outfit, my closet had exploded. The colorful debris field on my bed contained all my clothes and all my fashion magazines. Eventually, everything was rejected, even my favorite silver-studded black rock chick outfits in favor of the known and familiar. Even if it wasn't really me, the sweetheart pink schoolgirl sweater set was a good color on me and paired well with my tightest pair of jeans. Smoothing a hand over my curves, I glanced at myself in the full-length mirror. My makeup was heavier than usual. A deep mauve darkened my lips, and mascara lengthened my lashes, accentuating my amber eyes. My honey blonde hair was straightened. A strategically placed bobby pin covered the missing piece on one side. The ends flipped just right to call attention to my boobs. Brian might not be a critical component to my happiness anymore, and his approval no longer mattered the way it once did. But I also didn't want him to see me all grown up and dismiss me. I wanted him to be knocked on his ass. I moved down the dark hallway from my room on the second story at the back of the house. Dizzy's room was beside it, then a small bathroom we shared between us, then the stairs. The master bedroom, where Uncle Bruce slept, was at the front of the house, overlooking the front yard. His door was closed, I noticed as I descended the stairs. His door was usually closed, especially in the daytime when he slept. At night, he worked at a metal fabrication facility. The length of separation between his room and ours felt symbolic, clear lines of delineation. His life didn't involve ours, and ours didn't involve his, even though we lived in the same house. Some might find that odd, but I was accustomed to being ignored by the grown-ups in my life. My brother was the only real parent I'd ever known. Downstairs, I trailed my fingers over the back of the 1960s-era evergreen couch. The earth-toned plaid chairs that were paired with it were also from my favorite design era. A simpler time, in my mind, when people marched for peace, gathered at a dairy farm for free music, and love seemed to take priority over hate. The furniture in the small living room was left by my grandparents, who had died years ago and bequeathed their house and possessions to their non-addicted offspring. My mother had disappointed them so many times, they'd been glad to have her out of their lives. They'd never even known that Dizzy and I existed. I pushed through a swinging door to enter the kitchen. The music in the backyard was already pumping, the thumping bass rattling a few of the glass cabinet doors. Luckily, we had nice neighbors on either side of us who wouldn't complain about the noise. Mrs. Smith was a widowed old lady who was sweet on Dizzy, and Mr. Chang on the other side worked nights, though not at the same company as our uncle. I opened the back door and propped open the screened one with my hip. Shifting sideways, I locked the door with my key. I didn't want anyone wandering into the house. That had only happened once before, and Uncle Bruce had gone apoplectic, threatening to send Dizzy and me back to our mother. We hadn't made that same mistake again. The backyard was roughly the same size as the downstairs of the house, boasting a bricked patio with some era-appropriate outdoor furniture. It was filled with people I didn't know. With Dizzy's admonishment about me trying to be more social running through my head, I went around to each group and introduced myself, while glancing between the driveway and the garage. Is Brian already here or yet to arrive? Does he look the same? Will I recognize him? Will he recognize me? My heart fluttered as those thoughts went through my mind.
I saw you in English class.
A very tall guy with a slight southern accent and thick waves of blonde hair moved in front of me. Really? I tilted my head. I'm sorry, I don't remember you.
It's hard to keep track of everything and everyone you meet on the first day.
He shifted his weight from one worn high-top sneaker to the other.
It took me a couple of weeks to feel like I fit in.
Did you move from here in Seattle? I asked.
No, from Portland, and Alabama before that.
That's a big change. 2 of them. I winced. But I imagine not a good one if you ended up here in Southside?
It's okay. My dad moves around for his work. After this last move, I went from being a junior varsity player to varsity on the team here.
Basketball? I lifted a brow.
Yeah.
His hazel green eyes danced, and his full lips curved. Based on his height, he probably thought what sport he played should have been obvious. Cool, I said, and meant it. He was unassuming, cute, and had a nice smile. Congrats!
Thanks. Hey, I'm Chad. Chad Phillips.
He shifted again and ran a hand through his golden hair as if I made him nervous.
I wondered if you'd like to get together and study sometime. English is hard for me. You seem good at it.
I'd like that, Chad. Studying, I said to clarify. School's important to me.
Great, Lace,
he said, briefly touching my arm. My skin prickled, and not from Chad. My arm didn't tingle, but just about everywhere else did. Turning toward the source, I saw him, Brian Jackson, and it was me that about fell on my ass. The cute boy I'd once known and crushed on as a little girl wasn't a boy anymore. He was all man, and he was better than cute. He was absolute perfection. The ground seemed to tremble beneath my feet as his eyes met mine, their gray-green color as dreamy as I remembered. Liquid silver pools with a shimmer of emerald. They were as mesmerizing as a magic mirror, holding all the answers to every question. Or they had at one time. I'd certainly asked Brian loads of them that he'd patiently answered. Currently, only one question repeated over and over inside my head. What do you think of me now? He recognized me. I could tell by the way his lips slowly curved up at the corners. My heart skipped a beat, then started thumping wildly. Blinking through my daze, I returned his smile.
Who's that?
Chad asked, following the direction of my gaze. An old friend. I need to say hello. Excuse me, I said, then glided over, my hips swaying. The air separating Brian and me seemed charged with expectation. Everything receded, the noise of the party and everyone else. The closer I got to him, the more my skin burned and the faster my heart raced. I was only a few feet away when someone stepped in front of me, blocking my path. I lifted my chin, and a handsome, angular face filled my vision. My pulse kicked up as warm eyes the color of strong tea locked on mine. Warren Jenkins. This was the handsome guy I'd seen getting a blowjob. He was a tall, dark, foreboding presence. His gray unzipped hoodie revealed a white t-shirt that was stretched taut over his wide shoulders and muscular chest. His faded jeans, no longer around his knees, clung to his narrow hips and long legs, as if stitched by some miraculous hand to accentuate them. Only 15, I was too young and inexperienced for a guy who got regular blowjobs in the restroom and was accustomed to 2 women fawning over him at a time. But that didn't stop me from looking and appreciating that he was a hottie, even more so up close. I swayed as if struck by lightning a second time.
You okay?
He asked low, grabbing my arms. What? I stammered. His voice rolled over me and my reservations. It was smooth as silk and warm like a blanket that had been left beside a crackling fire. A little unbalanced, I didn't protest when his eyes crinkled and he pulled me into his arms.
Hey, beautiful,
he said, rocking his hips against mine, his voice dropping to a shiver-inducing lower octave.
Name's Warren. Friends call me War, but you can call me whatever the fuck you want.
He eased back, but stayed close enough that I felt his hardness as he looked me over. Shaking his head, he said,
Damn, you're hot, baby.
My cheeks flamed as he intertwined our fingers. There was a connection, an electrical spark that frayed nerve endings I thought were numb. With his gaze on mine, I saw within his eyes a familiarity that went beyond our unforgettable encounter earlier in the day.
We were just talking about our band with your brother.
War pointed at Dizzy with his chin.
I'm the lead singer.
Having heard War's voice, I could certainly understand why. Plus, there was that indefinable something about him that commanded your attention. I recalled my earlier conversation with Dizzy. If War was at center mic, he wouldn't need to do anything but stand there to captivate an audience.
Lace,
another voice said, deeper than I remembered. I turned my head, falling into familiar gray-green eyes once more. Seeming speechless for a second, Brian finally said,
It's good to see you.
Every bit as good-looking, Brian was no second place to War. The garage and porch lights made his thick brown hair shine like polished mahogany. His hair was shorter than it had been when we were kids, except on top where the layers were longer and skimmed his thoughtful brow. The pads of my fingers tingled with the urge to sift through it, and the rest of me tingled with the desire to be closer. Much closer. My lips parted as I stared, and Brian stared back. War held me, but it was Brian who enthralled me. As if he could somehow hear my thoughts, his silvery emerald eyes suddenly sparkled. Smiling, I found my voice. Bri, I said, taking in his hunter-green button-down shirt that barely contained the breadth of his shoulders, and his narrow hips and muscular thighs. You grew up nice.
You too, Lace.
He shoved his hands into the front pockets of his jeans, drawing my attention to the fact that he wasn't unaffected by me, though his expression remained neutral. I didn't want him neutral about me. Shifting away from him, I returned my attention to War. A band, huh? My smile widened, and War's brown eyes darkened. You've certainly got the arrogance to be a lead singer. I reached up and touched his face, tilting his chin one way and then the other. His skin was rough at the jaw, where a liberal layer of dark stubble coated it. My stomach flipped. You're definitely handsome enough to pull it off. My voice lowered, registering the electrical current of our connection. With difficulty, I turned away from him and glanced at Brian. So, if he's the lead, you'd be... Brian filled in where I trailed off.
The guitarist.
Ah, Slash. I should have guessed, just like when we were kids. Brian nodded, his gaze blazing with an intensity I didn't understand, but obviously meant he was far from neutral toward me. I ran my gaze over him again, slower this time. Yeah, I said low, going for a huskiness I'd never used before. You could totally rock the brooding guitarist role. Feeling brave, I added, I'd throw my panties at you.
Would you now?
Brian leaned in, his gaze locking on mine. He cocked a brow. Uh-huh. Wanting to sound more grown up, I leaned in too, tilting my face up to his as I whispered the lie. If I were wearing any. Brian's eyes flared. He reached for my arm, but War shifted, moving between us. Momentarily, I'd forgotten he was there.
I need a beer,
War said, grabbing Brian's arm.
What?
Brian looked confused. It almost seemed as though he'd forgotten his friend during that moment, too.
You thirsty, babe?
War asked me over his shoulder. I forced lightness into my tone, but it was bullshit. I was totally reeling from both men. I could use a beer, Mr. McMoves. I'd just hold it, not drink it. But War didn't need to know that. It was one of those behind-the-scenes details that wasn't critical for him to know, like how the keg had gotten here in the first place, bought by an older acquaintance of my brother's. He dropped off the keg and would be asking for donations later, one that would give him a healthy profit for his trouble, as well as the risk in providing alcohol to a party largely attended by underage drinkers.
All right.
War laughed.
We'll be right back. Chapter 7. War. Brian was obviously reluctant, but he followed me. I had reluctance of my own, wanting to be right back where Lace was too. As I worked through what to say to him, I filled a cup from the keg and glanced over to find him staring behind us. Brian. I had to nudge his arm to get his attention. Huh? He looked like he'd woken from a dream. Lace Lowell was a dream, for sure, but she wasn't his dream. She was mine. Giving him my most serious face, I said firmly, I gotta have her. Lace? Brian laughed as if that dream were impossible for me. You only just met her. I'm fucking serious, man. I ran a hand over my face while holding my beer steady in the other. I mean it. I've never felt this way around a chick. Come on, War. His eyes narrowed. She's just 15. You'll be bored with her in no time. He scanned the crowd in the backyard. Let me ask Dizzy if he knows anyone. Someone older, more interesting and experienced. You know, like you usually go for. I frowned, cocking my head as I studied him. What's your problem? As tension crackled between us, I straightened, pulling into play the half-inch of height I had on him. You think Lace is too good for me? No, War, of course not. I'm not saying anything. I just don't think she's your type. You gotta be kidding. She sure the fuck is. Bold, sassy, sexy as hell? I raised my brows, wondering if he'd suddenly lost his mind. How's that not my type? Okay. He shrugged as if it weren't a big deal, and our discussion was over. But it sure as fuck wasn't. I'd seen how he looked at her. I'd also noted how she'd flirted with him. That would have to end. Brian, I gripped his arm. We've been through a lot of shit together, haven't we? He nodded. And I've always had your back, haven't I? I asked pointedly. Yeah, but I really don't see what this has to do with. Took that stint in juvie after you wrecked my old man's car, I said quickly, cutting him off. A possessiveness I'd never felt about any chick unfurled inside me, and I blasted him with it. Did all that AA counseling bullshit. Still doing the community service hours. Looking reluctant but resigned, Brian nodded. He knew I'd done all that for him, and more. I did it because I loved him like a brother, but that didn't negate the fact that he owed me. Maybe it was a shitty move. Obviously, he had a history with Lace, and maybe a major case of the hots like I did. But he had a home, 2 sisters, and a mom who gave a fuck about him. I deserved dibs on this girl. I saw how you looked at her, man. Because Brian was a brother and always would be, I gave it to him real. But I don't want you coming between me and this chick, understand? This one's mine. My final word on the matter delivered, I turned from him and went to get her. Hey, babe. I put my arm around Lace. Her brother didn't like it. Frowning, he said in a warning voice, "War?"
It's okay, Diz.
She said in that insanely sexy voice of hers.
I've got this.
She removed my arm from her shoulder and flung it back at me.
I don't know who you think you are, Warren Jenkins.
Just who you said. My lips quirked. I liked how she threw sass and didn't back down from me. But most people just call me War.
Yes, well, I'm not your babe.
Pissed, she glared at me, her amber eyes practically glowing.
And you're not anything to me.
Not yet. Undeterred, I leaned in, capturing a silky lock of her hair and rubbing it between my fingers before brushing it over her shoulder. Sputtering, she blinked fast as her gaze darkened and her nostrils flared. She might be mad, but she was attracted to me, both now and earlier at school. I knew the signs. I knew chicks, knew how to get them to give me what I wanted, and it was going to be my mission to know this one better than any of them. You and me, Lacey. I dipped my gaze to her pretty mouth, and she wet her lips. Oh, hell yeah, she was into me. Let's go somewhere and talk. Privately. I thought we were getting ready to play some tunes. Dizzy interrupted, smoothing out his scowl when I met his eyes. Lace is a vocalist. She writes lyrics. She's proficient on keyboards and guitar. That's interesting. I gave her another scan, and approving one like my first. There were lots of reasons to keep her around besides the obvious. When did you take up piano? Brian asked Lace, rejoining our group.
The counselor recommended it as a way to process stuff.
Her features tightened as she stared at him. What happened to require counseling? Does Brian know? She's been in lessons ever since we moved in with our uncle. Looking more like a proud papa than a brother, Dizzy crossed his arms over his chest. There's an old upright inside the house. It's not much and it's always out of tune, but it's a piano and she's its master. That's cool, Brian said, turning his body into her. You must really enjoy playing if you've continued with it all these years.
I do, and lessons are expensive, but I have a part-time job that covers the cost. I just think better when my fingers are on the keys.
She shrugged, and my gaze dipped to her tits. That's how I feel about my guitar. Brian's gaze rose slowly, totally checking her out, too. He moved even closer. Where do you work? I asked, insinuating myself between her and him.
Janet's Design,
Lace said. The consignment shop on the Ave. I tilted my head. How's the pay?
It barely pays anything, but Janet gives me first pick of the clothes that come in.
Her expression brightened. Lace seemed to have shaken off whatever had bothered her before. So you sing, huh? I gave her another appraising look.
Yes, I do.
She met my gaze, and her golden eyes shone.
Probably better than you.
My lips curved. Doubtful. My cock was rock hard. I enjoyed her shooting sparks like this at me.
Wanna bet on that, Mr. Moves?
Oh, hell yeah, I did. Loser owes the other a favor. And I'd collect. No doubt about it.
Okay.
She nodded once.
But how do we decide the winner?
Hey, everyone! Projecting my voice, I took a step back from our small group and threw my arms wide. Band's gonna play. Lacey and I are gonna sing, and you get to decide who sings better. Amid approving comments, most of the partygoers had heard me sing before. I turned on my heel and headed to the garage. "'Bout fucking time," Dizzy muttered, moving quickly to catch up to me. "Damn straight." I gave him an affirming nod and glanced back at his sister. She wasn't far behind. "Hurry up, Lacey."
My name's not Lacey.
When she lifted her chin, defying me again, I grinned. I might already be halfway in love with her.
Chapter 8. Lace. For a guy who just met me, War had an uncanny ability to push my buttons. Bad or good, it was like he didn't care which. He just wanted to get a reaction out of me. I glared at him. He was too busy talking to Brian and my brother to notice. They congregated together like guys tended to do, leaving me, the lone woman in the group, on the periphery. I went to the back of the garage where my keyboard was set up. With the appearance of War, the night had taken a turn I hadn't expected. I told myself I was relieved to be alone so I could mull it over. I was majorly attracted to two guys, one in a hunter green button-down and indigo jeans, the other in a white t-shirt and faded denim, a silver wallet chain swinging low over his thigh. They both looked like rockers. Both were easy on the eyes. If War was the same age as Brian, both were 2 years older than me, and I was almost 16. Brian, the thoughtful boy I'd once known, was barely recognizable beneath all the muscle. His body wasn't all that had changed. His jaw was sharp like a blade, his eyes sharper as he caught me staring and glanced away, cutting me to the quick. It didn't seem as though much of the sweet, sensitive boy I knew remained. What did you expect, Lace? We were friends a long time ago. We're not children anymore. My childhood and our friendship ended abruptly when I was 11, the night of the Metallica concert. I knew that. Deep down, I knew. I just wanted to rewrite a different ending. But too many years had passed since then. In Southside, weeks could change a person. Brian had been 13, and I'd been 11 the last time I saw him. We had years of unshared experiences between us. Not surprising that the passage of time had chiseled hardness, not softness, into both of us. I turned my attention to War. He was as hard as the assorted silver rings he wore on every finger on both hands. Coming on like a freight train, he'd made his interest in me clear, and then some. With the cotton of his tee stretched taut over his chest, he was muscular like Brian, but where his friend was thickly muscled, War was lean and corded. He was undeniably handsome, but with a dangerous edge. Not exactly a deterrent in my mind, or in the estimation of a lot of other girls, apparently. War caught me looking at him, but unlike Brian, he didn't glance away. Giving me a scan, he smirked, his eyes sparkling approvingly and temptingly with the offer to share his knowledge of intimate things I didn't know. Things maybe I wasn't quite ready to know. My heart hammering, I lowered my gaze, wiping my sweaty palms on my jeans and pretending to look for something. When I glanced up again, I found War standing right in front of me.
Hey,
he said, a light teasing note in his compelling voice.
Did you lose something?
Yeah, my sanity apparently, for even thinking about an experienced guy who only screws seniors. But I didn't speak my thoughts. I just shook my head in denial.
Come to the front of the garage to sing with me.
Oh no. No. I didn't think that was a good idea. Not when I was more than a little attracted to him, and he was undoubtedly more than a little dangerous.
I want you to share the mic with me.
His lids lowering, he swept his gaze over me.
We should do a duet for this throwdown.
You sing your song. I pointed to where the mic was between my brother and Brian, then flipped my hand around and pointed to myself. And then I'll sing mine right back here at my keyboard.
You're not going to back out, are you?
War's deep brown eyes narrowed as if he could read my thoughts. No. Glancing past him, I frowned. The crowd that had gathered for the show were mostly girls. Older girls. Ones he'd probably had sex with. The odds of my winning this singing contest and the accompanying bet weren't good. Determined, I lifted my chin. I might lose, but I wouldn't give up before I'd even tried. I don't back down from any challenge.
Good. Respect that.
Something flashed in War's eyes, making me feel like I'd passed a test.
But we're still doing this my way. Come on.
turning his back to me and affording me a distracting glimpse of his backside in his low-slung, well-fitting jeans. He crooked his ringed fingers over his wide shoulder, and for some reason, I stood without hesitating and followed him. At the front of the garage, Dizzy stood on the right of the center mic, and Brian stood on the left. His golden eyes shining excitedly like mine, Dizzy held his favorite acoustic, a second-hand Martin with a natural finish that was scarred to hell but played well. The analogy could be made to my brother and me, in that life had left its marks on us, but we weren't damaged beyond repair. Or, at least, I hoped we weren't.
"Hey, Lace,"
Brian said, turning his gray-green gaze on me. "Hey." I lifted my chin in response after I recovered from the fact that he was back to acknowledging my existence again. Brian lovingly cradled an acoustic, a sweet, used ebony Fender that was mine. My brother had given it to me. The diamond strap lay over his muscular shoulder, and it looked good there. Ditto on the body of the black instrument where it rested low in front of his narrow hips. Oh, to be that guitar.
"Like old times, the three of us playing in front of an audience."
Brian included Dizzy in a sweeping glance before looking back at me. His lips curled.
"Only you without your feather boa."
"And you without your top hat," I said, teasing. "How can you possibly manage to play without it?"
"I manage just fine,"
he said low, his voice inducing a shiver. I knew he was no longer merely referencing his guitar-playing abilities, and further, I believed him. His hair and his eyes, the way he looked at me through his lashes, Brian was the epitome of dark and sexy, in his casual but ready-to-play stance. His feet were planted apart on the concrete, his weight on his back foot. An accomplished guitarist now, I had no doubt. Head to boots, Brian Jackson was totally swoon-worthy. "What song needs 2 acoustics and no keyboards?" I asked, my voice tellingly rough as I turned to War.
"Nothing compares to you."
His eyes heated as he stared back at me, his full lips curling up at the corners, making me lightheaded. "Unexpected," I managed to say.
"Think you can handle it?"
War ran his gaze over me. If his gaze were rubber tires, I'd have marks on me from the tread. His interest lingered again in the usual places for guys. What wasn't usual was the way I reacted to it. Warmth pooled between my legs. My nipples tingled. My heart raced. "I can handle whatever you throw at me, Warren." I stamped my hands on my hips.
"War,"
he said, correcting me. "We'll see."
"Yes, we most definitely will."
The curve of his lips deepened, carving arrogant grooves into his lean cheeks.
"Diz,"
War called, turning from me to my brother.
"You ready?" "Ready,"
Dizzy said.
"Bry?"
War asked, shifting to look at his friend.
"Always ready to play, brother." "Thought so. Come here, Lacey."
War grabbed me, one of his arms sliding around my waist, as both of mine fell to my sides in surrender. He might not be as muscular as Brian, but there was no mistaking the unbreakable strength of his hold. "Let go of me," I said without enough volume to be believed. My protest was weak, maybe because I didn't really want him to release me. I might not feel entirely safe in his embrace, but I felt something for sure.
"Never,"
he said quietly. "What?" I asked, wondering if I'd heard him correctly.
"You ever sang into a mic?"
he asked, his eyes flashing with challenge. "Lots." I straightened my shoulders.
"In front of an audience?"
He gestured while continuing to hold me.
"One this size?"
"No." I gulped a nervous swallow.
"Thought not. You're trembling, babe."
I was, but not because of the audience.
"It's as easy as breathing."
War dipped his chin, shining strands of his dark and light caramel brown hair sticking to the darker stubble on his jaw as he stared down at me.
"If in front is where you're supposed to be."
"Have you?" My pulse racing, I licked my dry lips, and his gaze dipped to them. They tingled from his regard, making my stomach flip. "Sang in front of this many people, I mean?" My thoughts were like sand in a desert. Too many and too fast to contain inside the dust storm I suddenly found myself in with him.
Talent shows, after-school functions, a couple of frat parties. I have experience.
War's gaze lifted. His eyes weren't merely brown like strongly brewed tea. They were pixelated with copper, swirling as if stirred by a metal spoon. You have a lot of experience, I said softly. Like with Brian, we'd segued into another topic, and my heart sputtered at the memory of War in the bathroom with those two girls.
Not ever with someone like you.
Stunned speechless, I blinked at him, telling myself I must have misheard or misinterpreted his meaning.
Diz!
War barked his name so suddenly I startled.
Let's play some fucking music. About time.
My brother strummed the opening chords. Jaws in the crowd dropped, eyes widened. My brother played from his soul. The music he coaxed from his instrument was as beautiful as he was. Accustomed to hearing him play, I smiled. The people in front of us, not so much. I drew in a breath, hoping to regain my equilibrium before it was time for me to sing. But the air was heavy with War's cologne. I'd gotten only a tantalizing whiff of it earlier. I imagined it came in a dark green bottle shaped like a bomb. It certainly detonated my senses, reminding me of damp earth and thick foliage, a jungle, a canopy overhead, the broad leaves blocking all but the tiniest sliver of moonlight, and a predator, War on an earthy floor, stalking me. Suddenly, a counter-melody split the darkness, the chords blazing, parting the canopy so I could see the night sky and a brilliant shooting star. My eyes rounding, I shifted to look at Brian, but he didn't notice me. His eyes were closed, his brow earnestly creased as he made love to his instrument. My lips parted, and my breath grew short. I felt it between my legs, each deep chord as if he were focusing that intensity on me.
It's been 7 hours.
As War sang the first words, I shifted yet again. The ground beneath me seemed to slant in his direction. Ditto for everyone in the crowd. They leaned forward too. His singing voice was sexy and seductive, like Chris Cornell's baritone crossed with the throaty growl of Eddie Vedder. War placed his hands on my shoulders, gently turning me to face him. A beat passed as he gazed at me expectantly. One of his dark brows rose. Shit, it was my turn. I turned my head toward the mic, and War released me. I began hesitantly, but I felt the energy of the crowd, harnessed it, and wrapped it around myself like a mantle. Finding my courage and my voice, I dug deep and belted out the words. At first, my focus was on the people in front of me, but the man at my side couldn't be ignored, and came in on the next line. Draping his strong arm around me, War caught me, and not just physically. His voice and his talent captured me, and there was something else I hadn't yet identified. Moving his hips in a sensual rhythm, he seemed to be reaching deep too. He took the simple words and elevated them. Squeezing his eyes shut, he went to high tenor. The ease with which he did it and the sound that emerged was like nothing I'd ever heard before. Opening his eyes, he found me looking at him, spellbound. He beckoned with his gaze for me to join him. I moved forward and placed my lips to the mic. It was all that separated us. Our voices melded together, our eyes locked, and our breaths mingled. His was warm and minty fresh, making chill bumps break out all over my skin. Dizzy and Brian were with us. My brother held steady on rhythm. Brian went wild like a helix on lead guitar, enhancing rather than detracting from the bass line. Staring in each other's eyes, War and I finished the song, harmonizing on the final words. To you. The music faded, followed by a few beats of silence. I drew away from the mic, but continued to stare into War's rich brown eyes. His were slightly widened, as were mine. What we'd created with the four of us together went far beyond the messing around Dizzy, Brian, and I had done as kids. I was impressed with myself, though I'd never voiced that thought. I didn't usually sound that good on the mic alone. Or did I? As I pondered it, applause broke out. A smattering at first, then a thunderous roar of unanimous approval. War grinned, shifting. I caught my brother's smile. Then I leaned forward to look at Brian. He was the only one not smiling. His brow was pinched, and dark shadows obscured the light gray in his eyes. I knew he couldn't disapprove of what we'd done, but it almost seemed as though us being this good together as a band worried Brian somehow. After a beat that maybe only I measured, he shook away the shadows and gave me an affirming nod.
That was bitchin', Lacey.
War put his hands on my upper arms, reclaiming my attention.
But I still won, darling.
His eyes flashing with coppery confidence, he drew me under his arm and put his mouth on the mic, asking the crowd to vote. But I knew even before they weighed in that War had won.
Chapter 9. War. I kept my eye on Lace while half listening to Dizzy and Brian debate which foot pedal manufacturer was better. She was sexy as fuck and talented as hell. I'd never met a chick like her. Most were easily had and easily forgotten. But not her. Without a doubt, I wanted to make Lace mine, but I was also intrigued. I wanted to know everything about her. Honestly, I couldn't decide which I wanted to do more. Figure her out, or fuck her. Okay, not true. I wanted to fuck her first, then talk to her, but I didn't think that order was going to work with her. We rocked it, Dizzy said, and with the technological bullshit discussion over, I refocused on the conversation. Everyone said so. Everyone meaning the 30 or so people who came for the free beer? Brian asked. Yeah. Grinning, Dizzy nodded. Not sure that's a big enough sampling to go on, Brian said as his gaze shifted to Lace. Her head turned as if he'd called her. Their gazes clashed like cymbals, then ricocheted apart. Lace ducked her chin and fiddled with her keyboards. Brian took a step back, shoved his hand in the front pocket of his jeans, and pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. We're on the right track, I said. It was time for me to take control of the situation with the band we were on the cusp of becoming, and of Lace, who I'd have sooner rather than later. In that order of importance. Tonight was a good start, but 2 guitars, a keyboard, and a lead singer doesn't make a rock band. We need a drummer and a bassist. Then we need to practice, write our own music, and get some gigs. Hell yeah! Dizzy held up his fist and I bumped it. Fuck! He made a face. Your rings, man! What about them? I raised a brow. He shrugged. Nothing, only, damn, you have a shit ton of them. So what's your solution to the personnel problem? Do you play any instruments? No, I don't. My voice is my instrument. I don't need to do shit else. Lacey, I called, glancing at her. You got anything to add to this discussion?
Oh?
Her blonde brows rose.
Am I actually going to be included in this conversation?
Yeah. I pressed my lips together, trying not to smile at her attitude. Did you see some other bitch singing besides you tonight? She rolled her eyes.
Not a bitch, Warren.
War, I thought, correcting her silently. Soon she and I were getting that straight, among other things. You want to be in this band or not? I asked her pointedly, making her believe her participation wasn't mandatory.
I'm in.
She stood and skirted her keyboard. I shifted as she approached, making room for her in our group of 3. I didn't overanalyze, but I got a bigger kick out of having her stand beside me than I had re-establishing my rule at school. The acoustics are good in the garage. I slid my arm around Lace's slender shoulders. Can we practice here? I asked Dizzy.
Warren.
She glared at me and tried to shrug free, but I tightened my hold. I noticed Brian frown. We can after 5 on weekdays, when my uncle's not home, Dizzy said.
We're not allowed to have friends over when he's home,
Lace said.
He barely tolerates Diz and me as it is.
5 on weekdays is fine. I could feel the sudden tension in her and totally related to it. My old lady wasn't happy about me having friends over when she was around either.
5's too early.
Lace shook her head.
I have to study.
Babe. I caught her eyes and gave her a firm look. Studying's a waste of time. You won't need school once we hit it big.
That's the time. Take it or leave it.
Her chin lifted to a stubborn angle.
Unless you want to practice somewhere else.
All right. I squeezed her shoulder. Actually, I was cool with the time. I had my mandated lessons with the choir teacher and my once-a-month probation appointment to consider. 6 on weekdays. Here. It's settled. Except we're short a drummer and a bassist, Brian said. Yeah, you're right. We just need to ask around. Shouldn't be that hard to fill those non-critical positions. I shifted to face Lace, placing my hands on her shoulders. Now there's that matter of a favor someone owes me. A blush hit her cheeks as I swept my thumbs over the tempting silky skin the scoop neckline of her sweater revealed. I wasn't a big fan of her choice of clothing, though I was going to love removing it.
Not having sex with you, War.
She shrugged off my hands. Good guess. My lips curved. And you said my name the way I want you to.
Shit.
Realizing her error, she frowned. You will have sex with me. War? Dizzy's tone had an edge, nearly as sharp as his glare.
I have this,
Lace said to her brother, then narrowed her eyes on me.
You're really something, you know that?
Chicks say that all the time, I said with a shrug and a smirk. She shook her head in disbelief.
They must have low expectations.
They do until after I give them a taste of me. Her lips quirked. I need to talk to you, I said low. Privately. War, Brian said, his tone terse. It hadn't escaped my notice that Dizzy wasn't the only one bristling about Lace and me. I'm gonna take off. No, man, I want to walk with you, and this won't take long. Can you hang back for a minute? Sure, I guess. Let's go inside the house. I captured Lace's hands.
You can't go inside.
Why the fuck not? I asked, immediately defensive.
You just can't.
Her expression was firm.
That's another one of my uncle's rules.
Ah, so this wasn't about me. How about we go over there? I tilted my head toward a dark, narrow space between the garage and the next-door neighbor's wood fence. Beside the garage.
All right.
She nodded.
You go first.
You just want to check out my ass, I said, moving in that direction and feeling her eyes on me as she followed.
Kick your ass, you mean?
She mumbled. You could try, Lacey. Reaching the shadows, I turned to face her. That might be fun, but I'd just win again. And then you'd owe me another favor.
Only the one.
She fisted her hands on her hips, and the movement plumped her tits. I grabbed her by the elbows and yanked her into me, bringing those perfectly rounded beauties into my chest. Lowering my head, I smashed my lips to hers. She gasped into my mouth, and I plundered her sweetness over and over again with my tongue. I was done talking.
Chapter 10. Lace. Dazed, I clutched War's solid forearms for balance when he pulled his mouth from mine. Aftershocks of pleasure streaked through me, and my legs shook so badly I could barely stand. I'd been kissed by boys before, but never by one with such desperate need. A slight curve tipped up one side of his mouth as he rested his forehead against mine. His breath was warm against my fevered skin.
You feelin' me now?
Yes. I stared into eyes that were as dark as the night sky, and found myself inextricably pulled in.
Me and you, Lace.
Easing back, he framed my face in his large hands. My skin burned where his connected with mine. Only his rings were cold, and I shivered. War, I don't think...
You can try to fight this happening between us,
he said. his eyes seeming to burn hotter than his skin.
But it will happen. Hey guys,
Brian said flatly, and I shifted to see him standing in a pool of light beside the garage.
it's late. My mom texted. I gotta go. I'll come with you.
War said as he released me. My hand slipped from his forearms, but he captured one before it could fall away. Bringing it to his mouth, he pressed his lips to my skin. Then he tugged me alongside him to where Brian stood on the driveway, only a few feet away from where we'd been. From that vantage point, he would have had a clear view of War and me. How long had he been standing there? "How is your mom?" I asked, my cheeks warm at the thought he might have seen War kiss me.
She's fine.
Brian's gaze dipped to my mouth, then lifted. His gray-green eyes glittered with fiery emotion of some sort, but I no longer knew him well enough to guess which one.
She works at Seattle General.
"She's a nurse now?" My eyes widened in surprise.
Yes.
He said with a nod, "That's wonderful. I remember how much she wanted to be one."
She's pretty stoked about it.
Yet he frowned, his gaze now focused on where War's hand and mine were joined. "And how are your sisters?" I asked, trying to extract my hand from War's grip. "Miriam? Anne?"
They're fine.
Brian seemed reluctant to share.
Everyone's good.
My brother approached us and opened his arms, motioning to Brian.
Cool seeing you again, Bri.
Dizzy leaned in and slapped his friend on the back.
Almost like old times. Better, I hope.
Brian said, his expression somber.
With you two away from all the bad stuff with your mom, I mean. Yeah, of course it is.
Dizzy said evenly, although not exactly truthfully. Uncle Bruce's apathy toward us wasn't all that different from our mother's.
No more pretend band shit. We finally have a shot at something real. We just might.
Brian hooked a thumb over his shoulder.
Hey, I gotta take off. But please know I'm truly glad to have you back as a friend again. I missed you.
His gaze flicked to me.
Both of you. Ditto, man.
Dizzy whispered gruffly. Tears threatened, stinging my eyes and tightening my throat. I wasn't the only one who'd been lonely without Brian in our lives.
Lace. See you around.
Brian gave me a chin lift, but he didn't touch me. An awkwardness stretched between us now, a restrained tension that hadn't been there before. Sure, see you. I pretended that awkwardness didn't hurt, but it did.
Lacey.
War reached for me, his hands heavy on my shoulders. He studied me, his eyes dark and active.
I'll see you at school tomorrow.
Sure, I said, but that wasn't very likely. Restroom incident aside, it was a big school. War was a junior, and I was an academic sophomore. Our classes were located in different halls.
Later,
Brian said, and he and War moved away together, their ambling strides similar.
What the hell's going on with you and War?
My brother asked, sounding more than a little alarmed. Busy watching Brian and Warren hunch their wide shoulders against the cold as they stepped out onto the sidewalk, I didn't immediately answer. They were obviously close, but so different in personality. I wondered what had happened to make them such close friends. Nothing's going on. Refocusing on Dizzy, I tossed a lock of my hair over my shoulder.
Not nothing, Lace.
He frowned.
He kissed you, didn't he?
Not talking about this with you. I turned away from him, moving toward the garage, stopping to scoop up discarded solo cups from the ground.
He did. Fucking shit. Bri told me he was cool, but this is unacceptable.
Coming up alongside me, Dizzy gave me a censuring glare.
He's too old for you, Lace.
Not significantly. I gritted out between my clenched teeth. Not that it's any of your business. He's the same age as Brian, right?
Bri would be a much better choice.
But Brian wasn't a choice at all, apparently. Though maybe just for a moment, there had been something. A flare in his eyes when I'd flirted with him. But it had been there and gone so quickly, I was afraid I'd only imagined it. Let's not fight about this. It's not a big deal. I touched my brother's arm. In the end, it was only Dizzy and me. Help me clean up, okay? He glanced down at my hand on his arm, then up at me, and his gaze softened.
Okay.
We worked in silence together, filling several large garbage bags and tossing them in the recycling bins at the end of the driveway. When we were finished, the backyard looked the same as it had before the party, and I breathed easier. I was unlocking the back door of the house when I realized Dizzy wasn't behind me.
"I'm heading out for a bit,"
he said when I turned to look at him, not quite meeting my eyes. "Met someone at the party?" I asked.
"Nothing serious."
It was never serious with my brother and girls. I had a feeling he and War were a lot alike in that regard, and I wondered about Brian. "Be careful," I said, meaning it. "Use protection."
"Always."
Dizzy's expression darkened.
"I won't be gone long."
I nodded, watching him walk away. Then I turned and went inside the house, ending the evening as I'd started it, alone.
Chapter 11. War. As soon as we turned the corner from Lace's house, I got right into it with Brian. Giving him a hard look, I asked, "You got a problem with me and Lace?" "Not a problem exactly." He rubbed the back of his neck, then dug in his jeans pocket for his cigarettes. "I just wondered why her." I narrowed my gaze. "Why me and not you with her is what you really mean, right?" Lighting one up, he glanced away. He inhaled a drag and puffed out smoke. I knew I was right without him answering. Lace had knocked him on his ass, same as she had me. "Anything happened between you and her when you were kids that I should know about?" I asked. "Hell no, War." He turned to look at me, his eyes flashing gray-green fire. "She was just a kid back then. We used to be inseparable, the three of us. Only what?" I ground my teeth together. "Spit it out, Bri." He hesitated too long to answer. "Only she's not a kid anymore, so things are different now. She's smoking hot, smart, confident, and talented." He nodded slowly, not looking happy that I noticed those things and pointed them out. "She sings almost as good as me," I said. Brian snorted. "She doesn't have a rock band voice." "She'll do okay as backup. We harmonize well." "A voice like hers?" His eyes went unfocused, and he shook his head. "If the right A&R person heard her, she might become another Amy Winehouse." Artists and repertoire reps are the point of contact between musicians and record labels. Scouts, basically. And Brian was right. Lace could go far if she were noticed by the right people. "Powerful set of pipes, soulful delivery, I agree." I nodded. "She looks like Shakira. She sings like Winehouse, and she kisses like a motivated stripper wanting to earn extra cash during a lap dance. Sucked my tongue so hard it made my cock weep, man. No joke." His brows snapped together. "Don't want to know that shit." "'Cause you want in there too?" I kept pressing him, wanting him to admit it so I could address the issue and close it down. "No." He raked a hand through his hair. "I mean, sure. If that shot was open to me, I might take it. But it's not. You called it, and I agreed. I always have your back. You know that." "Just making sure you get me." "I get you," Brian said as we stopped at the corner of Rosedale and the Ave. Sirens blared. Gunfire popped in the distance, a distance I was headed into, not away from like he was. His apartment complex was on Gramercy. My place was a couple of blocks farther south. "Lace is different," I said, giving him a firm look. "No sharing, no touching, no looking." "If you say so, War." He flicked his cigarette aside and crushed it under his heel. "I gotta go." "Me too. I'm heading to Kyle's. You want to come hang later?" "Nah, I have to help Miriam with her homework." "After, then." I wanted to pump him for more information about Lace. Brian shook his head. "My mom won't like it if I go out and leave my sisters alone on a school night when she's working." "I get it," I said, but I didn't. My old lady didn't care what I did as long as I didn't inconvenience her. Later, I leaned in and slapped him once on the back, and he clapped me hard too. Then we went our separate ways. It wasn't wise to linger in the open anywhere in Southside. I pulled up the hood on my sweatshirt and crossed the street. With my face shadowed and my strides long, I passed by numerous boarded-up vacant buildings and trash-strewn alleyways, walking with purpose. I didn't slow my steps, and I didn't look to the right or the left until I reached the top of the hill. Glancing across the street, I gave the weed-infested vacant lot and the break in the chain-link fence a long look. I could shave off a lot of time by cutting through, but more than just one kind of weed grew on that lot. It was La Raza Prima territory. Even with my rep, it would be too risky to travel through it alone. I cursed under my breath, pissed about the inconvenience. The vulgarity lingered as a visible puff of air in the rapidly cooling night. I continued to where the ground leveled off and stopped to catch my breath. After a moment, I headed for the abandoned factory on Phillips, then turned left when I reached Montclair. Kyle's apartment complex was worse than the public housing high-rise where Brian had once lived. An abandoned bathtub added a strange element to the patch of ground in the middle of the quadrangle of graffiti-emblazoned buildings. Two guys were perched on the porcelain rim, bleeding a watchful vibe, their beady eyes following me as soon as I appeared. "Kyle's expecting you." The guy in a Seattle Mariners ball cap jerked his head to the right, as if I didn't know where a guy I'd known since middle school lived. "Got it." I yanked back my hood from my head and acknowledged the dumb-as-fuck sentry with a chin lift. I untied the bandana from my belt loop, then quickly wound it around my head instead. Avoiding the worst of the broken glass on the cracked sidewalk, I jogged up the concrete steps to Kyle's unit.
"Hiya, War."
Missy Rivera was at the top. Already pretty wasted, she leaned heavily against the rusted iron railing.
"Wanna do a bump with me?"
She blinked her red-rimmed light blue eyes at me. "Maybe later," I said. She did oral for blow, and was good at it. With her, sex was a no-fuss, no-drama deal. "Let me talk to Kyle first."
"'Kay."
She settled back against the railing, crossing one ankle-high studded black boot over the other. I turned the knob and opened the door without knocking. The door was always open. This unit, and the entire complex, was under the dominion of Martin Skellen, Kyle's boss. But like a lot of things in Southside, how things appeared to be wasn't reality. Kids were more comfortable buying drugs from a guy they went to school with, so Martin didn't want it bandied about that his name, not Kyle's, was on the lease. The interior was the wreck it always was. The air reeked of pot, body odor, urine, and jizz. The furniture was a hodgepodge of shit salvaged from street corners, and carpet that had once been burnt orange was now a dingy gray with lots of nasty black stains. "He's in his office, man." Randy, the blonde dude I'd shoved into the wall at school, hooked his thumb toward the stairs. "Got it." I took the stairs two at a time, avoiding the heroin junkies reclining on it with lax expressions and tourniquets either on or near their arms. Upstairs, the stench was stronger, but I was accustomed to it. Kyle and I had been buds a long time, longer than Brian and me. "Hey, loser." Kyle saw me in the hall and beckoned me into the bathroom. His other hand was fisted in a curvy brunette's hair. She was giving him a blowjob. "Your shit's there." His voice gruff, his gaze on the wallpapered wall in front of him. He inclined his head. I noted the usual baggie with the vial of cocaine and a couple of joints. "I want to change our arrangement after tonight." "How so?" He closed his eyes, grunted, and pulled the brunette off his dick. She released him, swiped the back of her hand across her mouth, and snagged a goodie bag of her own from the counter.
"Excuse me,"
she said, scooting past me in the narrow space on her way out of the room. "You want cash?" Kyle asked, focusing on me but not bothering to pull up his jeans. "No, man. Trade only." I didn't want any traceable link between us. "What do you want?" "I'm getting a band together," I said, needing to set up the request properly. Kyle scoffed. "You've been getting a band together ever since I've known you, man." "This time for real, and we need a place to perform." "A club?" he asked. "Hell yeah, a legit one. 500 capacity minimum." That's tricky with you and Bri under legal drinking age." "We'll be 18 soon, and don't BS me, man. We can wear wristbands if we have to, and if clubs aren't comfortable with having an underage band on stage, you can convince them otherwise. I wouldn't come to you if I thought you couldn't pull it off." "Probably can, but if I do, you gotta come through for me, too." "You do your part, I'll do mine. That's our arrangement. Have I ever let you down before?" After a considering beat, Kyle nodded, but continued to look skeptical. "You'll have to audition. Take whatever position you can get in the lineup." "We deserve top billing." "War dude, you gotta start at the bottom like everyone else. And if you mess up, you probably won't get another shot." "Won't mess up," I bit out. "Neither will Bri. And now we have a rhythm guy and another vocalist, too." "Dizzy Lowell and his uppity sister?" "Yeah. My brows hit my bandana." "How do you know that?" "It's my business to know." "Who told you?" I asked, not buying that Kyle had godlike powers. "Randy. He's into the sister." My lips flattened. "You didn't know." One of Kyle's black brows inched up. "No. But shit. Brian, Randy, the basketball dude at the party? Lace had only been at school one day and she already had a line. Not that it mattered. It was me for her now. No one else." "Cut her in as part of a sweetener for the deal," Kyle said, "and I might be able to get you top billing somewhere." "How?" My eyes narrowed. "Randy's cousin is in a band, one that already has a big following." No way in fucking hell was I going to let another guy touch Lace. She was mine. But Kyle didn't need to know that. "All right, sure, consider her in." "Okay. Might take me a while to set it all up, but I'm on it." "Great." I snagged my goodie bag. "You hanging around?" "Yeah." Here was as good a place as any. I certainly had no reason to go home. I tilted my head. "The back bedroom occupied?" "No, man, have at it. Stay as long as you like." "'Kay." I gave Kyle a chin lift. I sure as fuck wasn't going to fist bump him while he still had his jeans around his ankles. Turning, I left the bathroom to get Missy and found her on the stairs with the junkies. "Come on." I waved the baggie in front of her and her eyes brightened. It was too easy. In the bedroom, I laid out a line on the dresser. After I did a bump, I tapped one out for her. "BJ first," I said, "then you get the blow."
Okay.
She took an elastic band off her wrist. I unbuckled my belt and worked on the buttons on my jeans while she secured her long hair in a ponytail. It was all very matter-of-fact. A few minutes later, her head bobbing in my lap, I closed my eyes as my heart raced from the cocaine. I wanted to get off. What guy didn't want to get blown? But I imagined someone else while Missy went down on me. Even with coke in my system, it didn't take long.
Chapter 12. Lace. Tossing and turning that night, I couldn't sleep. Thoughts of Brian, the sweet boy he was and the handsome man he'd become, assailed me while I was lying on my right side. War laid siege to me when I flipped over onto the other side. Trying to get it straight in my mind, I switched to lying on my back, but even in that position, I failed to find any clarity. By 3 a.m., I'd had enough. I grabbed my sketch pad and tiptoed downstairs, careful of the second-to-last step because I knew it creaked. My uncle was home from work. I'd heard him come in earlier, and I didn't want to wake him. Dirty dishes were piled next to the kitchen sink. I smiled, pleased that Uncle Bruce had eaten the meal I'd left for him. It wasn't much. I had a limited budget to work with for grocery shopping, and I wasn't a great cook. But unlike Dizzy, I did my best to please our uncle. After washing the dishes and utensils he'd left behind, I dried and put them away in the cabinet. Then I took a seat at the small kitchen table and began to draw. Fluid lines on the empty page represented my thoughts of Brian, the boy who had once listened to me and seemed to care about my dreams and valued my smiles. The jagged lines represented war. He pushed me, made me angry, but he also stirred my sensual desires. That kiss had been unforgettable. Factoring in the way he sang with the way he kissed, I suspected there was more to him than arrogance, but I couldn't be sure. Restless, I shifted in my chair. I was attracted to War, but he was a big unknown. On the other hand, so was Brian. My heart longed to reconnect with him, but if I tried, would I find the remnants of the boy I'd known, or more cool rejection by the man? Catching my bottom lip between my teeth, I began to shade in the outfit with the side of my pencil. I felt like my drawings sometimes, just an outer layer. All most people cared about was that. But there was a girl inside me, one with big hopes and lofty dreams beneath the surface. But I was the only one who really knew or cared about her.
"What are you doing up?"
Startled by Uncle Bruce's voice, I glanced up. I couldn't sleep. Messy black hair overshadowed features that were too boldly drawn to be pleasing, and eyes that were a darker gold than Dizzy's or mine.
"It's a school night, Lace."
His disapproval bored holes in me. I know. My stomach tied itself into knots, much like my tongue did when I was around him.
"If you know, you should be in your room."
He pointed with his head. No place to draw there. The words escaped before I could stop them. He frowned.
"If you want a table, you should buy one. Spend your salary on furniture rather than clothing."
Uncle Bruce was always going on about money and responsibility. I got it. My mom had been the ultimate example of the opposite. Everything she possessed, even her own children, had been bartered to feed her out-of-control drug addiction. But lectures about responsibility delivered by my uncle without any warmth or affection left me feeling as lonely and cold as I'd been when living with her. I wrapped my arms around myself. "Can I get you something?" I asked, staring down at my drawing, the lines blurring with stupid tears I refused to shed. I never cried anymore. The last time had been the night of the Metallica concert. If Dizzy were awake, he would chastise me. My brother didn't understand why I let Uncle Bruce get to me, or why I was always trying to please him. Sure, how our uncle treated us bothered Dizzy too, but my brother and I weren't wired the same way. Dizzy buried his feelings deep, and was content to live his life on the superficial level. I hadn't yet developed that knack. The little girl part of me kept chipping at the ice around my uncle's heart, feeling colder and number every time he rejected me. I retreated, not because I chose to, but because I was forced to. Uncle Bruce shook his head, scowling.
"No, Lace. What I want is for you to go back to bed. This is my house. The situation what it was with your mother, I stepped up and gave you and your brother a place to stay, but only until you're of age."
"Thank you for that, for everything," I murmured, like I had many times before.
"While you're here,"
he said sharply, pointing a finger at me,
"you need to remember that you have your space and I have mine. It works that way. Understand?"
"Yes." I gathered my drawing pad and my pencils to my chest. "Sorry." Standing, I ducked my chin and quickly padded away from him across the chilly floor.
"Lace,"
he called softly. I turned around, my heart beating fast and my expression hopeful.
"remember, this arrangement with you living here is only temporary."
"Just until I graduate." My heart slowed and my expression fell. "I remember." Swallowing the bitterness, I retreated once more.
War. I stumbled up the front steps to my place, jazzed up on too much coke and not enough sedatives to slow my adrenaline. I cursed silently at how my legs shook and my hands trembled. It took me 3 attempts to insert my key in the lock. Inside the small tile entryway, I turned to close the door and quickly twisted the 3 deadbolts. At the sound of light footsteps, I froze, hoping my mother would turn aside and go into the kitchen rather than approach me.
Warren?
Yeah, I wasn't surprised. I got the opposite of what I'd hoped for, and got served a big pile of shit instead. Hope was a sorry son of a bitch. He didn't like me.
You smell like pot and cheap perfume.
She frowned as she looked me over. Being on the receiving end of her attention was like being doused in ice water. A total buzzkill.
Do you know what time it is?
It's 3 fucking a.m. I snapped, pissed that she'd ruined my high by giving me the business.
We have an agreement.
Her thin brows drew together beneath a tangle of messy hair that was the same mixture of dark and light brown as my own. You talked. I don't remember agreeing to anything.
You get in trouble again?
She said, her coppery eyes glistening in irritation.
You're going to end up right back in jail.
Not going back there. I'd fucking die first.
Where were you?
She asked, her delicate features pinched. You know where I was. I pulled the bandana from my head and stuffed it into my pocket. I was a disappointment. I'd always be that to her. But what I didn't do was lie to her. The piece of shit married to someone else who knocked her up with me had done plenty of that.
Kyle's not a good influence.
He isn't an influence at all. I used him like I used everyone to meet my goals. After all, if I didn't look out for myself, who the fuck would?
Was Brian with you?
She asked. No, we parted ways after the party at Dizzy's house.
You should hang out more with Brian. He's a good son, respects his mom, loves his sisters, and he's loyal to you.
My mother twisted her hands so tightly around the TV remote that her fingers blanched. Her dispensing unwanted advice was both unexpected and uncomfortable. I could count on one hand the number of times she'd pretended to give a shit about me. I respect you, I bit out.
Right, sure,
she said, rolling her eyes. Fuck it. I frowned. Bry's not the saint you think he is. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell her it had been Brian's idea to hotwire my old man's car, and him who had crashed it, but I bit back that bitter truth. I wasn't a pathetic little boy desperate for his mommy's approval. Sorry to be such a burden to you. My lips pulled back from my teeth.
Warren, let's start over.
I was done doing this bullshit dance with her. I'd been done a long time ago. Her keeping my old man's identity a secret from me after I'd begged for a name had been the last straw. She worked hard, and I respected her for that. But I didn't let her anywhere near my black and unsalvageable heart anymore. You do your thing, Mother, and I'll do mine, I said, bitterness creeping into my voice. After graduation, I'm gone. It would only be a year and a handful of months. Sooner, if the band hit it big.
Chapter 13. Lace. The morning after the party, I didn't see Brian or War when I arrived at school. Must not have made much of an impression on either one. After a sleepless night and a reminder from Uncle Bruce about being an unwanted burden, I was in a pretty bad mood, so it was better that I didn't see them. After a quick stop at my locker, I hurried down the hall with the masses. I filed into Mr. Schubert's classroom with the other students as the first bell rang, but found my path to an empty seat in the back row blocked by Randy. "Step aside, please." I ground out the words. Stepping closer, he said firmly,
Go out with me.
"No." Annoyed, I glared up at him. "I made myself clear on that matter yesterday." His lips curled into a sneer.
Things are different today.
Different how?
Today, I know your standards are appallingly low.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? Angry, I tightened my grip on my backpack straps.
Warren Jenkins is what I mean. He's a loser and an asshole. Don't you get that?
He's not a loser. I cranked up my chin. Unless by loser, you mean he's not a spoiled, entitled prick like you. Burn! Came from our classmates, along with some hisses. How wonderful. Insert sarcasm. Everyone is watching.
Warren is the prick,
Randy said, still hammering at me.
Acting all into you at your house, then having Missy Rivera suck his dick afterward.
What? I whispered as my stomach lurched.
You heard me.
Randy's gaze took on a spiteful gleam.
If you get off on being treated like shit,
he said, getting so close I had to crane my neck to keep his face in view.
I can certainly oblige you.
Foolish Lace, letting war kiss you and thinking that it meant anything. Screw you, Randy. My eyes stung and I blinked back tears. I wanted to run away and hide, but I also wanted to lash out. What Randy said in front of everyone was humiliating, and it hurt, more than it should have. Yet I clenched my hands into fists and held my ground. Sudden unexpected warmth hit my back. I turned my head, then cranked my chin up. Way up. Chad from the party gave me a grim nod, and then shifted his gaze to Randy.
Stay out of this, Phillips,
Randy told him.
Quit being an asshole,
Chad said, not seeming to care or was unaffected by the threat Randy represented. Randy's expression turned thunderous.
This doesn't concern you. Lace is a nice girl.
Chad kept his voice even as he gave my shoulders a gentle, reassuring squeeze.
She's my friend, and you're bullying her just because she refused to go out with you. So I guess what they say about bullies is true. Which is what?
Randy asked. I wanted to smile. He'd fallen right into the word trap, not bothering to deny he was a bully.
Only people who are unhappy with themselves are mean to others,
Chad said simply, and I nodded at his wise words. He was right. Mr. Schubert loudly cleared his throat.
Class, take your seats. Show's over. The bell has rung. Time to learn something.
I shot Mr. Schubert a grateful look, and he gave me a nod. Turning around to face Chad, I said, "Thank you for coming to my rescue."
You didn't need a rescue, but you're welcome.
He gestured to an empty desk, closer to the middle of the room than the back.
Want to sit here beside me today?
Yeah, I would. Thanks. I took off my backpack and slid into the seat. He started unpacking his stuff, and I did the same.
Tempest!
Mr. Schubert drew a line beneath the title he'd written on the blackboard.
Let's begin this discussion with what we can learn from Shakespeare that's relevant to today. Valerie.
He pointed with his chalk to a blonde in the front row wearing a cheerleading outfit.
Power and control. Caliban's pursuit of justice. Is it subjective manipulation or personal revenge? What do you think?
I zoned out as she babbled a reply about costumes in the movie production of the play that had absolutely nothing to do with Mr. Schubert's question. My mind spun as I began replaying everything War had said. He'd come on strong. I didn't understand why he'd made all the fuss, only to lose interest within hours. It didn't make any sense, but maybe it wasn't supposed to make sense. When the bell rang, it surprised me. In a daze, I gathered my things. A shadow fell over me.
Can I walk you to your next class?
Chad asked. On any other day, I might have said no. I liked him as a friend, but I didn't want him to get the wrong idea. On the other hand, I didn't want to be alone when I was feeling emotional and vulnerable. Sure, I nodded.
Want me to carry that?
His gaze dipped to my backpack. No, I have it. I was dense, obviously, given my mistake about where I ranked with a guy like War, which wasn't at all, but I wasn't totally clueless. Letting Chad carry my books would give the impression that he and I were romantically involved. After what happened with Warren, I decided I wasn't going to be serious with any guy. They weren't trustworthy.
All right, if you're sure.
Giving me a funny look, Chad gestured for me to precede him. I slid the straps of my backpack into place and marched determinedly down the aisle. From now on, I was a one-woman show. No guy was going to mess with my head. But as soon as I exited the classroom, I saw War and stumbled to a stop. Hurt careened around inside my chest, a possessed pinball inside a machine on bonus round.
Hey, Lacey.
War pushed away from the row of lockers where he'd been leaning, obviously waiting for me. Another white t-shirt stretched distractingly across his pecs and wide shoulders as he moved toward me. Even in a hallway crowded with students, he was given the right of way. He stopped in front of me, his wallet chain swaying as he gave me a scan.
You look nice. I missed you.
Not all that much, apparently, I said. My chest was glass, too brittle to contain careening emotion. His brown eyes narrowing, he glanced at Chad as if he were the problem, and frowned.
What the fuck, Phillips? You making a move on my girl? Got no problem with you,
Chad said.
You're gonna have a problem with me if you don't move away from her.
Not your girl, Warren, I said stiffly, my arms and legs locked. Not your anything.
You trembling in my arms when I kissed you last night says you are.
War stared down at me, a crease forming between his brows beneath the red bandana tied around his head. I had an off night. I made a mistake, one I'm not going to repeat. It tore me up more than it should have to look at him right now, and know he'd been with someone else right after kissing me.
Not a mistake.
His expression turned dark.
The best thing that ever happened to you is what you mean.
Listen, Warren. I blew out a disbelieving breath at his arrogance. Don't take this the wrong way, since we're going to be in a band together and all, but I'm not the right type of girl for you.
Don't really care what you think.
His chin came up. Silken layers of dark and light brown hair slid forward to shadow his eyes as he peered down the length of his nose at me.
Told you how it was going to be last night.
Last night is over, I said, noting his nose had a slight bump in it. Probably had been broken before. You don't tell me what to do or think, Warren Jenkins. No matter how cute he was with his strong features and his broken nose, his authoritative bullshit rankled. You don't own me.
I do when my tongue is in your mouth.
He stepped closer, his movement so abrupt, his wallet chain slapped his thigh. It was just a stupid kiss. I clenched my hands into fists, noticing we had an audience. This one bigger than the last one. Oh, joy. Insert more sarcasm. Only one class completed today, but I'd already had 2 very public confrontations with guys. Having had enough, I leaned forward. I'm done with guys today thinking they can intimidate me.
Who's intimidating you?
The crease between War's brows deepened.
I'm just trying to make you see that—
Grr! I see you, Warren. I get it. I'm not some stupid little slut who will drop to my knees and suck you off in a bathroom or anywhere else just because you're handsome and you know how to kiss.
Lace?
His voice went low and his eyes softened.
None of those other girls mean anything.
What a bunch of crap. I threw my hands in the air. Not talking about this anymore. Stay away from me, Warren. I stomped past him, pushing my way through the gathered crowd. A few patted me on the back. Spotting an exit door, I shoved it open and stepped outside. Tears blurred my vision. Squeezing my eyes shut, I willed them away and leaned back against the wall, trying to calm down. Breathe, Lace. In and out. You just need some fresh air. Only I inhaled a lungful of cigarette smoke. Realizing I wasn't alone, I opened my eyes to a noxious cloud. A familiar face just on the other side of it.
Chapter 14. War. Hold up. A huge Latino guy grabbed my arm just as I was about to go after Lace. You trying to claim Lace Lowell as yours? Not trying to. I frowned down at where he gripped me, then lifted my gaze. She is mine. Hate to be the one to break it to you, pendejo. Dumbass. His expression and voice were amused. But she didn't get that memo. Get your hand off me, I growled, and he released me. I'd let her cool down for a moment if I were you, but it's your call. Who the fuck are you? I narrowed my eyes. He looked somewhat familiar. Why should I care what you think? My glare burned as hot as a solar flare, but his was cool, glittering gold. Under normal circumstances, I'd have laid him out, right at the beginning of our interchange without all the dialogue, but I wanted to know what the deal was between him and Lace. Name's Joaquin Asenado. He hooked a thumb toward his huge chest. Most people just call me King. Heard your band's short of percussionist. Wary, I nodded. You heard right. I'm the best drummer you'll ever hear, he said, and my brows rose. I'm also Lace's friend. Wannabe boyfriend, you mean? I took a step closer, rethinking the violence. I could jack him up if I needed to, even though he had at least 50 pounds on me. I had my rep for a reason. No, he shook his head. No, I'm not saying never on that. She's tough as nails. Pretty. Smart, too. Another interested party. Was there any guy in this school who didn't already have a thing for her? Lace defended you in class today, the basketball player said as he came closer. I'd noticed Chad hanging around while I was talking to the Latino, even though everyone else had taken off. The tardy bell ringing was imminent. Defended me how? I asked, suddenly very interested. Randy gave her a hard time before class, in front of everyone. Ah, so that's what she meant about guys intimidating her. I fisted my hands, ignoring how the rings on my fingers cut into my skin. It was time that I had another word with that asshole. No switchblade, but it didn't matter. My rings were effective for leaving cuts and bruises. When she turned him down again, Chad said, he laid into her about you being with Missy Rivera last night. My head snapped to the door Lace had gone through. So that was it. Why she was pushing me away. She knew about Missy and me. Fucking shit. Randy called you a loser and some other stuff that set her off. She defended you in front of the whole class and put him in his place. She didn't back down an inch. Didn't back down yesterday either. Long layers of King's black hair moved with his head as he nodded approvingly. Even though Belinda pulled a blade on her. My eyes grew wide. Something warm and unfamiliar burned inside them, and inside my chest, too. No one besides Brian had ever defended me. May have to rethink my not now, and throw in a bid for Lace, too, King said in his slightly accented voice. That white girl is the shit. Lace thinks you're worth defending. Chad got in my face, staring down at me. So be worth defending. You thinking you have a play with her? I asked, giving him back the attitude he was serving me, but also holding my breath as I waited on his reply. I'd seen the soft way she'd looked at him at the party before I made my move. I think Lace is her own person, Chad said, not really answering. And if I, or you, or anyone else, he glanced pointedly at Joaquin, wants a shot with her, they better treat her right. Who the fuck made you her spokesman? I narrowed my gaze. No one. I like her, and she seems to like you, or she did, before you screwed up. He continued staring me down as I glared up at him. Fucking hell. I had more problems than just Lace. I needed to be meaner if a straight-laced motherfucker like this guy didn't think he had to cower from me. I know you can fuck me up, War, Chad said, apparently not done. I get that you're tough and have friends in high places and shit. But Lace showed me something today, showed everyone. There are too many bullies at Southside like you and Randy running all over the rest of us. I'm not turning away or running anymore. If Lace needs me, I'm there for her. Just wanted to make that clear to you. Lifting his chin, giving me some respect, he turned away. The tardy bell rang. Chad had said his piece. It was a nice speech, but he was going to be late for class. That made me happy, or it would have if I weren't so worried I'd blown things up with Lace. Word choice intentional.
Chapter 15. Lace. Bri, I said, acknowledging him before I turned away. I didn't want him to see me like this, weak and emotional.
Lace?
Placing his hand on my arm, Brian gently turned me around to face him. My skin tingled, registering the warmth of him beneath the woven yarns of my sweater. I also noted the comfort of his grip.
You look upset.
His brows drawn together, He flicked the cigarette aside and crushed it under his boot heel.
What's wrong? What happened?
Nothing. I blinked rapidly, attempting to diminish the wet sheen of hurt and frustration.
Not nothing.
Releasing my arm, he gently grasped my chin and lifted my head to study me. That gorgeous gray-green gaze I'd gladly drown in drifted slowly over my features, seeming to linger on my mouth.
Who upset you? I'll kick their ass.
His voice was firm but rough.
Tell me,
he said softly, as he framed my face in both his hands. His controlled anger on my behalf, added to his gentle concern, made me melt. Okay, to be honest, all that he was and had once meant to me melted me. There was a time I'd cast him in the role of my very own Prince Charming. War. I wet my suddenly dry lips and swallowed. War upset me. Brian released me and took a big step backward. Yeah. I let out a nervous laugh, wrapping my arms around myself as the concern in his expression disappeared. Figured you'd react like that. His eyes narrowed.
What's that supposed to mean?
You tell me, Brian. We were once close friends, but now there's war, and you can't seem to be bothered with me anymore.
We're still friends,
he said, frowning. Really? All my sleeplessness, frustration, and anger spilled over and out of my mouth. How can that be? Friends talk to each other. I haven't heard from you in years. Not a single word. Nothing since the night at the Metallica concert.
I was just a kid then,
he said, as if that were an excuse. And I wasn't?
How was I supposed to react? What was I supposed to do?
Frowning, he raked a hand through his hair.
You were almost raped, Lace. And all I could do was stand there.
Did he blame himself like Dizzy did? It wasn't your fault.
It felt like it was.
He blew out a breath.
I should have stopped you from going upstairs.
My eyes widened, and his turned unfocused as if he were remembering that dreadful scene.
Then after,
he said,
you didn't even want me around.
I was scared, I whispered, confused.
So was I. Barely older than you when it happened. Then you moved away right after that, and I knew I needed to let you go. You were better off someplace else, anywhere else.
His eyes refocused.
Or that's what I told myself. You're better off, Lace, aren't you?
I was better off in a lot of ways, but in others I wasn't. Before, I would have shared the bad and the good with Brian, all of it. But not now, even though I wanted to. Sure, I said, letting him off the hook.
Good.
He let out a shaky exhale, as if he'd feared my answer. I have plans, I said, deciding to give him a little more. I make good grades like your mom encouraged me to do. I want to go to college and study fashion design.
Makes sense.
He tilted his head to a reflective angle.
I remember all those outrageous Britney Spears costumes you used to throw on for our performances.
Hopefully, slightly better than those, I said, and he grinned. Encouraged by that, I blabbed more. If I do well on my SAT, I should qualify for a scholarship.
What's after that?
He asked, and I shrugged. That's pretty far into the future.
Don't tell me you haven't thought further.
He raised a brow. I'd love to have my own label, see my clothes modeled on the runway at fashion shows in New York and Milan. Curious, I squinted up at him. And you?
I want to be a world-famous guitarist. Walk on stage with my guitar in Madison Square Garden. Own it.
Nodding, I said, I can see you doing that for sure.
And there she is.
Who? I asked.
You, Lace.
He shook his head.
You always had a way of making me believe anything was possible.
His eyes shone.
I never thought I'd see you again, let alone talk to you like this.
Me either.
I wanted to see you again. So many times I thought about it after you left. But my mom wouldn't let me. She said I'd interfere with your healing process, maybe even trigger a flashback.
All these years, I shook my head. I had it all wrong. I thought you didn't want to be friends with me anymore because of what Sean did.
That wasn't it at all. And now that I'm older, I wonder if there was some other reason my mom wanted me to stay away.
Closing his hands around my upper arms, Brian pulled me closer.
I didn't mean to hurt you. I thought I was doing the right thing.
And there he was, the Brian I knew before. Doing the right thing for those he cared about had always been important to the boy I'd befriended. It's okay, I said, wishing so badly I could go back in time and do it all over again.
It's not.
His eyes searched mine.
I can see that it's not. I'm sorry I got it wrong.
The door I'd come through only moments before suddenly burst open and banged against the brick wall. War stepped outside and Brian released me.
Sorry for what?
War asked, glancing back and forth between us.
Just stuff in the past,
Brian said, and War's eyes narrowed.
Chapter 16. War.
I'm going to class,
Lace said, looking all pissy again, even though her expression had been as soft as cotton candy with Brian when I'd stepped outside. Babe. I grabbed her arm when she attempted to brush past me. Stay. Her eyes flashed.
Let go of me, Warren.
No, I said firmly, and she frowned.
That wasn't a question.
I want to talk to you, I said. Now.
You don't have anything to say that I want to hear.
She tried to shrug free of my hold. When I wouldn't let her, she gasped and tugged harder.
Let go.
Let her go, War, Brian said. His hand fell like a ton of bricks on my arm, and I released her.
Don't.
Her voice cracking, she skirted around me, not meeting my eyes.
Don't ever touch me again.
That so wasn't happening. Lacey, I called. Shrugging off Brian, I turned to go after her, but the door slammed in my face after she ran back inside. With my fingers opening and closing reflexively at my sides, and really wanting to beat the shit out of someone, I spun around and railed at my best friend. Bri, what the hell? I frowned at him. I wasn't hurting her. I'd never hurt her. There are more ways than just physical ones to hurt someone. I know. My brows drew together. I'd been schooled on that my whole damn life. Brian knew that too. He knew my shit, and I knew all his. We didn't talk it to death, but there were no secrets between us. Yeah, we both have piece of shit fathers. He gave me a long look. But trust me on this. Lace has had it worse. How much worse? Staring at the door, I winced as my gut clenched. Lace seemed so put together, so strong. I couldn't imagine it. Not for me to share her secrets, man. Come on, Bri. I turned back to look at him. Help a brother out. No, War, just... A lot of bad stuff happened when we were kids. His expression darkened. If she wants to tell you, she will. But that's up to her. But if she means something to you, I'd advise you to proceed cautiously with her. Physically, especially. You're not going to get anywhere with her if you don't take care. I scoffed. You're acting like she's some delicate flower. That's exactly what I'm saying. You're wrong. She just told Randy off in front of her whole class. Pride rang in my voice. And yesterday, she stood up to Belinda, even though that psycho chick pulled a switchblade on her. I shook my head. She's not the little girl you knew, and she's a lot tougher than you think. Brian frowned. You don't know what I think. Narrowing my eyes on him, I said, I don't like coming out here and seeing your hands on her. She was upset. You upset her. His gaze a frozen tundra, he lifted his chin. She's my friend, and if she needs comforting, I'm going to comfort her, even if the reason she needs it is because of you. Fucking hell! I shoved my fists in my jeans pockets. Fine, okay, you're right. But fuck, man, she's got me all twisted up in knots. I'm trying to do this right. But maybe I should have just done things the way I usually do and fucked her last night. She give you that sort of invitation? He asked, his eyes narrowing. I almost didn't tell him the truth, but I sensed I needed his help to have and secure her. No, not exactly. Right. I thought not. I heard you were with Missy last night. So what? I let that hang. So, he said slowly, Lace isn't like Missy or the other chicks we fuck. I know that. I know she's different. Yeah, that's what you say, but I don't believe you mean it. And if I don't believe you, why the hell do you think Lace is going to? I hear you, I mumbled, not liking that he was making sense. It kept me from getting what I wanted right now, which was Lace. Do you? His brows rose almost to his hairline. Truly? I nodded once. Then you better figure out how to convince her. With the way things are, I give you less than a 50% chance. Fuck the odds. I gritted my teeth. Talk to her for me. No, War. No fucking way. Listen, man, I screwed up. I realize that now. I couldn't even get off with Missy without imagining Lace. You want me to share that with Lace? He asked, his mouth flattening into a disapproving line. No. I shook my head. Fuck no. I just want you to understand how bad I have it, and put in a few good words for me with her. Talk her into hearing me out. Okay? Brian gave that some thought. All right. Good. Thanks. I let out a breath, took my hands out of my pockets and shook them, relaxing a bit. In other news, I just learned we might have a drummer and a bassist for the band. Really? Who? He asked. You ever heard of a guy called Joaquin Asenado? King, you mean? I nodded. Yeah, he's the one. His brother saved Jorge's life. King is Adrian's little brother? I asked. Yeah, he said. Only King's not so little. No, he sure the fuck isn't. The guy's built like a monster truck. And about as subtle when it came to things he was passionate about. Like Lace, unfortunately. If he plays the drums with that power... I shook my head, having difficulty imagining it. He does. How do you know? I asked. He was in the band his freshman year. Got crosswise with the band director and got kicked off. He has a bad temper. Excellent, I said. He'll fit right in. Probably. Brian laughed. Who's the bassist? Sager Reed. Supposed to be able to groove and has some songwriting chops. Brian's brow creased. Never heard of him. Friend of Joaquin's. Ah, a friend recommendation is biased. So basically, Sager is an unknown at this point. Yeah, I said, but not for long. And neither is where we can go as a band if we play our cards right. I filled him in about my talk with Kyle, except for the Lace part of the deal. Looking impressed, Brian nodded approvingly. He knew once I set my mind on a course of action, I'd see it through. I just have to make some modifications with Kyle, and soon. I didn't need anything else ruining my chances with Lace.
Chapter 17. Lace. Hey, Diz. Emotion stung my eyes when I saw my brother lounging against my locker, waiting for me at the end of the day.
Heard you gave it and then some, to not just one but a couple of guys today.
He searched my gaze. Apparently, there's not much going on at this school, I grumbled, if that's the top news on the gossip chain. I shooed him aside so I could open my locker.
You're the new girl, you're pretty, and you're not afraid to stand up for yourself. I don't think they're gonna have any better entertainment for a while.
He suddenly seemed to zero in on one side of my face.
Did Belinda really hack off a hunk of your hair yesterday?
She did, I said, exchanging the books I had for the ones I needed. But it's over and done, not worth mentioning.
You should have told me.
The previous incredulousness of his tone changed to concern.
I don't want anyone harassing you. I'll have a firm word with one of her higher-ups.
Not necessary. I met someone who already did that. He tilted his head.
The guy you were sitting by at lunch today?
His name is King. He was one of the few highlights of the day. Talking to Brian for those few moments was another. It had almost been like old times. Plus, giving it further thought, I had to admit that Chad was turning out to be a good friend. And then there was my brother. My heart warmed at the knowledge that Dizzy kept tabs on me during the day. King introduced me to his best friend, Sager likes to sketch, like me. They're both coming by the house later to try out for the band.
No one told me anything about a tryout.
Dizzy's brow creased.
Who told you? I did.
Brian moved across the hall toward us. Handsome as sin, he moved with smooth, effortless strides, like his fingers on the strings of his guitar.
Why didn't you tell me?
Dizzy gave Brian a hurt look.
I saw Lace after 5th period. War sent me to talk to her. Didn't see you until now.
Brian slid his cell from the front pocket of his jeans.
Here.
He handed it to my brother.
Put your cell number in there. Lace's too. All right.
Longish layers of Dizzy's platinum and black hair slid across his brow, shadowing his gaze as he typed.
You ready to go?
Brian asked me, leaning against my locker, his muscular forearm propped above my head. Yeah. I licked my dry lips. My heart raced with him so close, and my mind wandered. I wondered what that incredible scent of his was. It was cool and crisp, like freshly fallen snow in a pine forest.
Ready to go where?
Dizzy shot Brian a curious look as he returned his phone.
I'm walking Lace home today,
Brian said. Watching him slide his cell into the front pocket of his well-fitting jeans, I had an additional reason for my fast heart rate.
What's going on with you two?
Dizzy glanced back and forth between Brian and me.
I thought you were with War.
I'm not with anyone, I said firmly, but I could see where my brother might be confused. Brian's just walking me home so we can catch up.
Okay, I guess.
Dizzy's head turned, his attention drifting to a curvy brunette and a blonde in the hallway. Hey, Diz! The blonde giggled.
Hey, you.
He jerked his chin up, then looked right through Brian and me.
I'm gonna take off. See you guys later. At practice.
When he jogged over to the girls, they separated from each other. He moved between them, slinging his arm around each one. Neither girl looked unhappy to share him. Hard to believe. I shook my head, wondering how my brother could make a situation like that work.
A lot of things are difficult to believe,
Brian said. Huh? Puzzled by his words, I turned to look at him. He was staring at me, the heat in his eyes palpable.
Difficult to believe you're the same little girl who used to annoy the shit out of me with constant questions.
Brian hooked his thumb in the direction everyone else had gone.
We'd better take off.
You didn't have to answer them, I said, moving along with him in the direction he'd pointed.
I wanted to. You were annoying but cute. You asked good questions, and I liked you looking up to me. It was cool. Who would have thought?
He said low, placing his hand on the small of my back and steering me through the hall.
That cute would end up being as pretty as this.
Holy shit. I stumbled from the compliment. Plus, with him touching me, there was enough electrical current buzzing inside me to light up the entire Southside power grid. Stupid ballet flats, I muttered, feeling his eyes on me. Got caught on a crack in the floor.
Ah, I didn't see one.
His hand slid more firmly into position on my back.
But seen or unseen obstacles, I won't let you fall. I've got you.
I wasn't going to argue with that. This was the boy I knew. Gentle, caring, teasing. But all that felt different now. Vastly different. When we turned from the hall and entered the foyer, a few students were lingering by the office, and I noticed them tracking us.
You seem to have developed a different style from when we were younger.
Removing his hand from my back, Brian pushed open the door and held it open for me. My hip brushed his as I scooted past. Heat jolted me, and my legs wobbled. Make the grades and look the part, I said, being careful on my wobbly legs not to trip on the steps outside. Plus, I have some income to make my own choices about what I wear.
Sexy and studious.
He returned his hand to my back, guiding me along the sidewalk in front of the school. My body tingling, I didn't protest his touch. I reveled in it. Not trying to be sexy, I said as my brows drew together.
You don't have to try, Lace.
The way he said my name made me warm, even though it was chilly outside. Hey, Bri. A blonde with better curves than me and a cigarette dangling from her lips disengaged from the group she was in and waved at him from across the lawn.
Hey, Janine.
He acknowledged her with a chin lift. See you tomorrow, Bri. Another girl, This one with long, inky dark hair and beautiful ice blue eyes waved at him over her shoulder as she hurried past us. "Who was that?" I asked, turning to him after scanning the girl. She was pretty, and her jeans were tighter and newer than mine.
"Missy Rivera,"
he said after a long pause. "Oh." I stumbled again, and he stabilized me. Or he tried to. With him touching me, I didn't feel steady at all. Through the chain-link fence, I tracked the girl who had given War a blowjob. She climbed into the back seat of an old car with a bunch of guys. In the front passenger seat, another girl, a redhead, openly returned my stare.
"You okay?"
Brian asked. "Yeah." I looked back at him, but I wasn't okay. Brian wasn't my Brian anymore, but he certainly seemed to be for most of the girls at Southside High.
"All right."
He placed his hand on my lower back again. We walked through the gate together, but soon I heard a car pulling up alongside us, and I knew even before I looked that it was the car Missy had gotten into. "You coming to Kyle's later?" The redhead asked her question with more than half of her body hanging out of the passenger window. To my dismay, she was prettier up close.
"Maybe,"
Brian said.
"I'll talk to War."
"I'll save you both something special." Laughing, she ducked back inside the car. Brian lifted a finger in the air in response to her wave. The ball tires on the car squealed, burning rubber as it peeled away from the curb, leaving a trail of acrid smoke behind. Maybe this walk wasn't such a good idea. Not for me, at least. Not with so many of the girls in love with Brian, and me so susceptible to him. I could far too easily become just another one. "You have a lot of friends," I said carefully as we walked along the perimeter of the school property that took up a city block.
"Some.
He gave me a sidelong look.
I've been at Southside High longer than you."
"A lot of friends that are girls,"
"I guess I do."
he said, holding my gaze.
"But none that mean anything."
"I've heard that one before," I muttered. "From War."
"Ah, right."
Releasing me, Brian withdrew a package of cigarettes from his front jeans pocket.
"He's seriously into you."
He mumbled with the unlit cigarette bobbing between his firm lips. "War, you mean?"
"Yeah.
His mouth tipped up at the edges.
Though I could see why you'd need me to be more specific."
Finding a lighter in his pocket, he flicked the flame on and lit his cigarette.
"You've made an impression on a lot of guys around here in a very short amount of time."
"You too, with all those girls." His eyes narrowed above the twin trails of smoke he exhaled through his nostrils. "What happened after you moved away?" I asked, tilting my head.
"How do you mean?"
Beneath his tousled brown hair, his brow creased. "You're different. Harder," I said, giving it to him real. "I used to know you so well. Now you're difficult for me to read."
"I'm still the same."
He shrugged, and I got lost in the play of his muscles moving beneath the black t-shirt that clung to his chiseled chest. "I don't think that's true," I said. Sure, some of the same basic ingredients remained. Brian was gentle with me. He loved music and was protective and loyal. But he was loyal to War, not to Dizzy and me. "Why are you friends with War, Brian? You don't seem at all alike."
"He's a good guy, Lace."
I snorted. Good wouldn't be a word I'd choose to describe War.
"He's confrontational, has a temper, doesn't let people push him around. But that doesn't make him a bad person."
Brian glanced at me.
"He's never let me down. He's a good friend."
"Okay, if you say so," I frowned. Not at him or his explanation, really, but at myself. Was I jealous of his friendship with War?
"You just don't know him the way I do."
Brian stopped suddenly, and not expecting it, I tripped on a heave in the concrete sidewalk.
"Whoa there."
He flicked his cigarette aside and caught me. "Thank you." My hands landed on his chest, and my heart raced. Brian held me steady. His strong fingers circled my upper arms, his sure grip branding my skin. He was so close, his body hot, his chest hard. My breath short, I tasted the smoke from his cigarette. And him. Time seemed to slow. The air charged with our aligned expectations. A supercell thundercloud about to unleash a storm.
"Lace."
He said softly, framing my face in his hands. He gazed at me as if he'd never seen anything as wondrous, or at least that was how I felt looking at him. He was so much more handsome, so much more of everything than I could ever have imagined. He drew closer, lowering his head, and I lifted mine. When his lips almost touched mine, I started to close my eyes.
"No,"
he said.
"I can't. I'm sorry."
He released me and took a big step back. "What are you apologizing for?" Watching his Adam's apple move as he swallowed, I pretended not to know, pretended not to have wanted him to kiss me.
"I need to apologize for War. He made a mistake last night. He feels terrible,"
Brian said, his voice much deeper now than it had been only a moment before. Had I only imagined that he'd been about to kiss me? "If he truly feels terrible," I said bitterly, "then why isn't he here telling me that instead of you?"
"He didn't think you'd listen to him. Also, he had a commitment today after school."
Brian's eyes searched mine. "I'll just bet he does."
"Not like that. With the choir teacher. Mr. Garrett insisted."
His lids lowering, Brian's gaze dipped to my mouth, and my breaths quickened. I gulped in a lungful of air scented with smoke and pine. If War was a deep forest, then Brian was the alpine meadow high above it. The principal? My mind spun as I watched Brian's tongue dart out to moisten his lips.
"Yeah,"
he said, easing back another inch, then two. Did he need space to clear his mind of unmet expectations too?
"Let War talk to you, Lace. Give him another chance."
"So this walk is all about War? You didn't really want to catch up with me after all. My bad." I moved away from him, the chilled air icier after all his heat.
"Not true."
Brian jogged to catch up to me, and I ducked beneath a curtain of my hair to hide my disappointment.
"I do want us to be friends again. I miss talking to you. War and his bossy shit gets old after a while. Stop, Lace. Please listen."
He stepped in front of me, and I had to stop. Sliding my hair from the front to the back, he removed my curtain, and I forced myself to look at him. "Sure, let's be friends again." I gave him a fake smile. "That would be great."
"Thank you,"
Brian said, apparently buying the fakery. We resumed walking, but it wasn't as comfortable as it had been before. Not for me. Probably not ever for me with him.
Chapter 18. War. "You talked to her?" I asked Brian, my hands draped over the mic as I glanced at Lace. Sitting behind her keyboard, she avoided my gaze like she'd been avoiding me since I arrived at practice. "I talked," he said, turning his head to follow the direction of my gaze. Not sure she listened. Fuck. That didn't sound promising. And unfortunately, I had to table trying to fix things with her until after band practice. "You losers ready to play?" I asked, hurling my question at the two newcomers. "Born ready, essay." King drummed a beat on his snare. Sager Reed just gave me a chin lift. He was a quiet guy. I'd talked to him some, gotten him to open up a little, enough that I now understood why there were shadows in his eyes. He'd been through rough stuff, but this was Southside. We all had. King had lost a brother. Brian and I had asshole fathers. I knew from the hint my best friend had dropped that there was darkness in Dizzy and Lace's past, too. We were all a bunch of sad fucks that life had shit on. What we needed was to harness that bad energy and release it into the only thing that reliably made sense. Music. "Lace." I turned to look at her again. "You ready?" She lifted her chin, glittering gold with flecks of fire. Her eyes met mine and she nodded. I might have messed things up with her, but she wasn't unresponsive to me. I could work with that. I had to work with that. "What song we doing first?" Dizzy asked. "A couple of covers to get warmed up," I said. "Then we'll play around with that riff I heard you playing when I first came in." "Cool," he grinned. "First up, Nothing Else Matters." A sharp inhale came from Lace. I could practically feel her presence behind me. I was so focused on her. I knew Brian loved Metallica. Maybe she did too. Or this song had some other significance for her, like it did for me. Another plus was that it began slow and would give the band a chance to feel each other out musically. Dizzy and Brian strummed the intro, playing off each other. I pivoted slightly so I could watch Lace. She smiled, and it rocked me hard. She was pretty, but her smile made her pretty spectacular. What my guitarists were doing was spectacular too, but I could do better, and I wanted her to witness it. Unclipping my mic, I turned to her. As King crashed on his drums, I sang the lyrics. One's about being yourself and that being enough. Did she get it? What I was trying to say by choosing this song and singing those words to her? Everyone came together on the chorus. Our harmony was so seamless, chill bumps broke out on my arms. Brian wailed on a guitar solo, and Lace added in a few twinkling complimentary notes on her keyboard. Inspired, I elevated my voice, doing a little operatic improv on the remaining lyrics. When we reached the end of the song, it was just my two guitarists playing off each other again. As the final notes faded, I stared at Lace. She looked thunderstruck, and I was as well. A glance around revealed everyone else was too. Now it was time to fix things with her. I clipped my mic into the pole and crossed to her. I'm sorry. I wondered if the words sounded as alien to her hearing them as they felt to me speaking them. I made a mistake. Can you give me another chance? She stared at me and I held my breath. The garage went completely silent as everyone else watched us. When she glanced at Brian, that pissed me off, but I didn't let it show. I counted one slowing beat of my heart, then two, and her gaze met mine again. Her eyes still flickered with flames, but the fire didn't feel as hot.
Yeah, I can do that.
She nodded, and I pulled in an easier breath. Great. I'd like to go for a walk with you after we're through with practice. Talk some. Let you in on some things about me most people don't know. Would you be up for that?
Sure, but I can't stay out long. I have more studying to do.
I'll get you back in a couple of hours. I played it casual, turning away from her to refocus on the band. But I was far from feeling casual. I'd been raw all day, wondering if she would give me a second chance. We're going to be the next big thing, I said, making eye contact with each individual band member, including Lace. No one said a word to counter me. They felt it. They knew I was right. We need a name.
Tempest,
Lace said, and I froze.
A violent storm, a tumult, an uproar. To raise a tempest in or around.
Babe. I shook my head, my expression revealing my disbelief. That's perfect. I love it. But you sound like a dictionary.
We're studying Shakespeare in Mr. Schubert's class.
Smiling, she shrugged.
The definition was in the notes he sent me.
Done, I said, not bothering to put it to a vote. We were a group, but it was my group. Now, let's move on to Motley Crue's Shout at the Devil. Give me the beat, King.
Chapter 19. Lace. After practice, I was talking to King and Sager when War came to claim me for a walk.
Let's go.
Without an apology for interrupting, he offered me his hand. I'm not a little puppy you can order around. Translation? I'm not like those other girls who drop to their knees if you just look at me a certain way. But I took his hand.
I know you're not, Lacey.
His brows dipping, he closed his fingers around mine.
If you'll put a pause on the attitude, I'll show you what I think, what I want for you, for us.
In the jaw-dropping silence that followed that statement, the latches on Brian's guitar case sounded overly loud as he snapped them closed. All right, War. I didn't protest his nickname for me again. At this point, I didn't think it would do any good. With his personality, I needed to pick which battles to fight, and choose ones that were critical to win.
We're taking off,
King said, inclining his head toward the driveway.
Adios. See you tomorrow. Same time.
War fist-bumped King, who had his sticks in one hand, and then Sager next, who held his bass. The plan was for King to store his drums in the garage. Like my keyboards, his kit was a pain in the ass to move around, something we would have to consider when and if we got a gig. War had mentioned us having one soon, as if it were a done deal. Our lead singer had a lot of grandiose ideas about the band. He was unreasonably stubborn and convincingly certain, making him easier to believe than to oppose.
You coming by Kyle's later?
Brian asked War as he sauntered over to us, his muscles flexing distractingly. Unlike my brother, Brian had hung around after practice. I wasn't exactly sure why. It wasn't to speak to me. He hadn't tried to talk to me since our walk. Was all the stuff about wanting us to reconnect and be friends again only a line?
That's a no to Kyle's.
War's brow creased.
But come by my place later. I want to run some things by you. Okay. I'll go solo to Kyle's place first, then your house after.
Brian glanced at me. His expression was hard, closed off, unreadable.
Later, Lace.
See you tomorrow. I told him evenly, though my stomach nodded. Was Kyle's where War had hooked up with Missy? Was Brian going there to hook up with her too? Or would he choose the girl who'd been hanging out of the car, the redhead? Suddenly, I felt alone, and much too inexperienced for guys like Brian and War.
Here, Lace.
War grabbed the zip-up hoodie he'd thrown aside when he arrived. Securing it around my shoulders, he gave me a long look, his gaze drifting over me.
You look good in my clothing.
His eyes darkened to a richer brown, and his lips curved.
I'm gone.
Brian's voice cracked like a whip, and he frowned at me on his way out of the garage. What had I done to piss him off? Thank you for lending it to me, I said, turning to face War while holding the edges of his hoodie in place at my neck.
You're welcome.
I didn't slip my arms into the sleeves. It was chilly tonight, but I was warm knowing War was being careful to look out for me. It also seemed like it would mean something significant if I put my arms in the sleeves and zipped it up. Like maybe he'd already secured me, which of course he hadn't. I wasn't sure exactly what was on his mind, but he was in for a surprise if he thought he had me after Missy. War and I were far from a done deal. War helped me close and lock the garage. Afterward, we walked together side by side to the end of the driveway.
We're heading this way,
he said, turning left like he and Brian had the night before. He took my hand, closing his fingers around mine. I started to protest, but he gave me a look, one that made it seem like it might hurt him if I refused. So I remained silent, admitting to myself that I liked him holding my hand, the warmth of him beside me, the foreboding presence of him. No one would mess with Warren Jenkins. Plus, there was something about him that felt familiar, and it hit me just then. The things Brian said about War being confrontational, having a temper, and not letting people push him around, those things could also apply to me. But could two similar personalities get along? My thoughts continued as we strolled side by side. The night was dark, broken only by the interruption of streetlights. Dogs barked in the distance, sirens wailed. The houses on the path he'd chosen were like Uncle Bruce's 1920s bungalow. A few even had second stories like his. Only, as I glanced in the lighted windows and saw silhouettes of the people inside, it seemed those contained real families, not just strangers thrown together under one roof. Where are we going? I asked, glancing at War. Maybe it wasn't wise to go where he led without questioning. How much did I really know about him, beyond the fact that Brian trusted him?
I'm taking you to meet someone,
he said. Where? I asked.
The Fast Mart on the Ave.
He stared straight ahead. The crease in his forehead that had appeared after Brian's question about coming to Kyle's remained. Only now it was noticeably deeper. Who? My eyes narrowed.
Someone I think it's important for you to meet.
Important why? I wasn't sure I wanted to meet someone who made War look so worried. Someone he was purposefully vague about.
Fuck, you ask a lot of questions.
He stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and let go of my hand. A soft breeze lifted his light brown hair back from his handsome but troubled face.
Straight up, I want you, Lace. I want this to work with us. But I don't do relationships. I don't have a clue how to make one work, as you saw with my previous screw-up.
Seeing War uncertain, vulnerable even, made my jaw drop. This wasn't a side of him I'd seen before. Brian's words floated through my mind.
He made a mistake. He feels terrible. He's a good guy.
I'm not sure I do either, I whispered. What examples of good relationships had I ever had?
I think you do. Actually, I'm counting on it.
War smoothed his hands over my shoulders.
You're smart, determined, strong.
Thank you. I liked that he saw me that way. I liked that a hell of a lot. I think you're all those things too. He certainly was when it came to his vision for the band. I placed my hand on his face and studied him. Who are you, Warren Jenkins? Handsome. He wore a determined crease, a permanent one between his dark brows. A strong, almost sharp nose split the center of his lean face. A thick layer of evening stubble gave him a hint of a mustache and beard. His defined jaw lent him a dangerous look, a more dangerous one. There was a darkness hanging over War, a cloud that never seemed to dissipate, a potential threat of danger, a real chance that he could harm rather than help you, as I now knew. The choice, the power, it was ultimately his.
I'm just a Southside guy.
His lips lifted into a slow, sexy grin.
Trying to claim a girl.
Is that what you really want? To claim me? I sensed that if I won a place in his guarded heart, if he truly claimed me like he had Brian as a friend, that War would go to any length to protect me. But only if our goals were the same. What would happen if my interests didn't align with his?
I do want that. I want you, Lacey.
He glided his hands down my arms. Curling his long fingers around my upper arm, he pulled me closer, his hard body cushioning my softer one. I believe you, I whispered. The truth shone in his brown gaze, the coppery filaments within it glowing bright. Plus, I could feel the physical evidence of that truth. Between us, he was thick and hard.
And you?
He asked as his eyes searched mine, making my heart race.
What do you want?
I was attracted to him, majorly intrigued. I got the dangerous part of him, understood it, and experienced the thrill that went along with it. I also got that the sharp edge of him could slice both ways. I want you to, War. It's just...
No.
He said quickly, cutting me off.
I can work with that. We can work with that. Isn't wanting each other and us being honest about how we feel the right place to start? Chapter 20. War. Here we are, I said to Lace, stepping in front of the Fast Mart and opening the door for her. She stepped inside and I followed. A bell jingled overhead announcing our arrival.
Welcome to the Fast Mart,
my old lady said without looking up from scanning a stack of scratch cards for her customer.
Thanks,
Lace said to her, not knowing who she was. Glancing around the store, she turned to me.
Who are we meeting here and why?
Excuse me, said the guy who had just bought the lottery cards. He was so skinny, he looked like he would have been better off buying food rather than a 1 in a zillion chance of a jackpot of cash. Of course, I pulled Lace out of his way. Our bad. I was just about to spell everything out for her when my old lady spoke.
What the hell, Warren? I told you to stay out of here when I'm on my shift.
Hey, Mom. I turned toward her, raking a hand through my hair.
No free booze. You're underage. I'll get fired, and then where will we be? A single mother with no job, and her boy who's more trouble than he's worth.
Lace's entire body jerked. Not looking for alcohol, I mumbled, noticing Lace watching me closely.
No free condoms either.
My mother swept her gaze over Lace and narrowed it.
You want to fuck around with a piece of ass who looks like a goody-goody school teacher? That's your business. Your responsibility. Don't make the mistake I made and get shackled with a kid for life. Buy condoms.
Yeah, I get it. Her words were familiar but sliced deeply. They always did.
Why don't I believe you?
She frowned, and I hated that she had zero faith in me. Don't fucking know. I guess because you never believe anything I tell you. I frowned now, too. The toxicity of her words wasn't even noteworthy. I was accustomed to the sting.
Get the fuck out of here, then, and take your latest piece of ass with you.
Come on. I took Lace's arm and led her out the same way we came in.
War,
She said as soon as we were outside, and I stiffened, anticipating her pity. Don't. Moving directly in front of her, I saw the sheen of that stuff in her eyes, and it pissed me off. I retreated behind my wall, even as I walked her backward and pressed her into the window. Don't fucking feel sorry for me.
I don't.
Her brow creased.
I just wanted to ask, was your mother who you wanted me to meet?
Yeah. I nodded, but was rethinking bringing Lace here. I wasn't cut out for this shit.
She's not very nice.
The words were spaced out as if Lace measured them carefully before speaking them. Her delicate brows pinched tighter together.
Why did you bring me here?
I wanted you to see her, how she is, so you would get me.
Get you how?
Get that this is me. A son his mother doesn't even want. I clenched my fingers into fists, where they pressed into the wall on either side of her pretty head. Take me or leave me, Lace. I don't care. It was bullshit, but it was BS I'd been flinging my whole damn life. But decide fucking now before this goes any further. I forced my fingers to unclench, and my hand shook a bit as I stroked her cheek. Her skin was soft and warm. Every part of my body tightened as I touched her.
I get you.
Lace slid her slender arms around my waist and laid her cheek against my chest. I let out the breath I'd been holding as I waited on her verdict. Drawing her closer, I buried my fingers deep in the satiny fall of her hair. I like this. Acceptance, warmth, beauty. I lowered my head and kissed the top of hers.
You sound funny,
She said.
like you're surprised.
Never held a chick like this.
Really?
She asked. Now she was the one who sounded surprised. Yeah, I get them this close, I just fuck 'em.
Oh.
Lace lifted her head, and after studying me a long moment, her golden eyes widened.
You're telling the truth.
Fuck yeah, I'm telling the truth. Why would I lie? I tucked a long strand of her hair behind her ear. Then I slid my hands down her arms and wrapped her sexy body in my embrace. Now that I had her, with her knowing everything, I was in no hurry to let her go. You're pretty, and you smell good, I said without thinking, and then swallowed. I sounded like a douche.
Thank you. It's my vanilla lotion.
Her voice was lighter, like she was smiling.
You're very handsome.
You think so? I lifted my chin. She was smiling. I looked like the married asshole who lied to my mom so he could fuck her.
That's terrible.
Lace's smile faltered, and I wanted to kick myself. Why had I said that? It was like I wanted to ruin the tenderness of the moment. What I meant to say was, thank you for the compliment, and for defending me today at school, I said, wrenching the words from a deep part of me that barely existed anymore.
Randy's a jerk.
She said.
And I think you're worth defending.
Not hardly. But I was glad she thought so. Lace felt like a chance for me, a chance for something good, a chance I'd never had. But I shrugged like it wasn't a big deal.
I disagree.
She gazed through the plate glass window of the Fast Mart a long moment, biting her lip. Her eyes were softer when she looked at me again.
Can we go somewhere else?
Going up on her toes, she pressed her lips to my cheek.
Please?
Sure, I said, barely managing to choke out a reply with so much unexpected emotion tightening my throat. Lace was being sweet to me without me giving her anything, except a glimpse into my life, which was complete and utter shit. I changed my mind, no longer regretting bringing her here. Where would you like to go?
You're truly asking and not telling me?
She asked, her eyes dancing. Yeah, I am. I lifted my hand to my cheek, where warmth from her lips lingered on my skin. Did she know she could ask me for practically anything right now, and I'd find a way to give it to her?
Maybe there's hope for you,
She said with a decisive nod. Maybe there actually was, because of her, but I downplayed it. Unlikely, but don't be a bitch. My lips curved as the warmth from her kiss spread to the rest of me. The cold ashes inside my black heart began to glow.
Lace. I think we both need hope, I whispered, skimming my fingers over War's skin. I understood him, understood how it messed you up having a mother like he did, like we both did. He leaned into my caress.
I agree.
Suddenly, I felt more mature than him. Stroking the unyielding line of his jaw with my thumb, I noted the roughness of his stubble. It scraped my nerve endings in a pleasurable way. Everything he'd shared, everything he'd shown me tonight, it all resonated deeply. I swallowed to moisten my dry throat, and I gave him raw truth, like I used to do with Brian. I haven't had a lot of hope in my life.
I'm sorry. I wish life treated you different. You deserve hope.
War's eyes softened to the color of chocolate, warm, melted milk chocolate. I think I stopped and restarted. It felt like that kind of night, like a new beginning. I believe we have to make our own hope in this world.
Yes, we do. Though my methods and the lengths I'd go to make hope happen might be more drastic than yours.
He studied me a long beat, then asked softly,
What happened with your parents, Lace? Why aren't you living with them?
Ice water flooded my veins. I dropped my hand and lowered my head.
Hey, it's okay. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
He captured my hand and brought it to his face, pressing his lips into the center of my cold palm. Warmth pooled in my skin and spread through the rest of me, like ripples on a pond.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin the moment. I guess I better get you back home.
It's not my home, I blurted, lifting my chin, and his eyes widened. I mean, I live there at my uncle's house, but he doesn't really want me or Dizzy there.
That's shitty.
Because War didn't push me, because I knew he would understand. Truth that I'd buried deep came out. All of it. My mother's a drug addict. She sleeps around to pay for her next fix. She never even told Dizzy or me who our father is. I'm not sure she knows.
Oh, Lace.
War reached for my hand, closed his fingers around mine, and squeezed.
I'm sorry.
Because I knew his reaction wasn't pity, I continued. She's been an addict ever since I can remember. Alcohol, pills, coke, but her preference is heroin. I let out a mirthless laugh. She prefers it over everything. Her own dignity, even above my brother and me. She offered me to her dealer in exchange for a fix when I was 11. The night of the Metallica concert. The dark memory tried to surface, but I quashed it before it could fully form. His brows dipped.
I don't know what to say. That's
Horrifying, I said, pressing my lips together for a moment so I wouldn't cry. I hadn't shed a single tear since that night, but it wasn't denial. It was an act of defiance. That event, and being my mother's daughter, didn't define me. Brian's mom called the cops before anything too terrible happened. CPS intervened and placed us with our uncle, but it's only a temporary arrangement. I took a breath, then exhaled before giving him the rest of it. Uncle Bruce reminds me nearly every day how much taking care of us puts him out. He says his life is on hold because of Dizzy and me. Once we graduate, we have to move out.
I understand. My old lady gives me ultimatums all the time.
War's eyes flashed, the copper filaments in them suddenly on fire.
It sucks that all the grown-ups in our lives are assholes.
I nodded. War's anger was my anger, though I expressed mine with attitude. His was outright confrontation. I hate being in that house with him, and I hated that I was weak and tried so hard to please him.
I hate being at my place, too.
War's brows drew together, forming a determined line between his eyes.
Once I graduate, I'm gone. Sooner, if the band breaks out.
That sounds like a good plan.
I think it is. It's a plan that now includes you. You're coming with me.
I'd only met War yesterday. How could he say these things? You can't say that. I shook my head. Don't make promises you can't keep. I'd had way too many of those. Broken promises were worse than ones that were never made at all.
I'll keep it.
War's resolve was as solid as the concrete beneath our feet.
I'm keeping you. This shit between us is happening for real.
Chapter 21. A year later. Lace. I don't know. I frowned at the equation on the notebook paper first, then glanced at Chad.
What don't you know?
He asked.
You got it right this time.
Yeah, but it took me 15 minutes. I'm not going to have that much time during the actual SAT. He tugged on my ponytail.
Math's not your strongest subject.
That's a nice way of saying I suck at it, I grumbled.
What can I say?
A smile spread across his handsome face.
I'm a nice guy.
Take the test for me? I took his hand, the one not twirling my hair, and held it in both of mine. He was a basketball player and had grown inches taller over the past year. My hands looked ridiculously small compared to his. Please, I said as I batted my eyes at him. A growl behind me drowned out my plea.
Hands off my woman,
War said. Immediately, I dropped Chad's hands, and he released my hair. My boyfriend's silver-ringed fingers, leather-cuffed wrists, then his sculpted biceps appeared in my peripheral vision, as he slid his arms around me from behind. I was just begging Chad to take the test for me. I made the explanation quickly. Though War was less prone to beat up any guy who sighted me or gave me an interested look than he'd been at the beginning of our relationship. Over the past year, I discovered that Brian had been right about War. With me, he was loyal, protective, and even tender sometimes. But he was also extremely jealous and possessive. His reputation kept all the other guys away, except Chad.
You'll do fine on your own, babe.
War kissed my cheek, unthreaded his arms from around my neck, and grabbed a chair from the study table behind ours. Turning the chair around, he wedged it between Chad and me. Straddling it, he draped his arms over the back. I hope so. My brows drew together. I needed to do better than just fine to get a scholarship that would cover college tuition, room, and board. Things were even more tense these days at my uncle's house. He had a girlfriend now, one with kids. He wanted Dizzy and me out of his house so he could move them in.
You worry too much.
War smoothed the crease between my brows with the pad of his ringed thumb. His earthy scent swirled around me. My skin prickled with awareness, my mind filled with images, and my body filled with heat associated with those images. War with his shirt off, and me with mine off too. He'd been patient and careful, waiting for me to turn 17, which would happen soon. But that didn't mean things didn't get hot and heavy, and that we both didn't reach satisfying conclusions. It was just that so far, those satisfying conclusions occurred while leaving my virginity intact.
You're pretty, even when you're worried.
War's intense brown gaze dipped to my mouth, and my lips tingled from his regard. My heart raced as he lowered his head. My lips burned, and so did the rest of me when he stamped his to mine and drove his tongue inside my mouth. War's mind-scrambling kisses had grown more insistent the closer I got to my 17th birthday. I'd let him know right from the beginning that 17 was the earliest I would consider going all the way. In my head and my heart, that age felt like a dividing point between a girl and a woman. Plus, I had my goals, and accidentally getting pregnant and having those plans derailed wasn't something I was willing to risk. I didn't mind his insistence. His kisses made me hot. They had from the beginning. I wanted what he wanted, us to go all the way when I turned 17. Or so I told myself repeatedly, especially whenever Brian was around. Ahem! A throat cleared. My palms on War's solid chest, I pulled my lips from his and glanced up. A white-haired librarian frowned disapprovingly at us. No kissing in the library. She wagged her finger at me. Sorry, I said, and she shuffled away.
I'm not.
War grinned. He loved getting into trouble and breaking rules. I wasn't opposed to a little rebellion, but I had my goal, so I tried to only bend rules, not completely break them.
We need to get going, Lacey.
Our gig's not until 9. I needed to rework equations, like a bazillion times. Do them faster.
It's 7:30.
Oh, crap. I glanced out the window and found it was dark outside. I lost track of time because I was desperate. The SAT was tomorrow. My keyboards.
Already set up.
War skimmed his knuckles along the edge of my jaw.
Brian, I took care of it for you.
My heart rate sped up at the mere mention of his name. Brian and I were still friends, though not as close as we'd once been. I wanted us to be closer. I tried. Oh, how I tried to make that happen. On the walks from school twice a week when Brian escorted me, and War had voice lessons with the young and beautiful choir teacher. Also, Brian took me home once a month when War had some mysterious day-long commitment. During those one-on-one opportunities with Brian, I babbled about every topic I could think of. Music, mainly, because that was the only subject that got me better than a 1- or 2-word response. But my childhood friend remained distant. I suspected because War told him to keep his distance, but I couldn't confirm my suspicions. War wouldn't admit anything when I asked. That's great, thank you, but I won't have time to go by the house to change. I have to go like I am. I glanced down at my ruby red sweater set and jeans. It could be worse. Luckily, I hadn't remained in the t-shirt and sweatpants I'd woken up in. War scowled at me.
You look great. And who the hell cares what you wear? No one can see you behind your keyboards. If you would sing up front with me.
No. I cut him off with a frown. We'd had this argument over and over. You're the lead singer. I'm backup. My role in the band was the only important argument I'd won. Typically, War made unilateral decisions, and most of the time, that was okay by me. After all, in War's eyes, Tempest was his. And I loved being in the band with the guys. I just didn't believe in Tempest the way War did. I had my own dream, one that I felt like I had some control over, one that I had to make work for me. See you later, Chad. I leaned in and gave him a one-armed hug that he returned. Pushing my chair back, I gathered my things and stuffed them into my backpack. War stood too and threw his arm around my shoulders. You coming to Footett's to see us tonight? I asked, giving my study partner a questioning look. Footett's was a small club in a not-so-nice section of Southside. The proprietor, Addie Footett, was the only club owner who had given us a chance when we first started out. We didn't have a big following yet, but a respectable number of people showed up whenever we played.
I don't think so.
Chad dropped his chin, avoiding my gaze. Had War said something to warn him off? I had a few school friend acquaintances who were girls, but only one friend of the opposite sex that War tolerated. Why not? I asked. I'll save a dance for you after our set. It was our first time playing on a Friday night. We weren't the headliners, but it was a big break, a chance for more people to discover us. Also, it was a chance for me to do some dancing when the top-billed band Rebel Heart played.
I think I'll pass.
Chad exchanged a glance with War.
I need to get a good night's sleep before the test.
Okay. I hid my disappointment. I liked when Chad came to our shows. He was always in my corner, and he didn't often let War run over him like the guys in the band, and most everyone else did. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll pick you up in the morning.
Chad pointed at his watch.
Early, remember?
Yeah, thanks for the reminder. I said with a grin. I'll set my alarm. Chad was the only kid I knew who had a car, which was helpful since the test was at 8 a.m. on a Saturday at a middle school several miles away. Thinking about the test, worrying about the test, made my stomach hurt, negating the pleasure of being held by War. There was only one person who had the power to extinguish that pleasure.
Chapter 22. War. I don't like it. I frowned at Brian's reflection in the dressing room mirror. You just have to deal, man. He looked up from the guitar he was tuning and shook his head. You can't dictate every aspect of her life. Why the fuck not? I turned my chair around to face him. It pissed me off, him not giving me the answer I wanted. Lace likes Chad. You'll lose her if you beat up her best friend. He's too touchy-feely with her. And she was with him, too. She ever give you a reason to doubt her loyalty? The folding chair Brian sat on creaked as he leaned forward. He seemed overly interested in my answer. No, but nothing. She's a strong, independent girl. You have to let her be who she is. Woman, I said, correcting him. Her birthday's soon. And fucking hell, I was ready to take things to the next level with her. Yeah, that's right. Brian said casually, but his tone was off. I almost forgot. Before I could delve into the reason for his tone being off, King jumped into the conversation. 17's a big deal, man. He deftly spun his sticks. We should do something special. As the only chica in the band, I know she feels left out sometimes. Maybe we could get a cake and surprise her at practice. I'm taking her out to dinner, I said. Then Kyle's afterward, but I didn't share that part with them. I'd never taken her there before. I kept that part of my life separate from her. But we couldn't go to my place or hers, so Kyle's was the only remaining option. Funds were too tight to stay at a hotel, and I sure wasn't fucking her in a bathroom. Her first time had to be special. No practice on Thursday, I told the guys. No practice? Sager slammed the book he'd been reading closed and gave me a wide-eyed look. On folding chairs next to him, King and Brian wore matching expressions of astonishment. I don't think she's aware we don't have practice. Brian stretched his legs out and removed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the front pocket of his jeans. Is it supposed to be a surprise? I nodded. Yeah. She doesn't like surprises. Looking smug, Brian put the cigarette he'd fished out of a crumpled package to his mouth and brought up his lighter. My brows drew together. I hated when he did that, told me something about her I still hadn't figured out, even after a year of being exclusive with her. No smoking in here, pendejo. King put one of his drumsticks between Brian's cigarette and the lighter, preventing him from lighting it. Fuck, Brian said. I forgot. Gotta go outside. I'll go with you. The big Latino stood, nearly taking up the remaining space in the small room. I need some fresh air. What he meant was he needed to throw up. King always got sick from nerves before we went on stage. Cool. Brian stood up and set his guitar in a nearby stand, then joined King at the door. Where is Lace? He turned to me, his expression neutral, but his eyes were active. I thought you picked her up from the library already. The crease between my brows deepened. He was startlingly focused on her whereabouts every day. She's changing into a different set of clothes in the other dressing room. I narrowed my gaze. The clothes you talked Dizzy into bringing over for her. Right. Brian rubbed the back of his neck. She has her solo part tonight. I figured she'd want something different. His unlit cigarette dangled from his lips. Where's Diz? Women's restroom with some blonde he picked up. King and Sager rolled their eyes as Brian asked, Didn't he come in with a brunette? Yeah, I shrugged. So what's your point? That was Dizzy after all. No point. Brian grinned. You should learn to play the guitar. Ladies like guys with guitars. Ladies don't give you two losers blowjobs in the bathroom, I said to Brian. He and Dizzy vied for the top man-horse spot in the group. I don't need to play shit. I have the best girl. There had been no other chicks for me of any sort since my misstep with Lace. But jacking off alone, or with her, wasn't good enough anymore. I'd waited long enough. I wanted all of her. That was the other reason we needed to go to Kyle's place. Once I finally got her, I wasn't going to want to stop anytime soon. King turned to Brian. I thought you and Missy were a thing. Nah, not really. Brian shook his head. We just have a mutual understanding. Whatever the fuck that meant. Brian wasn't the only guy into Missy Rivera. Lace's bestie wanted her too. That was one of the many reasons I didn't want Chad hanging around. I liked Missy for Brian. She kept him mostly occupied and away from Lace. "Running out of time to grab a smoke," I said, to remind Brian. "Yeah, come on." His bronze skin looking green, King popped open the door. A huge blonde guy in biker gear stood in the doorway, his hand poised to knock. "You Tempest? The band going on before us?" "Who's us?" I stood, straightening my shoulders. I didn't like the cocky vibe he was throwing around. "Rebel Heart, the best band in Seattle." He lifted his weak-looking chin. "I'm the lead singer, Vance Nagel." "We're the best band in Seattle," I said, cranking my chin higher than his. "Bullshit! Who's opening for who, loser?" Vance gave me a condescending look. Seeing red, I strode straight to him. He was bulky like Brian, his leather vest straining to contain his massive chest, but that didn't mean I couldn't take him. Grabbing 2 handfuls of leather, I lifted the asshole off the concrete floor and slammed him hard into the wall on the other side of the hallway. He grunted when his spine hit the plaster, and the stupid grin slid right off his ugly face. A picture next to his head with Addie's first dollar in it fell to the floor, the glass shattering. "I got it." King bent to scoop it up. He had a soft spot for the Footed's proprietor. Like we all did. She hadn't just given us our first break, she was also a big fan. Addie spread the word about us and fed us during our sound checks. She was the best. Suddenly, the door for the dressing room next to ours popped open.
"What's going on?"
Lace peeked out wearing only a slinky robe.
"Is everything okay?"
she asked, looking at me, her expression not entirely surprised. I'd been involved in more than one altercation since we started going out. "Yeah, babe, I got this." "She's hot." Vance's dark blonde brows shot up. "She yours?" The stupid douche winked at her. "I'm Vance. Got a raging heart-on for you, baby." I shook him, regaining his attention. "You don't even get to look at her. Get Lace back inside, Bri." "Sure," he said, but I didn't even glance at him. I was going to mess this motherfucker up.
Chapter 23. Lace. My eyes wide, I backed up as Brian stepped inside the room, a black tee and dark jeans sinfully conforming to his sculpted form. "What's going on with Warren Vance?" I asked, my heart racing as Brian turned and closed the door. We were rarely alone these days, except for our walks together. But with him shooting up in height and filling out in all the right places over the past year, suddenly, the dressing room seemed much too intimate and small.
"You know that jerk?"
he asked, turning back around. His gray-green eyes narrowed. "He was in my poli-sci class at my old school." My throat went dry as Brian ran his gaze over me. Beneath my robe, I was practically naked, and every inch of that nakedness prickled with awareness, as if he'd physically caressed me. "He's loud, obnoxious, difficult to ignore."
"He hit on you?"
Brian took a step closer. The 2 feet of distance between us became only 1. I shook my head. "No."
"Good."
I don't think he ever noticed me. My eyes burned as I steadily returned Brian's gaze. He barely seemed to notice me either. And what was wrong with me that the less attention he paid to me, the more I craved it?
"I doubt that was true."
His gaze drifted over my features. "I used to sit in the back," I said with a shrug. "I always got to class way before he did."
"He'd have to be blind not to notice you."
Brian's focus dipped, making me very conscious of the gap between the lapels of my robe. My breasts swelled as if he'd shaped them with his hands. "He's in a band," I said. I didn't realize it was Rebel Heart until I saw him here at Footed's. He used to have pretty girls hanging all over him.
"None as beautiful as you, I'm sure."
His gaze lifted, capturing mine. I dated War a year. During that time, Brian had never said anything like this. "If he thinks so," I whispered, hiding safely behind the illusion that Vance was our topic and not Brian and me. Why did he never say so before?
He probably knows you're out of his league.
Brian took another step closer, and the tips of his black boots touched my bare toes.
Knows you belong to someone else.
The way my body reacted, it was like he'd blown a teasing gust of breath over the throbbing center of me. In the last year with War, I'd learned a lot, developing a sensuality I'd never known I had. Now my pulse pounded hard, and my nipples tightened as his tantalizing alpine scent spiraled around me. Trembling, I swayed, and he reached for me as if no other had claimed me, his hands closing around my upper arms. Beneath the silk, the warmth of his touch branded my skin. I licked my lips. What if that weren't the case? What if I didn't belong to someone else?
But it is. And you do.
His gaze dropped to my mouth, his grip tightening. My lips felt overly full, stretched to the limit, desperate like the rest of me. Bri. I lifted my head. Please, just... The door popped open, and War swept his gaze over us, frowning.
You okay, Lacey?
Yes, of course I am. I took a step away from Brian, wanting to be the one to break the connection this time. This had happened once before, or I thought it had when he'd walked me home from school the first time. Long ago, sure, but it still hurt to remember the way my expectations had soared, then plummeted.
Good,
War said. But are you okay? I asked him, avoiding eye contact with Brian. Your lip is bleeding.
Vance is bleeding worse, I assure you.
War wiped the edge of his mouth with his thumb, then pulled me into him. His ringed fingers closed around my upper arms. He put his hands right where Brian's had left their mark, replacing the heat, but not erasing it. Lifting me onto my toes, he lowered his head and laid a deep, wet, coppery-tasting kiss on my lips. All the parts of me that had awakened because of Brian now throbbed for War. When he pulled his mouth from mine, my body naturally leaned toward him. He turned me on with very little effort, but he wasn't focused on me. His gaze was on Brian.
We gotta kick ass on stage tonight,
War said.
Not letting rebel hearts show us up. We'll kick ass.
Brian shifted and cleared his throat.
When have we not? True.
War settled me into his side. Brian's expression darkened, his lids hooding when I tried to make eye contact. He was shutting me out. Well, at least I'd shut him out first. I leaned closer to War, placing my hand on his chest.
We'll change the set list. Heavy metal all the way.
War tipped his brown gaze to me.
We'll have to table the keyboard solo you've been working on. Debut it on another night.
Okay. I was a team player, but I was disappointed. I'd anticipated being in the spotlight and had chosen my outfit accordingly.
These guys have a big following.
Brian's gaze zeroed in on War.
Diz said the place is already packed. Right.
War's expression turned determined.
So we need to knock all those rebel heart followers on their asses. Win them over fast.
Then we should do My Way or the Highway first, I said.
That song's not ready yet, Lacey.
War squeezed my shoulder in a condescending way that made me bristle.
It is ready,
Brian said, countermanding War, something he rarely did, especially when it came to the band.
The lyrics are set. The bridge is worked out. My solo is blazing hot. What's not ready? It hasn't been tested in front of an audience.
War's brows drew together beneath his red bandana. It's in your face, I said. It'll certainly catch their attention. It's the kind of tune you play first. Screw 'em if they don't like it. I smoothed my hands over his chest, feeling the tension in his muscles. It's you, War.
It's a manifesto for all of us.
Brian lifted his chin.
Okay.
War nodded.
Go tell the others. I want a little private time with my woman.
Brian's gaze skimmed over mine before he moved. It seemed that he wanted me to note he'd sided with me.
Babe,
War said, stepping in front of me as the door closed behind Brian.
You've been back here a while.
His eyes searched mine.
Why aren't you already dressed?
I was listening to my music. I gestured to my cell and the headphones attached to it. His lips curled.
Don't know how Britney Spears gets you in the right mindset for being on stage.
It's not always Britney.
Most of the time.
The curl of his lips became a mocking grin. She's a performer. Her music gets me in the mood to dance. Makes me feel less self-conscious and nervous. King threw up, Brian smoked, my brother screwed somebody, Sager read. We all had our own pre-show rituals. I shrugged as if my ritual wasn't a big deal, but maybe deep down it was. Listening to Britney reminded me of the good times back at the University House apartments when my brother, Brian, and me had showboated on our makeshift stage. Back then, life had seemed simpler, the music an inseparable part of our friendship. Now things were different. Tempest was mostly War's vision. The music felt different. My role was different. I wasn't an equal partner. I was just a small subpart, one that seemed ill-fitting with me as the only girl in the band. "Better let me get dressed," I said softly.
I should.
His features tightening, War dipped his fingers into the vintage silk. Separating the lapels, he untied the belt, revealing me and the ruby-red bra I wore beneath.
Fuck, Lacey.
His gaze dropped, his passion-roughened voice scraping awareness into me. He skimmed the pads of his fingers across the swell of one of my breasts, and both my nipples tightened to points. Down into the valley between my breasts, he traced, and my lips parted to accommodate my rapid breaths. Up and over the swell of the other breast, he went, and between my legs I grew wet. His gaze was dark when he lifted it.
I can't wait until Thursday.
Me either, I managed to say and swallowed.
I'll leave you to get dressed.
He took a step back, sweeping his gaze over me and shaking his head.
Too bad I can't allow you on stage like that. We'd win the popularity contest without even playing a single note.
That gave me an idea. I won't go on stage like this. I wouldn't even consider it, though Britney had certainly gone on stage in less. I felt it important to be clear with War about my parameters, because sometimes I thought he would do just about anything to make sure the band was a success. "But you guys should go shirtless," I said, smirking. "The chicks would love it, and nothing screams bad boy rocker like a guy on stage with his perspiration-slick skin glistening under the lights." War grinned.
You're probably right.
I know I am. Although, it wasn't my boyfriend's sexy torso I had in mind, but one I hadn't yet seen. Chapter 24. Lace. A knock on the dressing room door startled me. The untied laces on the bodice of my strapless Stevie Nicks-style dress dangling loose at my back. I went to answer it.
Hey.
Brian lounged in the doorway with his sculpted and tatted arms stretched over his head.
War's asking for you.
His gray-green eyes swept over me, returning to focus on my face after a leisurely journey. They were much darker after their trek. "I'm having trouble getting the laces tied." My breaths were suddenly labored. Why did his perusal always make me feel like he'd caressed me? "Could you help me?"
Sure.
Brian swallowed, and I watched his Adam's apple bob in his thick, masculine throat.
I'd better come inside to do that. Some of the guys from Rebel Heart are hanging out in the hall.
"That's probably best," I said, shocked I could formulate words at all with Brian shirtless. Obviously, my idea had been adopted by the group. My pulse beat wildly as he came forward, and I backed up. His skin was a vibrant bronze, the tan on his torso earned during his construction job the past summer. While he worked, I jammed in extra courses to jump ahead another grade level, so I could graduate when Dizzy did. I didn't want to be alone with Uncle Bruce in his house without my brother there. In only indigo jeans, and those hanging low on his narrow hips, Brian Jackson was a living, breathing bad boy of rock and roll. Thoughts about school scattered. My fingertips tingled as I imagined tracing the smooth skin stretched taut over his bulging muscles. Biceps, pecs, the ridges of his abdomen, all wore the evidence of his physical labor and hours of time at the gym. He stepped closer, moving behind me.
Your hair's in the way.
he said low after a significant pause. Sorry. I trembled as his crisp, clean scent and body heat washed over me. I guess I should have worn it up tonight. I started to lift my hair out of his way, but Brian was faster. His warm fingers skimmed my exposed skin as he brushed the long length of my hair over my shoulder. A tremor shuddered through me from the unintentional caress.
No, you shouldn't have. I like it down. It's so soft. Softer than I imagined.
Brian had imagined what my hair would feel like? That was news to me. Your hands. I licked my dry lips, thinking about how I'd imagined his hands on me. Lots. The pads of your fingers are rough.
Play calluses from my guitar,
he whispered. Of course, I said, trying not to babble. I should have guessed. Shimmery sensations rippled over my skin as he fumbled at my back, searching for the ends of the delicate laces.
Do you mind?
His warm breath spilled over me as he concentrated on his task, stirring wisps of fine hair at my nape.
The roughness, I mean.
No, not at all. The scrape of his touch on my skin seemed to unravel nerve endings already completely frayed. I tingled everywhere. If his touch was a revelation, I wondered what his lips would feel like pressed to mine.
Here it is.
Finding the ends of the laces, he tugged to tighten the loose crisscross binding. The silk stretched tighter in the front over my breasts. My focus shifted to imagining his lips fastened around the now throbbing tips. Brian, I said, my breath short. You mentioned my hair. Did you ever wonder about anything else regarding me? His fingers stilled at my back.
Like what?
What it would be like to kiss me?
Don't, Lace.
His voice was deeper than I'd ever heard it, and strained. He'd hinted earlier about war being a deterrent. Was war the only thing that had kept Brian from ever trying anything with me? I switched to a different approach. My birthday's this week.
I'm aware.
Did you get me a present?
No.
He said. Can you give me one now?
Not if it's something that will cross the line of friendship between us.
My line or war's?
Fucking hell.
He muttered, his fingers moving again.
Done.
His hands played wide, spreading warmth at my waist. My pulse pounded below his hands, and between my legs. I was hot and wet. His grip flexed tighter. Silent anticipation filled the air, broken only by his breathing and mine. When he released me, I turned around to find he was already halfway to the door. What are you afraid of, Brian?
I'm not afraid of anything.
His hand on the knob, he turned his head to give me a hard look over his broad shoulder. Back when we used to be real friends, I said, edging as close to the truth as I dared. I used to only be afraid of one thing, losing you, losing your friendship.
You haven't lost me. I'm here. We're real friends now.
Not true. Real friends confide secrets to each other, their hopes, their dreams, maybe even a forbidden little fantasy like I just did. Real friends don't lie to each other. His eyes flashed.
I haven't lied to you.
You've honestly never wanted to kiss me? Never thought about it? Not even at that first party at my uncle's house? I said, but what I meant was before war stepped between us. Brian shook his head, the longer brown layers in front shadowing his gaze. Not even when I tripped on that first walk home from school? Not even earlier this evening before war came in?
No.
Brian's expression was solid steel, his eyes darker gray than green. Never? I asked. My eyes burned, bearing the brunt of his denial. Not even just one time to see what it would be like?
No.
Okay, I said, wanting to cry, but proud of myself that my voice was firm and didn't wobble like my stomach did. I told myself it was good I hadn't revealed more. I remained alone, the only one to know that I'd waited, maybe even put war off from going all the way, because I'd hoped Brian might develop feelings for me.
Chapter 25. War. "Where's Lace?" Standing just off stage, I frowned at Brian as he barreled toward me. Without her. "In the dressing room." His lips pulled back from his teeth, he snapped, "Go get her yourself. I'm through playing errand boy for you." Before I could get into it with him, Lace appeared, looking contrite, which set off all sorts of warning bells.
"Sorry I'm late,"
she said, her amazing tits practically falling out of her top. A full skirt swayed around her shapely calves as she came to stand beside me. No wonder she'd wanted to change. She was sexy as hell. A great outfit for her solo that unfortunately we'd had to ditch. "What took so fucking long?" I asked her.
"I had trouble with the fastening on my dress."
She glanced at Brian. Keeping his head down, he was clipping on the strap for his guitar and didn't notice her glance. Or maybe he did and was just avoiding it. Something had happened between them that had pissed him off. When he lifted his head and caught me looking at him, his eyes blazed even hotter than they did a moment before. Fuck. We didn't need bullshit like this before going out in front of a packed house with the guys from Rebel Heart breathing down our necks. "Listen up," I said, throwing my arm around Lace as I beckoned to the others. King stepped forward. He still looked punk, but better than he had before he'd puked. Sager wore a chill expression, and Disney an even chiller one. Those two were reliable every time Tempest took the stage. Lace would probably be okay. Her contribution would be minimal given the change in our set list. I focused on Brian. "We start out with your riff on My Way or the Highway. I want you walking out there and playing as you take the stage. All eyes will be on you to kill it before the rest of us come in." "I'll slay that shit, brother." Brian frowned, apparently not digging the lack of faith my expression conveyed. "What's your issue?" "You." I released Lace and got up in his face. "Your attitude suddenly sucks. Did you get into it with one of the guys from Rebel Heart on the way back here?" "No." He shook his head. "Did something happen between you and Lacey?" I asked, wanting to get to the root of it and rip it out before we took the stage. His gaze went over my shoulder, and he swallowed. "Nah, just nerves, man." Nerves my ass. Brian loved to play, lived to shred that guitar of his, unless he was plowing pussy. He'd been doing a lot of that this past year. If you say so. I'd have to wait until later to figure out what his deal was. I shifted my gaze to include everyone. "So, Bryce starts us out. Then the rest of you need to watch me for your cues." I locked eyes with my drummer. "King, don't hold back. Unleash the beast." "Will do, S.A." He lifted his chin. "Deez," I said, taking in my rhythm guy. "Yeah, man? Need you to hang real tight with Bry. Let him go crazy, but ground him with some steady chords, yeah?" "You got it," he said. "Sage." I turned my attention to our bookish bassist. "That new snaky groove you introduced in practice is epic. I want to hear it loud and clear on each transition." "Sure, War." He gave me a more serious version of his already serious look.
"What about me?"
Lace asked, and I turned to look at her. "Do what you always do. Make me sound good with your harmony, and make the guys in the crowd nuts with how sexy you are, right?" She nodded, but the brightness in her eyes didn't seem right.
"Hey, guys,"
Addie said, stepping up on stage.
"I'm going to make the introduction for you tonight."
Throwing her bar towel over her slender shoulder, she swept her gaze around the group before settling it on me.
"You ready to kick some musical ass, Warren?"
She got my mood after I'd spent some time tonight at the bar complaining to her about Vance. "Yeah," I said. "We're ready."
"Good.
Her messy blonde topknot bobbed with her nod.
For what it's worth, I think you're better than them. But there's also the fact that Vance pisses me off more than you with his attitude, so I'm biased."
My brows hit the bandana I'd tied around my head. It surprised me that my attitude took second place to anyone else's. But Addie wasn't done.
You should know there are A&R reps from Black Cat and RCA in the house. They're here scouting Rebel Heart, but if you put on a good show, they might take notice.
This was huge news. Thanks for the heads up, Addie.
You got it.
She held out her hand to me for a fist bump, and I gave one to her. Smiling like I'd given her a Grammy or some shit, she strode to the center of the stage.
Hey, Footits crowd,
she said into the mic.
How you feeling tonight, besides thirsty?
Only a few seemed to get her joke and responded with laughter. Wincing, she glanced at me. Tough crowd, her pinched expression said. Speaking to the crowd again, she said,
Well, I know most of you came to see Rebel Heart, but first up is a band that's been rocking it out during the rest of the week at my place. This is their first Friday night appearance. From right here in Southside, I give you the most dangerous up-and-coming band in rock and roll, Tempest.
Amid some clapping, she stretched out her arm to our side of the stage. Cued, Brian walked out, throwing his shoulders back as he strutted past her. He looked confident. A girl in the front fanned her face. A few appreciative whistles pierced the sudden hushed silence. Brian leaned over to plug in his guitar and got some feedback. Ignoring it, he stepped to the front of the stage, put one boot on the woofer, and leaned back. All rocker cool, he began to play so fast his fingers blurred. One piercing speed metal chord after another, he slayed it. I noted more than a few astonished faces as I took my rightful place at center stage beside him. The rest of the band moved into position. Addie was much shorter than me, so I adjusted the mic, bringing it to a comfortable height. Then I put my mouth to the mic and sang. At her keyboards, Lace lightly harmonized. Sager grooved on his bass. King demolished his drums, and Dizzy nailed down the rhythm perfectly, making Brian's riffs soar. We were tight, first to finish. Every cue met. No filler between songs, just rock. Stripped down, raw, and real. My lofty expectations were exceeded. And when we walked off the stage, the crowd didn't just politely clap here and there like they did on the lightly attended weekday nights. No. This time, they roared, and it sounded like thunder. Loud, approving, addictive thunder.
Chapter 26. Lace.
Hey!
After the show, Dizzy scooted into the empty space beside me at the bar.
How's it going over here?
Not so well. I frowned into my soda.
Yeah, I noticed your expression from way over there.
He hooked his thumb over his shoulder, where the others were on the other side of the room. You should go back with them. I glanced up. In the mirror behind the bar, I could see the rest of the band, along with a slew of adoring fans, mostly women. 2 suits were watching the guys, and our reps from Black Cat Records and RCA seemed to be taking in and noting everything.
We kicked ass tonight,
my brother said, meeting my gaze in the reflective surface of the mirror.
Why aren't you happy?
I just don't feel like I am a part of it.
Because you're over here alone. Come back and hang with us.
Did war send you to get me? I asked.
Yeah.
I sighed. I'm fine waiting here. I was just in the way. It was embarrassing being handed cell phones by girls who wanted to have their pictures with the guys. No one even noted I was in the band.
I saw what happened.
His hands on my shoulders. Dizzy turned me to face him.
It's just girls being starry-eyed. They didn't mean anything by it.
I know. I get it. I'm cool. But I wasn't really. I'd been up early today and late to bed the night before. Studying hard had been my pattern for weeks. I was exhausted and stressed. Plus, I was all out of sorts after the incident with Brian. Although it was all on me, my expectations being dashed, even if based on a non-existent reality, still felt like rejection.
You're not cool.
Dizzy studied me like I was a math equation on the SAT.
You're all worked up about the test tomorrow.
Yeah. I shook my head at him in disbelief. How do you do that?
Do what?
He asked. Zero right in on what's bothering me.
I'm your brother. I know you best.
Better than my boyfriend, apparently. War hadn't said a single word about the test. He was all caught up in the band and the success we'd had tonight, which was understandable, but still, I'd been over here by myself a while. He'd obviously noticed, but couldn't be bothered to come over himself. I just need to go home, I said. Get some rest. Can you take me? Dizzy's gaze shifted to a platinum blonde at the far end of the bar, sipping an umbrella drink.
Of course I can.
You have plans, I muttered, feeling like a loser. I was even putting out my brother with my morose mood. His expression became resigned.
I do, but I can change them.
I can walk myself home.
No fucking way, Lace. That's not safe and you know it. We kicked ass,
War said, suddenly deigning to appear. He put one hand on my shoulder and knocked his other on the bar top as if to emphasize his statement. My focus on my brother, I hadn't seen War approach. Brian was with War, and he wasn't alone. He had two girls clinging to each of his arms, and he had yet to put on a shirt. I never should have asked him if he'd thought about kissing me. It would have been better to have remained silent. Of course he wasn't into me. Nauseating regret swirled inside me. Predictably, wishful thinking had gained me nothing but disappointment. What's going on? I asked War, giving him a brittle smile.
The reps want to take us out. Talk and shit. You're coming with.
He squeezed my shoulder.
She needs to get home,
Dizzy said, speaking up for me.
She has the SAT tomorrow.
Gratitude burned in my eyes as I exchanged a glance with him.
Who the fuck cares about the SAT?
War said, frowning at me. It was the absolute worst thing he could say. I stiffened as he spun me around by my shoulders.
Lacey, this could be it. You're not gonna get a surer shot out of here.
Another blow. War never gave me props for my goal or all the studying I did. That hurt, but I pretended it didn't. Diz is right, I said with a shrug. I can't go with you tonight. I'm sorry. I need to go home and get some sleep. War frowned.
You really think a little sleep is going to improve your score?
I sure hope it will, I said, keeping my voice steady as my fingers curled into my palms. I've been studying for weeks.
We've been practicing as a band for an entire year. Tempest is more important.
War squeezed my shoulder once more, then released me as he said firmly,
You're coming. I'll take you home after.
My jaw dropped as he turned around. My obedience to him in his mind was a given. War was a lot of things, a lot of them good, but his arrogance right then rubbed me the wrong way. No. Hopping off my bar stool, I put my hands on my hips. I'm not coming with you. He spun around, his nostrils flaring as he faced me.
Lacey?
No, War. This is really important to me, and you just dismissed it, and me, and all of my effort like it doesn't matter.
That's not true.
He gave me a hard look.
I just know the odds. You told me yourself that scores typically don't improve by more than 20 points.
So he had been paying attention. Sometimes I wondered. I have to try. Lifting my chin, I noticed Brian watching me closely on one side, and King and Sager moving to stand beside my brother on the other.
No, you don't.
War shook his head.
Not if trying is beating your head against a brick wall. Tonight, you come with me. Support me. You feel me?
Maybe another time without an audience watching with rapt attention, I might have buckled under and given War what he wanted. But not tonight. Tonight, I pushed back, and he didn't like it. I'm leaving, I said, turning away from him and heading for the door.
Oh, no, you're fucking not.
War grabbed me before I'd even taken 2 steps. His ringed fingers closed firmly around my upper arm.
War, don't.
Dizzy said, his warning tone making the fine hairs at my nape stand on end.
Stay out of this, Lowell.
War glared at my brother, then narrowed his eyes on me.
This is between Lace and me.
You're hurting me, I told War. wincing as the metal of his rings bit into my flesh. He loosened his hold, but didn't let go.
I'm trying to help, not hurt, babe.
Then let me go. My lips trembled a little, and I hated myself for showing that weakness, any weakness, in front of everyone.
You really want to make an issue of this now?
He glanced pointedly at the suits, a woman and a man. Their faces glowed as they stared at their phones, pretending to ignore us, but were undoubtedly listening to our disagreement. It is an issue. I wanted to stamp my foot in frustration, but didn't. It's my future.
Your future.
His expression turned to solid stone. No compromise, no understanding. He was a completely impenetrable wall.
Your future separate from my future, is that what you mean?
I nodded slowly. Yes, I guess, if that's the way you want to look at it. Despite us being together for a year, we'd never made any declarations of devotion to each other. Had I been deluding myself about the level of his affection? Digging my fingernails into the skin at my palms, I held my breath, waiting to hear what War would say, but dreading it. I didn't have to wait long.
So be it,
he said sharply, releasing me.
You go on and do what you have to do right now, and I'll do what I need to do, separate from you.
War!
Done, Lace. We're done.
War's eyes sliced through me, severing all the previous ties that had bound us as effectively as a blade.
Come on, Bri.
He jerked his chin in the air and turned to stalk away while I just stood there staring at him. For once, I wasn't distracted by what my childhood crush thought of me. Not when my boyfriend had just destroyed me. Chapter 27. Lace. Hurt and furious, I slammed through the door and stepped outside. Before I'd taken more than a few steps across the bar's parking lot, my brother caught up to me.
Hold up,
Dizzy said, and I turned to face him. I can't stay. Dropping my gaze, I wrapped my arms around myself and swallowed repeatedly. My view of the concrete swam. Done. We're done. War's words echoed in my head.
just stay for a minute while I go back inside and talk to him.
Dizzy let out a frustrated exhale.
I'm sure I can...
Stop it, Diz. You're not sure. And neither am I anymore. I'd thought War and I were tight, but I was wrong. Good that I'd held back a part of myself, knowing how he was. Sad, though, that part of the reason I'd held back was hoping Brian would notice me. In the end, both had forsaken me. Reeling, I was closer to tears than I'd been in years. But even reeling, I didn't want Dizzy involved. Don't jeopardize your position in the group trying to fix what's unfixable.
I don't care about that. You're more important.
I love that you think that, but I care. Tempest is your ticket out of Southside, and you know it. I had my own ticket, but just the one. The scholarship was more important now than ever. Go back inside. Don't make War your enemy because of me. The door behind us slammed open. Stupidly, I lifted my hope-filled gaze, only to be disappointed. Again. When was I finally going to accept that hope had forsaken me long before War or anyone else had?
Hola, Lace.
King lumbered over to us, his expression gentle.
You okay?
Hola to you too, I said, but I didn't answer his question. My status was to be determined.
You're not okay.
Shaking his head, King stepped into the glow of the streetlight along with Dizzy and me.
War is an hijo de puta.
A son of a bitch. Yeah, that was accurate.
Let me take her home, Ese.
King moved between me and my brother.
You need to go back inside. Represent with those reps. The shit they're talking about seems serious. What about you?
Dizzy asked him.
Mi hermano Sager has my back.
My brother.
All right, if...
Dizzy paused, glancing at me. Go ahead, I'll be fine. King can take care of me.
I love you.
My brother threw his arms around me and hugged me tight. I love you too, I whispered. My throat was raw as I watched him go back inside. We rarely exchanged those 3 words. To us, love was important, and not to be taken lightly. Our mother had been a wretched example, taking us for granted, rarely speaking of love, and showing it even less. Uncle Bruce never did. He didn't even factor in my mind as family.
Daisy's a good brother.
King said softly. Yes, he is, I nodded, then shivered as a blast of cold wind sliced right through me.
Here.
King unzipped his jacket, shrugged out of it, and draped it around my shoulders. I tried, but couldn't avoid seeing the concern in his gaze. I also couldn't avoid remembering my first walk with War, when he'd carefully placed his hoodie around my shoulders. He'd won my heart that night, sharing his secrets and being gentle with me. Had I made a mistake? Had it all been a lie? Thank you, King, I said, then cleared my throat. His kindness shone brightly in a night that had turned darker than dark. I'd lost my boyfriend, and probably even my role in the band. Cold, I drew King's jacket that retained his body heat around me.
You're welcome.
He moved closer. It means a lot to me, you doing this. My nostrils and eyes stinging, I dropped my gaze, training it on his Cannibal Corpse t-shirt, as if the macabre design somehow contained the answers to the universe.
Lace, maybe it will help if we talk.
You going to be okay without your jacket? I asked, interrupting him. My voice cracked under all the strain. It's pretty cold out here. After only a slight hesitation, he said.
Sí, estoy bueno.
Yes, I'm fine.
It's not that far to walk.
6 blocks, I said, and he shrugged.
Better get going then. Mind if I put my arm around you?
Meeting his gaze, I said, I don't mind.
To keep you safe and both of us warm.
Gathering me close, he gave me a long look and shook his head sadly.
Oh, la pobrecita.
Poor little girl. What's wrong? I asked.
Not me. You. You're crying.
I'm not. I crushed the polyester of his track jacket in my grip. He gave me a skeptical look.
If you say so.
I do. My cheeks were dry. It was only my eyes that were swimming.
Okay.
He said. His arm lay heavy on my shoulders, but it was comforting to be held. He was comforting to have beside me. King was an imposing figure, and the few Footage patrons remaining in the parking lot gave us both a wide berth. As we turned right at the end of the parking lot, then crossed the street at the crosswalk, I began to feel slightly less emotional and a lot less concerned about my surroundings. Strolling along the deserted Ave at this time of night, Southside was almost peaceful. No gunshots, no dogs barking, no sirens, at least not at the moment. King filled the silence, peppering me with questions about music. He thought it was highly amusing that I liked Britney Spears and Metallica. Dude, I said in a teasing tone. Good music is good music. I lifted a brow. Though the key to a person's heart is supposed to be their set list. So what's the deal with you and Cannibal Corpse?
It's loud. It expresses how I feel. Drowns out the other shit. Helps me forget the pain for a while.
I can relate to that for sure. I touched his arm, and he gave me a tight smile. I knew his brother's death was the pain he alluded to. King might joke a lot, but he was far from over that loss.
Your dress is pretty,
he said offhandedly, as if just now noticing it. Thank you. I noted the abrupt change in subject, and guessed the reason for it was to avoid any further conversation about his brother. I let him have that play without acting like I noticed, just like he'd given me a pass about the non-crying. I made it myself.
No way.
His eyes widened. I like fashion, I shrugged. I might not be able to control much, like where I came from, who my mother was, what people thought of me. But I can control how I look. That's something, right?
That something's pretty cool.
Don't be too impressed. I gave him a small smile. I only ripped apart and reassembled 2 old dresses from the consignment shop. They'd been in poor condition, but parts of them had been salvageable. Like me. Or like I hoped I was. I bit my lip, recalling how averse Hope was toward me. That wasn't good. I had a test tomorrow. I needed all the hope and good vibes I could get. King's head suddenly snapped up.
Walk a little faster,
he said tersely, his hold around my shoulders tightening. "What is it?" I asked, my heartbeats quickening along with our increased pace. "What's wrong?"
A patrol car just went past us and slowed down. Shit, it did a U-turn. It's probably nothing. Don't...
Before he could finish, the patrol car that had screeched to a stop beside us, practically blinding me with its strobing lights. I threw my arm up, shielding my eyes.
Down on the ground!
A man barked, the order blasting at ear-splitting volume from speakers.
Both of you, put your hands over your heads. It'll be okay,
King said, taking a step away from me.
Do whatever they say.
He lowered himself to his knees on the concrete. Shaking, I followed his example and was almost immediately frisked from behind. A moment later, cuffs were roughly clapped around my wrists.
On your feet.
The officer behind me ordered. "Yes, sir," I said obediently. Disoriented by the lights, though, I struggled to comply, wobbling on the high heels of my booties. Apparently, I moved too slowly, because I found myself lifted in the air, yanked by my handcuffs into a standing position. Scared out of my wits, I breathed in harsh pants, my heart pounding like a jackhammer. My stomach rolled, and I was afraid I might be sick. Blinking rapidly, I swallowed again and again. As my stomach settled and my eyes adjusted, I located King. Quiet, he remained on his knees on the pavement only a few feet away, his eyes as wide as mine. The cop with him looked mean, his mouth a cruel gash. He pulled a baton from his tool belt and extended it. I gasped as the metal rod smacked flesh, hitting King in the midsection. King grunted, but didn't crumple, and he didn't cry out. "Stop it!" I shouted. "He hasn't done anything wrong!"
Quiet!
The cop harassing King whirled around and gave me a disdainful look. "Why are you doing this?" I cried. He didn't answer my question. Looking even more pissed off, he asked,
Where are you two headed just now?
"My house," I rasped, willing my heartbeats to slow. "My uncle's house."
At 2 in the morning?
Beneath the short brim of his cap, his eyes narrowed. He didn't believe me. "Yes, sir. We're in a band. Joaquin and me."
A band, huh?
The cop's gaze narrowed more.
Is that street code for some kind of gang?
King spoke up, his voice sounding strained.
Not in a gang.
The cop turned to face him.
Your brother certainly was. That was his choice, I say, not mine. His choice got my former partner shot. I'm sorry, but my brother isn't me.
King's voice cracked.
And he's not even here anymore. Maybe their story's legit, Smythe.
The cop holding me shifted me by the shoulders to face him and studied me. The bright lights continued to flash, making it difficult to focus. I was frightened, but I noted the cop with me was big like his partner, big like Randy from school. Both cops were bullies like Randy was, only they were bullies with badges.
If you're in a band,
The cop with me said, sounding suspicious.
Where were you playing?
Footits, I said. We play there a couple of nights a week.
Rebel Heart is playing there tonight.
Still holding me by the cuffs, he shook me a bit as if to rattle the truth from me. We're the opening band, Tempest.
Fuck.
Smythe's partner muttered.
I've heard of that band. My niece is into them. Better release them. In a minute. I'm not through with this one.
Smythe hauled King over to the building beside us and shoved him into the brick wall, face first.
I'll have you eventually,
he said, rearing back and slamming his baton into the back of King's legs. Stop it! I shouted, watching King fall to his knees. Stop hurting him! It's not right! You can't take out on him who his family is! I thought of Dizzy and me, and all the guys in the band, really. King didn't say anything, but I noticed he had his head turned now, and was looking at me over his shoulder. We can't choose our family, I cried out. Only our amigos, our friends.
Naive little girl.
Smythe's partner made a clucking sound under his breath.
Let's leave him be.
He removed my cuffs, and I rubbed my wrists, staring at King as his cuffs were removed too.
Good evening to you both.
Smythe said sarcastically as he and his partner walked away. Shielding my eyes, I watched Smythe fold himself into the driver's seat. His partner rounded the hood and climbed into the passenger seat. Their doors closed, and then the flashing lights went off as the patrol car pulled away from the curb. Trembling, I hurried over to King. "Are you okay?" I asked, crouching down beside him and placing my hand on his shoulder.
See, got more batting than he counted on. Pussy cop. He hit like a girl.
Disgusted, King spat on the concrete, and I noticed dark blood in it.
Help me up.
Working together, we got him to his feet and weaved like drunkards the remaining distance to my house. By the time we reached the driveway, I was out of breath and froze when I realized Uncle Bruce's car was parked in it. The engine was running, and the lights were on. Both went off as the driver's door creaked open, and my uncle climbed out. "That's my uncle," I said quickly.
Should I take off?
King asked.
Lace, lol.
Uncle Bruce boomed.
What the fuck happened to you?
He stopped toward us, his eyes blazing as he took both of us in.
You get into a fight? The cops mistook me for someone else.
King made the explanation before I could tell him it wouldn't matter.
But they were rough with both of us. You don't look so good, son.
My uncle shook his head. Obviously what condition I was in didn't factor.
No, sir.
King said.
Not feeling too well either. Why don't you come inside? You can call your parents and we can sort this all out. Okay.
King said, then glanced at me.
Go ahead and wait for me by the house, son.
My uncle pointed.
I want to have a private word with my niece.
King gave me an inquiring look, and I shook my head. I didn't want him getting into trouble with my uncle. Turning away, he shuffled toward the house. Uncle Bruce glared at me.
You're just like your mother,
he said, his private word with me starting at the same place all his lectures did. I'm not, I said, hotly denying it like I usually did.
Your SAT is tomorrow, right?
Yes, what?
Just look at you, sabotaging your future, hanging out with the wrong crowd.
King's not the wrong crowd. I lifted my chin. He's my friend.
He in your band?
My uncle asked. Yes.
You doing drugs with him?
His eyes narrowed. No, never. Uncle Bruce asked that question a lot, but never believed my answer. I didn't really know why he bothered to ask. Long ago, he'd formed an opinion about me based on my genetics, just like that cop had with King. My uncle was never going to change his mind about me, and I was done trying to correct him. Chapter 28. Blaze.
You look terrible.
Chad frowned at me the following morning when he arrived to give me a ride to take the test with him. He took one look at me and opened his arms.
Need a hug?
Yeah. Nodding, I walked straight to him, and his strong arms closed around me. I laid my cheek on his solid chest, engulfed by his warmth. But I wasn't soothed, nor was I turned on by him. Though his response to me was undeniable, he straight up acknowledged it rather than dismiss it.
Don't read anything into it, Lowell. You are beautiful and I care about you a lot. But I get a boner when the wind blows a certain way.
His arms tightened around me.
I got your text when I woke up this morning. I know you're hurting. Just let me hold you.
It was terrible, I whispered, the pain still raw.
I'll bet it was.
He stroked my hair with his large hand.
War just cut you off. No further word? No text or call this morning to walk it back?
No. And I didn't expect there to be. This was war. The band's song, My Way or the Highway, was his modus operandi. His name was his battle cry.
You should have called me last night. I would have come right over.
You needed your rest. I straightened, putting an inch of space between us, then two. I noted Chad was wearing a polo. He was so not rock and roll, just an all-around nice guy. Why couldn't I fall for one of those? I glanced up at him. King's parents didn't pick him up until after 3, and afterward, my uncle laid into me for my choices some more. Then Diz came home, and he got blasted too.
Your uncle's a sorry bastard,
Chad said, his hazel eyes warm with empathy and his expression sad. Yeah, I nodded. I made allowances before because he took us in when we had nowhere else to go, but he's never going to change. He's just a stranger to me from now on. I'm through trying to win him over.
Understandable.
Chad's gaze searched mine.
Did you get any sleep last night?
Nope, I grimaced. But I drank 2 cups of coffee this morning.
So you're tired and wired.
Yes.
Okay, we can work with that.
He gave me his nice guy smile. It made me feel better, but it didn't cure what ailed me. My life was in the crapper. I was sad, mad, hurt, and worried as hell about the test. But I had a friend. One I could count on. A good friend was more reliable than hope.
We'd better get going.
Chad stepped back and gestured to the old rusted-out pickup he'd parked in the driveway. He'd purchased it with his own money, saving for it since he was little.
Your chariot awaits.
Nodding, I followed him, and he opened the passenger door. It creaked in protest. He joked about it needing to be oiled, like he always did. Then he closed my door and rounded the hood. Inside the cab, he set the radio dial on a country rock station. On any other day, I'd have teased him about his taste in music, which was so different from mine. But today, I stayed within the boundaries of my own thoughts. I stared out the window, trying to remember math formulas. Too soon, the drive was over, and we arrived at the middle school. Once inside the building, we separated. Chad squeezed my hand before he went to check in, since he was taking the SAT too. We entered the cafeteria shoulder to shoulder, and he gave me an encouraging smile. Then he took a seat at his designated table, and I found my seat at another table. Good luck. I mouthed the words across the distance separating us. When the proctor told us to begin, I tore open my booklet, using the pointed end of my number 2 pencil. Then the real torture began. The words on the examination and the bubbles on the Scantron answer form blurred before my weary eyes. The math section was impossible, and the reading and writing section was only slightly better. I developed a terrible headache during the last 45 minutes, and my bladder ached, about to burst from all the coffee I'd consumed. When time was called, I trudged to the front along with everyone else and turned in my materials. Then I rushed out of the cafeteria, found a restroom, and took care of business. When I returned to the foyer, Chad was leaning against a trophy case, waiting for me. He took one look at my face and knew how the test had gone for me.
Didn't go well, huh?
He asked. I didn't even finish the math section.
Oh, Lace.
His expression turned sad for a second time that morning. I know, I'm screwed. Even friendship couldn't make this fail better. And then it got worse. Outside, it was raining. A steady mist just heavy enough to be annoying, and it blocked out the sun.
Lace.
A familiar voice called as I struggled to get the hood on my slicker up. Brian. My eyes widened as I watched him approach. What do you want? I frowned. Though of course he looked delicious in a black leather jacket, black tee, and jeans, with the mist glistening like magical dust in his brown hair.
How'd the test go?
His brows drew together as Chad moved beside me, placing his hand on my shoulder. I reached for and squeezed my current friend's fingers before refocusing on my former childhood one. Terrible, I said bitterly. It went terrible, but you didn't come here for that. You came because War told you to, right?
War didn't have anything to do with it. I'm here for you,
he said, glancing at Chad before refocusing on me.
Can you and I go somewhere to talk? Just the two of us?
My heart wanted to leap out of my chest and cling to his. How many times had I dreamed of him saying something like this? But dreams were more of a shot in the dark for me than hope, and I didn't trust Brian's motives anymore, knowing full well his current friendship with War superseded our past one. If you need to say something, I said, lifting my chin, blinking as a fat droplet smacked me on my nose. Just go ahead and say it right here.
All right.
Brian's eyes narrowed, as gray like the impenetrable clouds above us. and as green as the wet grass on the lawn.
In the dressing room. The question you asked me? I didn't tell you the truth. I have wondered about it.
His gaze dipped to my mouth, and my lips tingled. I suddenly felt every dewy drop of rain.
I've wondered about it a lot.
He said softly.
I wondered about it so much last night that I couldn't sleep. But I've got no right to wonder. I think you know that.
My mind blanked, and my legs trembled as the solid ground seemed to shift beneath me.
Should I go and leave you two alone?
Chad asked.
That would be great.
Brian said, but he didn't take his eyes off me. His gaze unwavering, he asked me again.
Now will you go somewhere so we can talk?
Nodding, I whispered, yes. Chapter 29. Lace. It felt weird, forbidden almost, sitting across from Brian inside a diner I'd never been in before, just the two of us. The waitress brought us coffee and took our order. When she left, we went completely silent, avoiding direct eye contact. Apparently, it felt a little awkward to Brian, too. While I folded and refolded an empty sugar packet, Brian stretched his sculpted, tatted arms over the back of the vinyl seat on his side of the booth and turned his head to stare out the window. I stared at him.
I hope you know I tried to talk some sense into him last night.
He said softly to the window, before turning his head to look at me. War, you mean? I said, thunderstruck by the unguardedness within his eyes. Lowering his arms, Brian nodded, and glossy layers of his hair drifted down to shadow his serious brow. I didn't expect you to intervene for me. I shook myself out of the alternate reality I'd stalled in since he'd admitted to thinking about kissing me.
You're both my friends. I had to.
Shifting in his seat, he looked uncomfortable. War is your friend. I'm not sure what I am to you anymore. Tired, I gave him my feelings unfiltered, when I probably should have continued suppressing them. Brian winced.
Have I botched it up between us that badly?
I don't know. I tried to put myself in his shoes, but I didn't have a similar frame of reference. I only had two best friends that I'd ever felt free to be totally unguarded with. My brother, and at one time, the handsome guy sitting across the table from me. Why don't you tell me how you think things are between us?
I'm not sure.
Brian's gaze sharpened.
But I know you're the only person I ever felt like I could really talk to.
But what about War? I asked.
War talks. He doesn't listen.
And all those other girls?
We don't do a lot of talking.
He said quickly.
Not about anything that matters.
I can see where talking might be a problem. Just sitting across from him, I found it difficult to concentrate. I leaned back in my seat, frowning. Brian was never with any girl very long, never the same one twice, except off and on again with Missy Rivera. I didn't know what it was about her that was different, but I knew she'd been with War and Brian. I didn't like her.
So many times,
he said.
I was tempted to pick up the phone and talk to you like I used to.
You have my number. Confused, I squinted at him.
Let me rephrase that.
He shook his head.
I couldn't call you. It wouldn't have been right. Not when you were with him. Not when most of the stuff I wanted to talk about involves him, you, and the group.
Oh. My eyes rounded. I guess I never thought of it that way.
But now...
He let that hang, giving me a meaningful look. With War and me broken up, it's different. Brian nodded. He was unguarded, now that the wall that had stood between us was gone. Looking into his warm, familiar eyes without it there, I suddenly didn't feel so alone or quite so sad. Well then, I leaned forward, put my elbows on the table, and propped my chin in my hands. We have a lot to catch up on, so start talking.
About what?
He asked. Everything I missed that you wished you'd shared? Everything you thought about asking me but didn't.
That's a lot of stuff, and pretty open-ended.
His lips curved upward. Start with the band, and we'll move on from there. I tilted my head. How would you rate the band's performance last night?
I thought we nailed it.
I thought so too, but it was a hardcore set. Don't you think there needs to be a ballad or two thrown in for balance?
You might be onto something.
I knew I was, but decided to leave it there. With the idea planted in his mind, it could germinate and grow. With War, I had to hit him repeatedly with my ideas to get them through. So, you and War, I raised a brow. Does he piss you off as often as he does me?
Oh, yeah.
Brian's eyes dancing to a familiar shared tune, he leaned forward. With only a handful of inches separating us, I could see the individual pixels of light gray and dark green within his thickly lashed, dream-inducing eyes. But he's still your closest friend. I pulled in a labored breath. The rapid exposure to the high-altitude, pine-scented air made me dizzy.
We've been through a lot together. He's basically a good guy, but that little voice inside your head that should stop you from saying shit you shouldn't, he doesn't have it. You and I talked about this a while ago.
His eyes flickered with shadows I somehow knew weren't caused by our conversation about War's character, but involved circumstances between the two of them that I wasn't privy to.
In Southside, you have to be tough, or you lose the things you care about.
Strength, not weakness. Alliances over enemies, I said, knowing how it worked, and wishing Brian was an ally, wanting to be one for him. I might not currently be one of his closest friends, but maybe with time, I could regain that position. Sometimes who had your back was the only thing that stood between success and failure, or life and death. And even then, like with King's brother, sometimes it wasn't enough.
It's the escalation with War that worries me.
Brian's expression sobered.
Problems for him are battles to be won at all cost, even when it involves someone who really matters to him.
Does he mean I matter to War? Brian exhaled heavily. A little shiver ran up my spine as his warm, minty breath lifted tendrils of my hair. This was probably the closest I'd ever get to sharing a kiss with him. As I imagined his lips on mine, his tongue in my mouth, and his breath mingling with mine, my stomach fluttered. What happened after I left last night? I asked. With the record label reps. I didn't really want to know if War had slept with someone else, or for that matter, if Brian had. He studied me for a beat before answering.
They said we have potential, but are too inexperienced. They left business cards, told us to call them back when we're headlining.
I'll bet that pissed War off. My brows lifted as I imagined it.
He was already mad. But yeah, it was like gas to a flame.
He didn't make a good impression with the reps, with his temper.
No, not hardly. And he got completely shit-faced right in front of them, too.
I'm sorry. It sounds like you had an upsetting night. Without stopping to think about it, I reached for Brian. The instant my fingers touched his arm, I felt a spark. Heat singed my skin, but I also felt something deeper. With him, there was that foundation of shared experiences that settled me. Sure, he was all grown up and sexy as hell, but I also knew him. Knew with him I was always safe. Immediately craving more of that heat, I was, after all, an addictive personality more like my mother than I cared to admit. I swept my thumb across his skin in a wider arc. More of what I craved blazed through me like wildfire. Brian wasn't unaffected either. His eyes darkened, and his nostrils flared.
I don't believe my evening was nearly as upsetting as yours,
He said low, his gaze dropping to his arm. Who told you about it? Withdrawing my hand, I used it to toss a strand of my hair over my shoulder and affected a casual expression. But my pulse continued to fly, and my skin burned.
King.
Brian's gaze remained on mine, but it was darker and twinkled with something else. Anger? Desire? Amusement? I wasn't sure.
He said you were ballsy as hell.
He exaggerates. I shook my head. Truthfully, I was scared shitless.
I should have gone with you. I don't like that I wasn't there to protect you.
He frowned.
Diz said your uncle laid into you last night, too.
He laid into both of us, Diz and me. I dropped my chin, and Brian gently lifted it.
Why didn't you tell me how terrible he is to you?
Because I lost my train of thought, tumbling headlong right into the depths of his understanding gaze. Brian's tenderness always got me. The thoughtful boy I'd once crushed on remained, but he was a man now, strong with edges like war. Maybe not as lethal, but sharp nonetheless.
Because why, Lace?
Brian asked softly. The sharpness of him was a compelling contrast to the sweetness, a nearly irresistible one. Because it's sad to be treated the way he treats me, and it makes me feel vulnerable for you to know.
You think you deserve to be treated that way.
His expression hardened.
Which is not happening. I hope you realize.
Words, simple ones, but profound coming from him.
We'll just have to prove to your uncle that he's all wrong about you.
Brian had been leaning forward, but he scooted back in his seat as the waitress returned with the breakfast special. 2 eggs over easy, hash browns, toast, and bacon. A large platter-sized plate for each of us. He's not wrong. I totally bombed the test today, Bri. He went completely still. I realized what I'd done, what I'd said, and he didn't miss it.
It's been a long time since you called me that.
Yeah. I guess it's been a while since I felt like you were in my corner.
I'm sorry for that. It's been difficult balancing my loyalty between 2 people I care about. But the truth is, I've never left your corner. I'll always be there for you if you need me.
My eyes burned, stinging with emotion. I'd been with War nearly a year, and hadn't received that kind of declaration from him.
So, you bombed the test today. You can retake it, can't you?
My chest tightened. One more time before the scholarship deadline.
One time is all you need. You're gonna kick SAT ass. We'll do it together this time, me helping you.
Brian blew out a breath and took in another that expanded his muscular chest distractingly. But his words and his sincerity distracted me more.
I know today was important for you,
he said, sincerity ringing in his tone.
You've told me about your goals outside the band, but I'm not here to tear you down or try to talk you into a different goal. I'm here to support you, to show you I care, to help however I can.
Chapter 30. Lace. After Brian walked me home, I went to my room and crashed. When I woke from my nap, the rain had stopped and the sun was shining. Was it going to turn out to be a decent day? My cell pinged as if to answer my question. Reaching for it, I detached it from the charging cord and scraped my hair out of my eyes to read the message. Brian.
You up?
His was the most recent message. That was promising, but there were others. Dizzy.
We need to talk. Come to my room when you wake up.
Chad.
Call me. I want to know what happened with Brian.
Janet. I need you to work a shift tomorrow. Call me. Although I pretended it wasn't, it was disheartening that none of the messages were from War. I called Janet first. Hi, honey, she said in her sweet but age-warbled voice. How did the test go? Not well, I sighed. Oh no, you studied so hard. I know. Even with Brian helping me, even renewing my efforts, was it realistic to believe that I could do better? Maybe you should take one of those prep courses. I'll look into it, I said, but truthfully, I already had. The decent ones were expensive as hell. I couldn't afford it, but I didn't tell Janet. She would want to help and would feel bad that she couldn't. Her profit margin was so low at the shop that she could barely pay me. You need me to work tomorrow? I asked, forcing enthusiasm into my tone. Yes, I'm going to hit the yard sales in the afternoon. If you could work from lunch to closing, that would be great. Absolutely. I could bring my homework with me. Sundays were slow at the shop, but good days for her to pick up bargains when the yard sales shut down. "Thank you, honey. Sorry about your test." "It's okay. See you tomorrow. Bye." I hung up, pocketed my cell, and opened my door. The hallway was quiet. Uncle Bruce's door was closed, which meant he was either sleeping or at his girlfriend's house. Dizzy's door was ajar. I knocked softly and pushed it the rest of the way open. He was on his bed, headphones on, a steno pad with crumpled pieces of yellow notebook paper all around him. Seeing me, he lowered the headphones to his neck.
"How are you doing?"
he asked, his eyes searching mine. "Better now that I rested."
"How'd the test go?"
"I didn't even finish the math section."
"Oh, Lace."
His expression fell.
"You can retake it, can't you?"
"Once more." I swallowed with difficulty. I was scared. My grades were good, but I wouldn't even qualify to apply for a scholarship if my test scores didn't reach the minimum requirement. "But I don't really want to think about it right now."
"You have to think about it,"
he said gently.
"You can't stay here. If you don't get the scholarship money, what are you going to do?"
"Work, I guess."
"Janet can't pay you full-time."
"I know, but maybe she would let me stay with her in exchange for working at the shop."
"That's an option."
"Is it my only one?" I asked, holding his gaze and my breath. "Am I out of the band?" His gaze hardened.
"War's not the only member in the band who gets to decide things."
His non-answer was answer enough. I was out.
"Come sit down."
He swept a space clear for me, and I plopped down.
"War was pissed as hell last night, but if you talk to him today—"
"No." I shook my head. "I'm not doing that. Me being in the band shouldn't hinge on whether I obey his every command. If he wants me in for my ability, fine, but he'll have to come talk to me and apologize, not the other way around."
"You know he won't."
Dizzy gave me a sad look.
"He's as stubborn as you are."
"Is there anything else you needed?" He shook his head. "Okay." I stood and moved toward the door.
"Lace."
He called, and I turned. "Yeah?"
"You should know I told him I'd quit the band if he doesn't reinstate you."
"No, Dizzy." I shook my head. "Don't do that. Take it back. Tell him you didn't mean it. Heat of the moment and all. Whatever you need to say, fix it with him. But leave me out of it."
"Final word?"
he asked. "Final," I said, and exited his room. Hearing a door slam downstairs, I hurriedly returned to mine. Shutting my bedroom door, I leaned against it and told my hammering heart to slow. I didn't know what to do exactly about the band, but it would be okay somehow. I wasn't going to beg War to let me back in the group. Heavy footsteps outside my door made my heart beat even faster, but luckily the footsteps faded, and a door, Uncle Bruce's bedroom door, I assumed, clicked closed. Not in the mood for another lecture today, I exhaled in relief. Returning to my bed, I pulled my phone from my jeans pocket and pressed Chad's number. Tears pricked my eyes when I heard his kind voice.
"Hey, how's it going?"
he asked. "I'm still breathing, but I'm out of the group." Dizzy confirmed it.
"Oh, Lace. It didn't go well with Brian either?"
Actually, that part did go well. He wants to be friends again. Real ones.
"That's good. But was that all you wanted?"
"Yeah," I said, not allowing myself to speculate further. Brian might think about kissing me. I certainly thought about kissing him. But I didn't think there was any scenario where we could be more to each other than we were. Not while he remained so committed to War.
"He doesn't look at you like he only wants to be friends."
"We have some chemistry," I said, staring at my guitar in its stand on the other side of the room. "But it's not like he has a shortage of girls willing to sleep with him."
"None that are you."
"I'm no prize."
"Well, that's not true."
Chad sounded irritated.
"We need to do something fun and get that wrong thinking out of your head."
"What do you propose?" I asked, for fun.
"A movie and popcorn."
My mouth started to water. I love popcorn.
"I know you do. And you need to kick back and get your mind off everything."
"Are you offering to take me out?" I asked.
"I'm not offering, I'm telling."
I smiled. You're a great friend.
You are for me. But do you really think you can make a friendship-only deal work with Brian?
Of course I can, I said airily. We've done it before.
You were kids then.
Chad said, his words taking the wind from my sails.
You're not kids anymore. Friends don't look at each other the way you two do.
I'm wise enough to know not to make it complicated.
Wisdom doesn't count for shit.
He said.
Not when you're totally hung up on him.
I'm not that hung up on him. Lying, I braced, knowing I risked a lightning strike. Chad snorted.
You look at him like you want to fuse your essence to his.
That obvious? Worried, I bit my lip.
To me it is, but we've been friends for a while.
As long as I've been dating War, I said reflectively.
Is that completely over?
Oh, yeah. He scoffed.
Does War know?
I told you what he said last night. He dismissed me without a backward glance.
Yeah, but, babe, the way he is with you is a carbon copy of the way you deny being about Brian. And I don't think War gives a shit about it being complicated, as long as he gets what he wants in the end.
Chapter 31. Lace. I texted Brian on my way to take a shower. Lace. Just woke up. Is everything okay? Not expecting an immediate response, I set my phone on the counter and took my shower. But when I shut off the water, I heard the phone ringing and picked up the call. Hello? I said, dripping water all over the place.
Why didn't you answer your phone?
Brian asked, his tone both sexy and irritable at the same time. I am answering it.
I called several times before this.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was in the shower. When the connection went silent, I asked, Are you okay?
Are you naked now?
He asked, sounding a little choked. No, I'm in a towel.
Fucking hell.
He muttered. What's wrong now?
Nothing, only you, wet, and...
He went silent again, but I could hear his heavy breathing. What are you doing? I asked. You sound out of breath.
I'm trying to erase from my mind the image of you in only a towel.
Oh. I licked my dry lips. Now I was trying not to imagine him imagining me and sounding turned on. Maybe you need to think about something else.
Not likely.
He mumbled. A smile curving my lips, I asked, What were you doing before you called me?
Helping Miriam with her homework?
Does she still have trouble reversing her letters and numbers?
Yes.
That must create a lot of difficulties for her.
It does, especially at a school, because she refuses to allow her teachers to give her any special treatment.
She's embarrassed.
Proud. Her personality reminds me of someone else I know.
Me? I asked.
Definitely.
Brian cleared his throat.
Are you feeling better after a nap?
Yes. I was also in a better frame of mind because things were better between us.
Do you have any plans this evening?
Yes, I said.
What? With who? You just broke up with War.
He broke up with me. Totally blindsided me, in fact. But I kept that part to myself.
He's an idiot. I mean, he's too hot-headed. Who are you going out with tonight?
Chad?
Ah.
Brian let out a breath.
Your friend, the basketball player. Mind if I tag along?
No, of course not. But we're just going to the movies, eating lots of junk food.
Junk food for you means popcorn when you're stressed.
You remember. My eyes widened.
Not likely to forget the only thing guaranteed to stop you from crying when you were a kid.
I didn't cry a lot.
No, you didn't, even though you had plenty of reasons to.
He exhaled. Wherever he was, it sounded like he was smoking.
The way you lived in that apartment with your mom, the things you saw and endured, you were very brave.
I just did what I had to survive.
I don't think that's true. But man, you were so little when I first met you.
I was a frightened, shivery mouse, I said, afraid to even look at you.
I got you to laugh.
Yeah, by acting like a dork.
Anything to make you smile.
He said softly. That right there was why I couldn't put my feelings about Brian to rest. Why I probably never would be able to.
I'm buying the popcorn tonight,
Brian said, elbowing me out of the way at the movie theater counter.
Quit scowling at me and put your wallet away.
Okay, I sighed, and tucked it back into my slouch bag.
You can buy my snacks.
Chad slid his humongous pile of candy and a bladder-busting size soda toward the register.
No way in hell, Phillips,
Brian said.
I'd need to take out a loan to pay for all that. Here, Lace.
He transferred my tub of popcorn from the counter to my greedy, outstretched hands, then grabbed his soda and mine. Hey, Bri. I turned around and saw Missy Rivera waving at Brian. She leaned into the guy's arms she was with, said something, then abandoned him. I glanced at Brian as she approached. His gray-green eyes widened, and mine narrowed as I looked back at her. I thought you didn't like the movies. Missy flicked a long strand of her dark hair over her shoulder, a practiced move that drew attention to her boobs. I recognized the maneuver, having employed it myself, and I knew without checking that it had worked on both men beside me.
I like him okay.
Brian said in a tone that rang false. Aren't you going to introduce me to your friends? She asked. I'm Lace Lowell, I said, giving her the same sizing-up scan that she gave me. I looked pretty good in a vintage 60s purple dress that was tight on top, but swung loose around my upper thighs. She looked better in tight jeans and a modern crisscross top that showed a lot of her significant cleavage. But I thought you were with War. Her ice blue eyes widening, she glanced at Brian, obviously noting the two sodas. Aren't you exclusive with him anymore? My hands curled into fists at my sides. That's none of your business. I really didn't want to get into any specifics of my relationship with War. Whatever I told her was likely to cost me, as in her having the opening she needed to pursue him. She was already after Brian, not even hesitating to approach him with me standing right beside him.
I'm Chad.
He stretched out his long arm. His wingspan was impressive, which the college scouts were excited about, as well as his shooting percentage. Missy shook his hand, his engulfing hers, then tilted her head back to meet his gaze, like I had the first time I met him. Dressed in a white Oxford button-down, jeans, and suede chukka boots, there was a lot of him to take in. Chad Phillips. She licked her thickly glossed lips. First-string varsity on the basketball team? I know you. I've seen you around school in your Letterman jacket.
I've seen you too. Impossible not to. You're so pretty.
What the hell? I shifted to look at Chad, but he was so totally into her, he didn't even notice me. Did she have magical pheromones or something? Thank you, she said, her voice husky as she batted her sooty lashes at him.
You're welcome.
He stared at her like he wanted to skinny dip in her blue gaze. I rolled my eyes. The movie's about to start, I said, moving my popcorn to my side. I freed up one of my hands and poked Chad in the side.
Ow,
he said, releasing her. The pheromone spell broken. He rubbed his side as he frowned at me.
That hurt.
I'd meant it to. How could he drool over her when he knew how I felt about her? Better get your snacks. I stamped my hand to my hip and swiveled back to face her. As you can see, we're busy. You should go back to your date. He looks a little put out that you're not, putting out. Her eyes narrowed. He's not my date. We're just friends. Yeah, I know, I said cattily. You have a lot of those. Sadly, yes. They never seem to get over me. Once they have a taste, they keep coming back for more. She lifted her chin and gave me a withering glare. War and Bri both. But then, apparently you know all about it. I knew that I wanted to claw those ice blue eyes out of her head.
Lace, hey.
Brian put his arm around me. His touch smoothed the bristles.
Let's go see the movie. Eat some popcorn.
He turned me away from her.
Bye, Missy,
he said, dismissing her without looking directly at her. I don't like her, I grumbled.
That's obvious.
His voice was funny. Glancing at him, I saw that he was amused. It's not funny, Bri.
It is, Lace. It's cute that you're jealous of her. But I mean, come on.
He shrugged a thickly muscled shoulder.
She's okay, but she's not even in your league. No guy is going to look at her twice, let alone choose her, if his other option is you.
My previous irritation drained away. You truly think so?
I know so.
Thank you. My lips curving, I shook my head at him.
Why are you looking at me like that?
He asked. I had an awful day. Bombed the SAT, nearly got into it just now with my ex-boyfriend's side piece. Brian's too, unfortunately. But somehow, despite all that, you managed to make me feel better. I let out a breath, and then gave him a little more truth. In all my worst moments, you've made a difference just by being there.
Anything for you, Lace.
He said softly, and I wish with all my heart that were true. I didn't want just any guy to choose me. I wanted Brian to. Chapter 32. Lace.
Thanks for the ride, man.
Brian said to Chad, leaning in the open window on my side of the truck.
No problem. It was fun. Let's do it again, soon. Absolutely.
Brian tipped his chin to me.
Lace, you want to come up? See my mom and say hi to my sisters?
My eyes brightened. Sure, but... Conflicted, I turned to Chad with the question in my eyes, and he waved me off.
Go ahead. I'm beat. Sugar coma from too much candy. Just gonna go straight home after this and crash.
Okay. Thanks for tonight. It was just what I needed. Unbuckling my belt, I laid one hand on Chad's cheek and kissed the other. You're a great friend.
Just following your example,
He said with a grin, his eyes twinkling.
Come on, Lace.
The wind lifting his brown hair, Brian flipped up the lapels of his black leather jacket to cover his ears.
I'm freezing out here.
Okay. I scooted across the seat. Brian opened the door for me and I got out. We both returned Chad's wave, watching the truck headlights for a moment as he drove off.
I like him.
Brian said. Me too.
Good you have a friend outside the band.
He's my only one outside the band. Shivering, I wondered if being cast out of the group would cost me all my friendships with the guys. Uneasy, I pulled the unbuttoned edges of my wool car-length coat together.
You look cold.
Brian's brow creased in concern.
Better get you inside.
Yeah, that would be good. I hitched the strap of my bag higher on my shoulder, and Brian put his hand on my lower back.
This way.
He guided me toward the building, a high-rise. Opening the door, he gestured for me to precede him. As we crossed the lobby, I had the thought that he might have grown up without a father around, but he wasn't lacking in gentlemanly manners. He always treated me with respect and care.
Our apartment is on the second floor.
At the elevator, Brian pushed the button and returned his hand to the small of my back. It wasn't possible for me to feel the heat of his palm through my wool coat and the dress I wore underneath it, but somehow I did. I'll bet you hear a lot of street noise.
Yeah, but we got a 3-bedroom for half the rent of the units higher up.
That's a good deal. Do you have your own bedroom now?
I do.
That's cool. I gave him a furtive look. Do you think your mom will mind you bringing me up without telling her first?
She'll love the surprise.
The elevator dinged, the door slid open, and he steered me inside. Not as certain as he was, I avoided my anxious reflection in the glass. Brian's mother had been more like a real mom to me than my own. She'd often invited Dizzy and me to share meals with Brian and his sisters, meals that had kept us from starving. She'd also been the one to call the cops the night of the Metallica concert. If it hadn't been for her, I might have been raped. She'd cared for Dizzy and me when no one else had, treating us like we were her own children. But maybe we'd only been a burden. Why had she never invited us, me, to visit here? I suspected she thought I was a bad influence on her son, that being associated with me would lead him away from his goals, rather than helping him achieve them. Brian pointed.
Just to the end of the hall.
Okay. I kept pace with him. At the door, he stopped to pull out his keys. I heard laughter inside and his mother's voice.
Hey, everyone.
Brian called out after throwing open the door.
I have a surprise for you.
He gave me a gentle push to put me in front of him. "Hi, surprise." Holding up my hand, I waved it in the air. His sister shrieked. "Lace!" Miriam shouted, flying at me, her ebony hair trailing behind her. I rocked back on my booted heels as she threw her arms around me. "Hey," I said, warmth filling my chest. "Let me have a look at you." "Sure." She drew back and my eyes widened. "You're beautiful, practically grown up now." "Thank you." She beamed a smile at me, then turned to gesture to her sibling. "This is Anne." "Oh my goodness, so it is. Are you little Annie?" I asked, the blonde girl hanging back behind her taller, black-haired sibling. "Not little anymore." Beneath her wire-rimmed glasses, Anne's cheeks blushed. "No, you're not," I said. "You're practically grown up." "So are you, Lace." Brian's mother came forward, in her mid-30s and still strikingly pretty. She had a dish towel over her shoulder and was wearing her hospital scrubs. "You're as beautiful as Bryce said you were." Her brows drew together between gray-green eyes like her son's. "Thank you." I glanced at Brian, surprised that he'd been talking about me to her. He only shrugged. "Come in." His mom turned. "Don't just stand in the entryway. Have a seat in the living room. I was just getting ready to take a cake out of the oven. Would you like a piece?" "No, thank you," I said, walking beside Brian as we followed everyone in.
"Let me have your coat,"
he said. "Sure." Turning, I allowed him to help me get it off. A warm shiver rolled through me as his hands, feeling like a caress, skimmed my shoulders. Inside the kitchen, his mom frowned as she watched us.
"We ate a ton of junk food at the movie."
Brian arranged both our coats, his over mine, on the back of one of the dining chairs, while I took a seat on the couch. The shape and feel of it was familiar, even after all these years, but it had a new slipcover on it. "This is nice," I gestured. "Having the living dining kitchen space connected? It works well for us." Plates with cake on them in her hands, his mother exited the kitchen and placed the dishes on the dining table. "Come and get it, you two." "Yum," Anne said, moving to the table. "I want to visit with Lace." Miriam stayed where she was in the easy chair beside me. "Miriam Diana Jackson," her mother snapped. "Eat your cake. You can visit Lace sitting at the table." "Okay, Mom," she grumbled, tapping my knee as she scooted past me. "I like your dress, and those fishnet hose with the boots are killer." "Thank you," I smiled. "Did you sew the dress yourself?" Mrs. Jackson asked, taking the seat Miriam had abandoned, while Brian sat next to me on the couch. "No," I said, "just did a little hem work." "Looks like you remember the stitch pattern I showed you." "I remember everything you taught me." Mrs. Jackson glanced up. "I don't remember doing much teaching. All the things I know about being a good woman, I learned from your example." "Thank you, Lace." Her gaze took on a glassy sheen. "How is your brother?" "Dizzy's fine." "How is living with your uncle going?" "It's okay." I dropped my chin so she wouldn't see the lie in my eyes. "Better with him than our mother." "And your war-and-study girlfriend now?"
"Mom?"
Brian leaned forward and shook his finger at her.
"I told you this morning that they broke up."
Ignoring him, she said, "Warren talks about you all the time." I didn't know what to say to that, but it hurt thinking about War. I wasn't ready to talk about him, and certainly not with her. She seemed disapproving of me, and I wasn't sure exactly why. "Brian has his future tied to the dream that Tempest will be a successful band one day, and with several legitimate labels interested, we know that's not just a dream anymore. It's a real possibility now." Was she worried I'd interfere with Brian's dream? "He's the best guitar player I've ever heard," I said firmly. "Any label would be lucky to have him."
"Thanks, Lace."
Brian reached for my hand, took it from my lap, and laid it on his knee. His mother stood. Can I talk to you in my room for a moment, Bri?
Sure, but whatever it is, can't it wait until later?
No, it has to be now. Mrs. Jackson marched across the living room, her brown ponytail whipping back and forth between her shoulder blades.
I'll be right back,
Brian told me, then followed her. I flattened my lips to keep them from trembling. Obviously, Mrs. Jackson didn't want me here. I cringed when I heard my name and then their raised voices. Mom and Bri argue all the time, Miriam said, but Anne shook her head. Not all the time, Miriam sighed. A lot since the summer our dad was here. Before I could wonder about that, the door to the apartment burst open, and War stepped inside. He wore a white tee that molded to a sculpted chest, its short sleeves rolled up to reveal his biceps. His wallet chain hung in a long loop over his jean thigh. Although he didn't see me, I certainly saw him, and my chest squeezed tight.
Chapter 33. War. Your mom made cake? My eye on the prize, I snatched a big corner piece from Anne's plate.
Go away, War,
she said, hunching protectively over her plate while I chewed. Pound cake. My favorite. It was buttery, rich, and delicious.
You suck.
Miriam, her younger sister's protector, snarled at me.
Go away, loser.
I didn't go away, but I breathed a little easier, getting their typical response to my harassment. My life was fucked up, but this remained a constant. Here I was almost part of the family. Besides being center stage behind the mic, this was the only place where I felt like I belonged. I usually came here when stuff got rough with my old lady, but I came tonight because the past 24 hours had been absolute shit. Bad news from the labels aside, I missed Lace. I kept wanting to call her, but wouldn't, expecting her to appear, but she didn't, and it killed me.
Why do you have sunglasses on?
Anne asked around a huge bite of cake, the last one on her plate. None of your business, Squirt, I said without any heat.
Because he drank too much.
Miriam frowned, and then so did the little one.
Like Dad used to when he was here.
Miriam was right. I'd woken up a few hours ago in a puddle of my own drool. I still had cottonmouth and a pounding headache that resulted from mixing a shit ton of booze with the pill cocktail Kyle had served me last night. Suddenly, I heard shouting, surprised it was Brian's mom. She hardly ever raised her voice. Turning in the direction of the yelling, I saw her. Lace. She stood only a couple of feet from me, her back pressed against the wall. A moment after our gazes connected, her expression went from surprise to a remote mask. I suspected she'd been trying to slip out the door while my back had been turned. Wanting her, I reached for her before I remembered she'd defied me, shown her true colors. So I kept my arms where they were, empty at my sides. The couple of feet separating us might as well have been 10,000 miles. What the hell? I narrowed my gaze. She couldn't see my eyes behind the sunglasses, but they were full of fire. I was pissed. She did this to us, not me. What are you doing here?
You don't have a right to ask me anything anymore.
Lace lifted her chin, practically breathing fire.
Why are you here?
What right do you have to ask? I said, throwing her words back at her, and she flinched as if she were the injured party in the scenario. I hated myself that I had to curl my fingers into fists to keep from reaching for her. I wanted to comfort her, even though I'd been the one to cause her discomfort. It was crazy.
Right. My bad.
Her beautiful amber eyes bright, she tossed a lock of her hair over her shoulder.
I guess we did say all that needed to be said the other night.
Babe,
Not your babe. Not anything to you, apparently.
I frowned. Not through.
How is it not? You cut me down, made me feel like I was less than nothing.
Her lip trembled.
In front of everyone.
You were the one who drew the blade, I said. Knifed me in the back. Opposed me when you should have stood with me, on a night that could have secured our future. You did that. My brows snapped together. Not me. Holding her arms stiff at her sides, she was upset but defiant and glorious, her eyes shining, pink in her cheeks, rapid breaths lifting her perfectly round tits. Even mad as hell at her, I wanted to fuck her.
I don't want to fight with you.
Lace's shoulders drooped as the anger suddenly seemed to drain out of her.
I mean, what's the point? You're right, I'm wrong. You already decided.
You have it all messed up. Frustrated, I shook my head. Lace was the one who'd duped me into thinking we were on the same page, that my dream for us was her dream. I wasn't a priority for her. I wasn't a priority for anyone. Alone, to look after myself once again, I had to return to my former harsh reality before I detoured with her. A door popped open in the hall behind me. I knew by Lace's expression that Brian had appeared. I hated it, the way her eyes softened whenever she looked at him. He wasn't the sweet boy she'd once known. That was fairy tale bullshit. Hey, Brian said, all overly cool. I wasn't expecting to see you tonight. Yeah, apparently not. I shifted so I could see both him and Lace. Unfortunately, his mom was also in my peripheral vision. Trapped in the hall behind him, she seemed upset. I didn't want her to be upset. She was one of the few adults, including Mr. Garrett and Addie Footit, who didn't think my existence was a waste of oxygen. Brian raked a hand through his hair. Not trying to hide anything, man. Why's Lace here, then?
He invited me to come up,
she said, her eyes flashing fire.
He's my friend. You broke up with me, War, and you kicked me out of the group without even giving me the courtesy of telling me yourself. So it's done between us, like you said. And done means you don't get to dictate anything in my life anymore. Who I'm friends with, or who I decide to go out with, it's my own business.
She glanced at Brian. Was she trying to imply they were dating? Oh, hell no. She refocused on me.
Are we clear?
Fucking hell. She pissed me off. And yet I admired her for it. This girl never backed down. Not from anyone. You're clear. But now it's my turn to speak, I said snidely. And it's your turn to listen.
I don't have to.
A year ago in front of the Fast Mart, I laid myself out to the bone for you. Her eyes widened. Never did that for any piece of ass. Never tapped another pussy after that, though I had plenty of opportunities.
Warren!
Sorry, Mrs. Jackson. I acknowledged her and noted her horrified expression, but I refocused on Lace. I gave you all of me, and I told you that my plans for the future were our plans. Do you remember that, babe?
Yes,
Lace said, looking shockingly pale. You threw that in my face last night like it meant nothing. In front of the band and 2 music reps, you made me look like a pussy.
That's not fair.
Fucking grow up, Lacey. Life isn't fair. In Southside, you make your own rules or you get shit on.
Sure. Okay. You're right.
Her gaze even brighter than before, she swallowed, then bobbed her head. But she didn't cry.
Thanks for that explanation. It was lovely to be cut into even smaller pieces than last night.
Lace. Sounding all empathetic, Brian took a step toward her, but I blocked that step.
I'm taking off,
Lace said.
I shouldn't have come here.
No, wait. Brian shouldered me out of the way, but he only got that play because I was off guard, watching her fall apart.
No.
She waved him off.
I'll call Chad. He'll come get me. My one friend outside the band. You called it Brian. I didn't see it then, but I see it now. I see it all clearly.
She cranked up her chin.
It was nice to see you again, Mrs. Jackson. I meant what I said. You made a big difference in my life. Thanks again for that. Miriam and Anne, I wish you well.
Lace paused her gaze on each of them while avoiding looking directly at Brian or me. Then she turned away from everyone without another word. The hem of her short dress whirled around her toned upper thighs, her spine as inflexible as her sewing shears. She was giving me the cut, just like I'd given her last night. Brian, too, apparently. But I didn't notice how he took it. Watching her leave for the second time in less than 24 hours, I bled out all over Mrs. Jackson's pristine floor. Not him.
Chapter 34. Lace. I leaned into the consignment shop counter, flipping page after glossy page of an alluring fashion magazine that I'd thumbed through hundreds of times. But boredom wasn't why the details that usually interested me blurred before my eyes. War, Bri, me. Round and round my thoughts went, like a merry-go-round with no off-switch. I glanced at the 2-inch-thick second-hand SAT study book beside the magazine. Lack of sleep, and the reasons for it aside, I should be memorizing math formulas, not wasting any more headspace on the impossible variables in my life. The shop bell rang as if to underscore my thought. "Welcome to Janet's Design," I said. Glancing up, my greeting stalled. It was Brian. Just seeing him, I felt my heart flutter. His brown hair wind-mussed. He was wearing his leather jacket. He and my brother rocked that look better than any other guy did, with his standard black t-shirt and jeans. But today it wasn't his handsome face, or the way his clothing clung to his chiseled body that made me react the way I did. It was the warmth in his gorgeous eyes. It was like no time had passed, and I had my childhood best friend back. Only not really, because he wasn't a boy anymore, and I wasn't a little girl. "Hi, Brian," I said, keeping my tone neutral, since the past was gone, and now was now. The current situation between us was clear in a way it never had been, thanks to his mom. We couldn't go backward, but I also realized now that we couldn't go forward either, not even just as friends. "What can I do for you?"
"Not here to shop. Here to check on you."
He scanned the interior as he approached.
"Nice place. Cool displays."
"Thanks." I kept the racks of clothes in order and arranged the colorful end-cap displays.
"Quiet."
"Yeah, it's been a slow day. I'd only had 3 customers my entire shift."
"Are you okay?"
He stopped on the other side of the checkout counter from me. "I'm hanging in there." Averting my gaze, I closed my magazine.
"That doesn't sound like a yes."
"It is what it is." I shrugged and looked back up.
"I wish you would have let me walk you home last night."
The concern in his eyes captivated me. "I couldn't let you do that," I said. That would have been the match to war's ready-to-ignite fuse. We both know why.
"What do you mean?"
Brian's gaze narrowed. "We can't be friends." I spelled it out, though to me, the explanation seemed unnecessary after last night. "We can't hang out, and I can't visit you at your place anymore."
"Why the hell not?"
"Your friendship with War, your position in the group, your future, being friends with me could jeopardize all that for you."
"Because war's not over you?"
He said flatly.
"Is that it?"
"Oh, he's over me, all right." My brow creased. "Did you not hear what he said to me last night?"
"With war, sometimes the level of his emotional response speaks louder truth than his words do."
Well, the loud truth I heard was that I blew it. I pointed to myself. "He feels betrayed by me, and you know how he is as well as I do. When someone's out with him, they're out. I'm the enemy now. I don't want you to get judged guilty by association with me. It's better to say goodbye right now. Go our separate ways." There would never be an hour anything for Brian and me, except the wall we shared with us on opposite sides. Only now I understood better the reasons it had to always be there. His jaw flexing, he said,
"I don't agree."
"Brian, please, don't be stubborn. This is already difficult enough. Having you back without worrying about war, even for just a little while, was wonderful. But we both know it was only temporary."
"Lace, listen."
He raked a hand through his hair, pulling the silky strands away from his creased brow. But they just slid right back where they'd been before. like my feelings for him would if we didn't have that wall of separation.
I did a lot of thinking last night. I'd like to talk to you about it.
Did this thinking occur before or after War laid into you for me being at your place? He winced.
After.
I'm sure that was an incredibly tense situation for you, for your mom, for everyone. So, you know I'm right.
Can you hold off making all these unilateral decisions until after you hear what I have to say?
Okay. I spread my arms wide. Speak. I'm all ears.
Not here. Just you and me. Privately. No potential interruptions.
He swept his gaze over me. His eyes darkened as if he appreciated my flippy hairstyle, and the pink plaid 60s dress that skimmed my curves and revealed the long length of my legs. Janet allowed me to wear whatever I liked from the inventory while working. Customers liked my outfits so much that they often purchased them on the spot, or if it wasn't their size, asked me to put together a similar one for them.
Can I walk you home after you get off?
Sure, I said. Just because I knew the way it had to be with us didn't mean I didn't want to hear what he had to say. Plus, him walking me home would save Dizzy the trip. It's closing time now. Diz was going to pick me up. He usually walks me home when it's dark, but if you call him and let him know there's been a change in plans, I'll shut everything down and we can leave sooner. Nodding, Brian slid his cell out of his pocket.
All right.
As I counted the cash, I sneaked peeks at him. He was so sexy with his hair and his eyes. I imagined him giving me a flirty look through those thick lashes of his, and let out a longing sigh without thinking.
You okay?
He asked, looking up from his phone. Yeah, just daydreaming.
About what?
Impossible things. Typical dream stuff. I jotted down the cash total and locked the register drawer. A few moments later, I grabbed my wool coat off the hook on the wall and switched off the lights. With Brian beside me, I flipped the sign to closed, then locked the front door after we stepped through it. Outside, we turned together and walked side by side beneath faded awnings and mostly closed shops. Lost in my own thoughts, I twirled the looped end of a long string of beads. He plunged his hands into his jacket pockets, his wide shoulders hunched. Whether from the chill in the air or worry inside his head, I wasn't sure. In a pool of light from a street light at the end of the block, we stopped to wait for the crosswalk signal to change. Finally, he spoke.
I'm not willing to give up being friends, and I don't see why I should when you and War aren't even dating anymore.
The band. It's your ticket out of all of this. I gestured widely at the dilapidated squalor surrounding us. Homeless people hunkered inside cardboard houses, sirens, gunshots, shouting between two angry, rough-looking guys on the other side of the street.
Yeah, there's that,
he said as the signal changed. Placing his hand on my lower back, he guided me across the street. The angry shouting faded as we hurried along.
Not to be too arrogant about it, but do you really think War's gonna get rid of me, the best guitarist he has, just because I'm friends with his ex?
Yes, I do. I raised a brow. This is War we're talking about.
I disagree. I think we can be friends if we're not in his face about it.
But last night...
Last night, I wasn't thinking straight. We just have to avoid situations where he might misconstrue things.
I gave that some consideration, wanting to believe Brian was right.
Or is that not the real issue for you?
He asked, giving me a long look as we turned onto the street that led to my uncle's place. Of course it is. I didn't want Brian to jeopardize his future for me. What other reason could there be?
Maybe you're afraid being friends with me would interfere with you getting War back.
Shocked, I stopped, and Brian stopped with me. His gaze shadowed since we were between streetlights. War isn't taking me back. That would involve apologies and forgiveness on both sides. I couldn't even fathom a situation with that occurring.
That's not my question.
Stepping closer, Brian gently lifted my chin. No, I whispered, my skin tingling where he touched me. I'm not afraid of that. What I truly feared was losing Brian for good.
So you don't have any plans to try to get War back?
Brian was so close. His breath misted my lips, and his seductive scent swirled around me. No, I don't. I didn't have any plans except to bask in the warm glow of him right now. The heat rolling off Brian was insane. I imagined getting closer to that fire, placing my hands on his chest. I'd go up on my toes and tilt my head back while he lowered his.
Okay then, it's decided.
His grip tightened on my arms, and he drew me a little closer.
During the week, I don't see any reason why I can't continue walking you home from school, same as before, but better without War dictating everything.
Numb, I nodded, and he continued talking about what we could and couldn't do, while I watched his lips move and imagined them moving together with mine. I was screwed. I was so into Brian, a guy I could never have except on a limited and most likely temporary basis.
Chapter 35. War. I was totally fucked. In the garage, sitting on a nap, waiting on the guys to show up for band practice, I replayed the events of the weekend in my head. Sunday had begun just like Saturday, with me recovering from booze and drugs, and I didn't even get laid. Not because I didn't have offers, but because I refused them. I didn't want just any pussy. I wanted one. I wanted only Lace. When had this happened? When had she gotten so deeply embedded under my skin that other chicks seemed almost unappealing? Hey. Sager made eye contact with me as he ambled up the driveway, surprisingly without his best friend. You're here early. So are you, I shrugged. Had nothing better to do. Me either. King's at counseling. Should be here shortly. Sager set his bass case down near me, chose one of the assortment of lawn chairs hanging on pegs on the wall, and brought it back to where I was. Unfolding it, he took a seat. What's up with you? He asked. Not a whole lot, I said, not studying him as closely as he studied me. I was too busy alternating between looking at the back door to the house while also watching the driveway. Was Lace inside the house? Or was she out with that basketball buddy of hers? Chad had the hots for Missy, but I knew he'd had a thing for Lace first. I'd had a discussion with him about his interest in her, one involving a threat from me should he ever cross the friends-only line with her. You don't look so good, Sager said as he clacked open the latches on his fender case. Refocusing on him, I watched him withdraw a small sketch pad from a felt-lined compartment in his case. Thanks for noticing, I grumbled. Drugs will mess you up. Mess up the group. Mess up everything in your life. Who said I was doing drugs? I asked. People talk. Pencil in one hand, he flipped through the pages on his pad. Heard you hit the shit pretty hard this weekend. I might have, I said noncommittally. There were lots of portraits in his book. A dignified old lady with her hair in a bun, King, and Lace. Sager stopped on an unfinished one of me. Go back, I demanded. Huh? He gave me a blank look. I want to see the picture you drew of Lace. It's not finished. He flipped back, and when I reached for his pad, he let me have it. Looks finished to me, I whispered. Beautifully finished. He'd captured her expressive eyes perfectly, and her wide, kissable lips. I hovered my thumb over the regal sweep of her high cheekbones. You can have that one if you want. I have more. Nah. I swallowed to moisten my dry throat. I didn't need to torture myself. I handed him the sketch pad back. Who's the older lady with the bun? King's abuelita. Grandmother. Thought so. I nodded reflectively. King talks about her a lot. So do you. She's really cool. Been through a lot. Wise. Sager eyed me for a long beat. What are you gonna do? About what? I returned a question for a question, and he gave me a funny look. About Lace? I frowned. I'm done with her. If you say so. He shrugged. But if you want some advice, I don't. But if you did. He gave me a pointed look. Abuelita always says, el amor es como el agua que no se seca. Sager's Spanish was flawless. He lived with the Asinados. They'd taken him in after some really fucked up shit went down with his drug-dealing brother. But as perfectly spoken as his Spanish had been, I still couldn't figure out what he said. What the fuck does that mean? I asked. Love is like water that never evaporates. Even in English that doesn't make fucking sense. True love lasts forever. True love is bullshit, I said flippantly. But what if I was wrong? It's rare, Sager said, sketching on his pad. I agree, but some people find it. King's parents have. It's not impossible. Did I love Lace? I had no fucking clue. She drove me batshit crazy, and I thought about her all the time. Jacked off to her too many times to mention. I'd changed and rearranged my whole life to include her. She made my empty life seem full, and without her, it reverted to empty. Laughter, her laughter, drifted to my ears, and my heart started pounding. My eyes burned. I leaned forward, straining to see her. When she appeared, it was like she was surrounded by light. Her golden hair framed her pretty face, and she was wearing her schoolgirl garb. But Lace wasn't alone. It wasn't the basketball dude at her side. It was Brian. My hands curled into my palms. The light extinguished in a sudden downpour of red. I'm going to kill him. No hay peor sordo que el que no quiere oír, Sager said softly. What the hell? I asked. There isn't a worse deaf person than the one who doesn't want to hear. There is none so blind as he who will not see. You're in love with Lace War. Maybe. Whatever you want to believe, man. Get her back or get over her. The choice is up to you. But if you intend to get her back, I wouldn't wait too long.
Chapter 36. Lace. Life was better with Brian and me as friends. I was free to do as I liked, but not quite, since war was never far from my mind or far away. Every weekday I saw him at school, and at the house in the evening for band practice. On Monday, when I'd seen him sitting on the amp, the glare he'd given me when I arrived with Brian had stopped me in my tracks. My laughter had died and my smile disappeared, and so had the brief euphoria from believing Brian's plan could work. And that was just the war side of the equation. The other part that made it impossible for me to be Brian's friend was me. I didn't have friend-only type feelings for Brian. I wanted him to kiss me. I wanted him to touch me. I was hyper-aware of him as a man and me as a woman. The imagining and yearnings didn't stop with war not being my boyfriend. They accelerated.
What you doing tonight for your birthday?
Brian asked me on the way home from school. Chad asked me to come to his game, then he's taking me out to Dick's Drive-In for ice cream.
That sounds nice.
Brian's brow creased beneath his wind-tousled hair. Is something wrong with that plan? I fidgeted with the crystal buttons on my wool sweater set.
No, of course not. It's just that...
He trailed off, and the crease between his brows deepened. Did you want to come with me to the game? I asked, wishing he would say yes.
Yes,
he said, then quickly backtracked.
No, I can't.
Why not? My voice rose, my disappointment obvious.
War wants me to tag along with him to visit a couple of new clubs downtown.
To get more gigs?
Yeah, we're going to try out with a stripped-down sampler of Tempest's setlist. He sings and I play the guitar.
That's a great idea.
I guess.
He rubbed the back of his neck.
Just wish it didn't have to be tonight.
Because of my birthday. Brian nodded.
It's a significant one. Seems like you should do something more than ice cream.
What did you have in mind? I asked, wondering if the milestone of me being a woman factored for him.
I thought about taking you to the beach.
He placed his hand on my lower back to steer me around the heave in the concrete I had a habit of tripping on, and my stomach fluttered from his touch.
Building a fire, looking up at the stars, blankets on the sand.
Wow, I'd have really liked that.
Me too.
He gave me a long glance, his focus lingering in certain areas. Those areas tightened and throbbed, just from a look.
Remember when we used to go up on the roof at University House?
We laid up there on a blanket and stared at the sky. Such dorks. We thought the planes were shooting stars. I'd held his hand back then, my thoughts innocent, but they were far from innocent now.
Until my mom told us there was too much light pollution in Southside to see stars.
I had the thought that Southside polluted a lot of things that could potentially be beautiful. Like us. Could you swing by my uncle's place after you're done at the clubs? I asked. We could do the beach after, if you want.
It'll be late. It's a school night. I know how important school is for you.
Chad's game goes until 10. We weren't planning for ice cream until 11.
It'll probably be near midnight before I could pick you up.
I'll stay up, I said. Promise.
I'll barely be back in time to catch your birthday.
I don't mind waiting.
If you don't,
he said, his gaze darkening.
I certainly would like to see you.
Then it's a date. I mean, a birthday celebration between friends. Brian stopped and moved in front of me to put his hands on my arms. I registered the seriousness in his expression, and the heat of his fingers where he gripped me.
Can I give you your present now?
He asked. Sure. I wet my lips, and his gaze dipped. He had no backpack, nothing in his hands. Surely his present was a kiss. His gaze lifted, his eyes darker gray now than green.
Oops.
He released me.
Can't very well give it to you with my hands on you and not inside my pocket.
What? I blinked the haze of anticipation from my eyes, though nothing in the world could extinguish the fire blazing inside me with him standing so close.
This,
he said, shoving his hand in his leather jacket and withdrawing a folded piece of paper with a flourish. Oh, you shouldn't have. I grinned, taking the paper from him and hugging it to my chest. It's lovely. Whatever shall I do with it?
Dork.
He smiled, his gray-green eyes sparkling like an alpine meadow aglow with fireflies. My world turned upside down. My heartbeat slowed behind the paper. But inside my mind, my thoughts raced, one on top of the other. A flurry of memories came to me. Brian walking me home. Brian looking out for me. Gentle, protective, smiling, serious, even frowning. Brian wasn't just in the memory reel. He was the real, and I knew what I felt for him was deeper than desire.
You okay?
He asked, his smile fading. Yeah, sure, I just wasn't expecting anything. You caught me off guard. He glanced pointedly at the paper.
Read it.
Okay. I did, and my racing heart screeched to a stop when I realized he'd paid for an SAT prep course for me. I can't accept this.
It's done. No refunds, only rescheduling. And we both know there's no more time left for you to do that.
Oh, Bri. Wow. I threw myself at him, twining my arms around his neck. Thank you. Ducking my head inside his jacket, I laid my cheek against his chest, and his arms came around me. Experiencing his embrace without the wall between us was as significant to me as what he'd done. Elation lifted my feet from the pavement. Desire pounded hot in my blood. And that feeling that I was only now beginning to acknowledge burned bright like a beacon inside me.
Can you arrange your hours at the shop to take all the sessions?
His voice sounded funny, a little gruff. Maybe holding me did the beacon-type stuff to him, too. Yes, I can. I eased back to look at him.
Good.
His eyes were heavily hooded, unreadable.
So, you like my gift?
He swirled his thumb in a circle on my lower back, and liquid heat pooled between my thighs. It's the nicest, most thoughtful present anyone has ever given me.
That's not right.
It's me. You know how my life is. No presents on birthdays coming from my mom or my uncle. Not even from my brother. He was a guy, a great guy. But Dizzy didn't do the thoughtful presents bit. I glanced up at Brian through my lashes. I can never repay you for this.
It's a gift, Lace. It makes me happy to see you happy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
He released me.
So, I'll see you tonight?
He asked as we resumed walking.
For the Between Friends Beach birthday celebration?
Yes. I resigned myself to the fact that he might be too honorable to cross any friendship lines, but I certainly wasn't. I'll be waiting for your call.
Chapter 37. War. I can't believe we got the gig, Brian said. Looking as pleased as I was, he stretched his long legs out into the aisle. Our first headlining gig, I grinned. Now the music reps have to take notice. We killed it in that tryout. Paid top billing. Brian shook his head in disbelief, his eyes aglow beneath the overhead lights. On a Friday night. This Friday night. Rocking side to side, I sat on a bench on the opposite side of the train from him. I leaned forward, propping my elbows on my knees, just about to ask him a question, when his cell pinged again. Dropping his chin, he glanced at the display. His lips curved, and I frowned. Brian had been getting texts all night. Each time he read the messages, he smiled that same secret smile. I had a bad feeling it was Lace texting him. It was her birthday. She was 17 today, and I'd have been naked with her right now if... I had a terrible thought to go along with the bad feeling. Did Brian have similar plans with her? We'd had words about her on Monday. He denied having feelings for her, but I knew he was into her. She was sexy and sassy with a dash of sweet vulnerability that made you want to be her champion. All the guys at school were halfway in love with her. Was Brian taking advantage of our breakup to make a move? When she was mine, I trusted. No, I knew he wouldn't cross the line. But what about now? If you want to get her back, I wouldn't wait too long. Sager was right. I'd been stewing on his advice all week, the part that made sense. I thought I had time, but time was running out if Brian was pursuing Lace, because it wasn't just him having a thing for her. I'd seen Lace get starry-eyed over him, as if he were somehow better or different from me. Angry, damaged, prone to dark emotions. He and I were both products of our upbringing. My damage was on the surface, but his was deeper underneath. "Hey, man," I said, and Brian glanced up, the soft look in his eyes fading as he focused on me. "Can you duplicate the acoustic chords you did tonight on your electric guitar?" "I can try." His brow creasing, he glanced to where his acoustic guitar case sat near his booted feet. He could do it. He didn't need to try. There wasn't anything my best friend couldn't do with a guitar in his hands. The way he felt, 10 feet tall and dangerous on stage, with that instrument bowing to his command, was the way I felt at center mic with Lace harmonizing with me. I made my choice. Right then, right there, on the train speeding along on the return trip to Southside. Watching Brian's fingers moving, one on his cell as if it were the headstock, the other on his thigh, he was already working out those chords in his head. "Speaking of trying," I said, my voice thick with the heaviness of my decision, "I'm going to visit Lace, see about getting her back." What? He froze, his fingers stilling. Tonight, I said. I'm going to her place. It's late. Yeah, but her uncle will be working, and she'll be up. She's at Philip's game right now. How do you know? His brows rose. How do you know? I frowned, my suspicions rising. That her texting you? His brow a deep V like mine, he nodded. Fucking hell. She's mine. I gritted out the words, my teeth clenched. Not right now, she's not. He was going to make his move with her, and we were going to have it out. Brian wasn't going to back down this time. I saw the determined look in his eyes. I loved him like a brother, but I wanted to wring his neck. Knowing at this juncture that I couldn't push back hard like I usually would, I was going to have to appeal to his honor. He had that in spades. I had none, except that what I wanted, I got, by whatever means necessary. I'm going to have to ask you to bow out of the running. My eyes gleamed every bit as determinedly as his. Right now. His gaze was steady as he held mine. I can't. I love her. When I dropped the L-bomb, he closed his eyes, and his hand tightened until the knuckles blanched around his cell. His other hand was on his thigh, curled into a fist. When did you decide this? He asked, opening his eyes. They were as bleak as a night sky without any stars. I think I loved her from the first moment I set eyes on her, but I wasn't ready to admit it, even to myself, until now. Love wasn't an emotion I trusted. Knowing how I feel, I'm going to have to ask you to stand down. War, fuck. You don't know what you're asking me. She's... Bri, seriously. I shut him down. I know, all right? I know she's different, but she and I have a relationship. Is it really too much to ask you to step aside when she's only an idea in your head, and she already means so much to me? He dropped his chin, staring down at his feet for a long beat. When our stop was announced, he looked up, his expression firm. You lay out your feelings tonight. If she returns them, you reinstate her in the band. Then I'll take myself out of the running. For good? Don't push me, man. His voice was strained, as if he were one of his guitar strings cranked too fucking tight and about to snap. I get that I owe you a debt I can't repay. But more than that, you are my brother in all the ways that count. As long as you have her, as long as she wants you, as long as you do right by her, I'll back your play and keep my distance. I exhaled, and his phone rang. Tension shot through him when he glanced at the display. It's her. His thumb brushed across the screen. Bringing it to his ear, he said, Hey, Lace, Whatever she said cut him off. Oh, no. My blood ran cold. What? He waved me off, his eyes narrowing as he continued to listen. What hospital? He asked, then nodded. Okay, we'll be right there. Staring at me, he nodded as she apparently said something more. Yeah, Ward's sitting right across from me. We'll both be there as soon as we can. After ending the call, his eyes met mine. Chad got hurt in his game. She said they took him off on a stretcher.
Chapter 38. Lace. I drummed my fingers on the plastic seat in the ER waiting room, hoping for the best while trying to wish away what had happened. Hopes and wishes weren't compatible with someone like me, but surely they were compatible with a good guy like Chad. I kept replaying in my mind the moment when he pivoted toward the basket, but the burst of speed he'd expected from his planted foot had given him nothing. Even from my seat in the stands, I knew something was wrong before he went down. I saw it, the terrible expression on his face when he realized his leg wasn't working properly. He'd gone down on his butt hard, just outside the paint, pounding his fists into the court. He'd then laid back, his body seeming to collapse inward. He'd dug his fisted hands into his eyes.
Lace?
Yes? I snapped out of the memory and lifted my head. As tall as his son and just as handsome, only 25 years older, Chad's father stood in the doorway that led to the patient room section of the hospital. Seeing his bleak expression, the dread in my heart pounded harder.
Chad wants to talk to you.
Okay. Swallowing nervously, I stood and crossed the room to join him.
They moved him to the 3rd floor for a pre-op evaluation. We can take this elevator.
Pointing, he walked to it and pressed the call button. What's the diagnosis? I asked.
Achilles tendon rupture.
Oh no! My eyes widened. That's awful! Can they repair it?
They plan to once the swelling goes down. Hopefully tomorrow.
The elevator arrived and we stepped inside. So he'll get better? Worried, I glanced at his father, one of the few older men in my life who I respected. Though I didn't know Mr. Phillips all that well, in all my encounters with him he was a gentleman, and he was a wonderful father to Chad. He'll be able to play basketball again, right?
Hopefully. He loves the sport as much as I did when I was his age.
He frowned.
But he won't play any more this season.
That didn't sound good. Chad told me the college teams are scouting him.
That's all over now.
Mr. Phillips shook his head sadly. The elevator dinged, and he stepped out. I hurried to follow him as he headed down the hall.
He's upset and groggy from the meds. His mom is with him now.
I winced. Chad didn't like his mom, his stepfather, or his stepbrother. He hated that the court order from the divorce required him to stay at his mom's house 1 weekend a month. He was counting on a scholarship to be his ticket out of Southside, like I hoped my grades would be for me.
Well, well, well,
A somewhat familiar voice said, and my eyes widened as Vance Nagel pushed away from the sterile white wall where he'd been leaning.
Warren Jenkins' lace is also my poor and newly crippled stepbrother's lace, too.
His calculating brown gaze narrowed.
What an interesting coincidence.
Shocked into silence as I made the connection, I started to bow up at his words, but decided against confrontation. It was better to ignore a guy like Vance. Yet, even though I did, he continued to look at me as if he were imagining me naked. He made my flesh crawl.
Step aside, son.
Chad's father demanded in an authoritative voice that Vance obeyed.
Go ahead, Lace.
He inclined his head to the ajar door. Nodding, I went inside. Hey! I said cheerily over the beeping of the monitor. My gaze quickly passed over the frowning brunette standing beside the bed. She was middle-aged and pretty, but her features were pinched. The grooves of displeasure around her mouth seemed permanent. Focusing on Chad, I said, I heard you're having surgery tomorrow.
Yeah. If the swelling goes down.
Chad said, and my eyes filled at the glassiness of emotion within his. He's coming to my place when he's discharged, his mother said determinedly.
Enough, Mom.
Chad shook his head at her.
I'm staying with Dad. End of discussion.
How are you going to get to your doctor's appointments and rehab with your restrictions and your foot in a boot?
Dad.
Your dad's work schedule isn't flexible. You'll stay with me. The medical care on my side of town is better, baby. The schools are too.
Don't care. I'm not switching schools again. I'm graduating from Southside. No way I'm living with you. I can't deal with your BS or Vance's arrogance.
Chad!
No, Mom.
He cut her off, making a slicing motion with the hand that had the IV in it.
Leave. Please. I've got too much to deal with right now. I'm tired.
His expression tightened.
I want to talk to Lace alone before I take another pain pill.
Okay, baby. Moving to the end of his bed, she touched the leg that was wrapped up. He made a face, but she didn't notice. She was too busy looking down her nose at me. Southside trash, she muttered beneath her breath as she stepped past me. Yikes. I made a face as I went to Chad's side, taking the place his mother had vacated.
I told you how she was.
Yeah, you did, but I thought you were exaggerating. I took his large hand, wrapped it in both of mine, and brought it to my chest. I'm so sorry this happened.
It's shit. Total, complete shit.
His eyes glistening, he swallowed and pressed his lips together. How long do they think you have to stay in the hospital?
A couple of nights.
That's not too bad. I'll come up and visit you every day. What's after that?
Listen, Lace, about that. I think it would be best if we put some distance between us for a while.
What? My brows rose. No, why?
You need to be studying, not playing nurse to me.
I can do both.
No, you can't. Not as long as my recovery's gonna take.
He said firmly and turned his head to the side.
6 weeks. I have to lay around and wear a non-removable cast. Then they take that one off, only to put on another one. I'll have 2 to 6 additional weeks with the removable one, and at least 4 months after that when my motion will be restricted. And that's before I can even begin to think about trying to play basketball again.
Oh, Chad.
Don't pity me, Lace.
His hazel eyes softened when he saw his harshness hurt me.
Please, don't feel sorry for me. Okay, I don't want that.
But I feel terrible that this happened to you.
I do too.
He glanced down at his leg, then looked at me.
Well, it made me realize how tenuous our dreams really are.
That wasn't a good thought. Icy trepidation that felt like foreboding trickled down my spine. He placed his free hand over mine.
Promise me you'll focus all your energy on achieving your dream. Complete the SAT course Brian paid for and study hard, even though you'll have to do it on your own.
I promise.
Don't get sidetracked by anything.
I won't.
I thought maybe I'd be around.
His eyes took on a distant cast.
I hoped I'd have the option to go to college here too. Help you out some. But I can't do that anymore, Lace. I don't even know what's going to happen to me. But I do know that I'm not dragging you down into this mess with me. Understand?
Oh, Chad. Abandoning our stacked hands, I did what I'd wanted to since I'd first walked into the room. I threw my arms around his neck and hugged him. I love you.
I love you too, Lace.
He returned my hug.
Enough to want better for you. You need to get out of here. I want that for you. I want to see one of us achieve their dream.
Chapter 39. Lace. Teary-eyed at thoughts of Chad, I stumbled out of his hospital room and ran straight into Vance.
Hey there, pretty girl.
He clamped his hands around my upper arms, and before I knew it, I found myself backed into the wall he'd been leaning against earlier. Where is...
They're gone. Chad's old man and my old lady went outside for a discussion.
He dipped his gaze to my cleavage. I'd worn a low-cut Ramones tank with strategic slashes and armholes so wide you could almost see my lacy black bra. I also had on black jeans, a black knit cap on my head, and bracelets, leather and silver on my wrists. I was rocker girl chic all the way, anticipating seeing Brian later at the beach. But now that and everything else seemed to have been blown to hell.
I want to turn with you.
Lifting my arms over my head, Vance ground his belt buckle and his erection into me. No! Let me go! Trying to yank my arms free, I trembled with panic. My hot dog from earlier lurched from my stomach to the top of my throat.
You heard her.
War's unexpected but threatening growl made an electrical current snap through me. Turning my head, I sagged in relief as I watched him step closer. His visage was dark and vengeful beneath his red bandana. The white t-shirt and indigo jeans he'd accessorized with a plethora of silver and black leather almost made it seem as if he'd planned to be a bookend to me. Rocker guy to my rocker girl. Vance released me and assumed a defensive stance, but he was too late. The incoming punch from War caught him in the center of his breadbasket. Sounding like a car tire leaking air, he doubled over.
Clean up that piece of shit for me, would you, Bri?
War said, almost offhandedly.
I need to check on Lace. My pleasure,
Brian said, kicking Vance in the nuts. Chad's stepbrother toppled over with an expletive and a thud.
Lacey.
War came closer, blocking my view of Brian while searching my gaze.
Are you okay?
Yes, Thank you. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly feeling cold. But why are you here?
To see Chad. You called us, remember?
I called Bry. I glanced at him and saw it, the guardedness in his eyes. In my panic, I'd missed it before. Brian was War's wingman. He would always be War's wingman. And I also knew in that moment that War was the wall standing between Brian and me. Hope couldn't scale it. Dreams couldn't tunnel under it. I was destined to walk alone, seeing Brian on the side he'd chosen, but never having him. I'd never be an option for him, and he would never be a choice for me. My gaze swung back to War.
Forgive me, Lacey.
He stretched out his corded arm, offering me his hand.
I don't want to be at odds with you.
His silver rings reflected the overhead light, but the copper filaments in his brown eyes flared brighter than all of that when I placed my hand in his. I forgive you, I said softly, and I did. It was big, this gesture by him, but I'd never blindly trust him or anyone else but myself going forward. I was 17 now. It was time to grow up. Life wasn't fair. To War, and even to Brian, despite his pretty words, I was little more than a side note. I didn't measure when it came to War's ambitions. I didn't rank when the choice was between me and Brian's friendship with War. It was up to me, and me alone, to make the best life for myself that I could, though the odds were stacked against me.
Chapter 40. War. After we visited Chad together, Lace was quiet, unusually so. Down the hall on the elevator, and out into the night, she didn't speak a single word to break the silence. It made me uneasy.
"Where's Bry?"
she asked, and tension replaced uneasiness. He took care of Vance, then he took off, I said, lifting my hand with my cell in it as part of my explanation. He texted while we were in there talking to Chad.
"Oh, okay. He didn't even wish me happy birthday."
Her expression fell, and therein lay the problem, one that had been festering from the beginning. I wasn't blind. My best friend was her best friend too, and he'd come between us. Though I had what I wanted right now, her back with me, I wondered what had happened between the two of them while we'd been separated, so I put it out there. "Did something happen with you and Bry that I should know about?"
"No,"
she said without hesitation. Giving her a long side glance, I didn't see anything that made me think her reply was a lie. "But you're calling him Bry now." She shrugged.
"He was there for me. For a few days, it was like we were kids again, and no time was between us. But I realize now he was just being nice. Maybe he felt sorry for me."
I highly doubted that pity was the emotion motivating my best friend when it came to her. "I can be nice. If you need nice."
"Sure,"
she said, but she didn't sound convinced. Tucking her cell into her pocket, she trained her gaze on the sidewalk. I stepped in front of her and stopped. Lifting her chin, I searched her eyes. They were shadowed, troubled. "Is nice what you really want from me, babe?"
"Maybe sometimes."
"Sometimes like this past Friday night, for example." She nodded. Her creamy skin sliding against my fingertips sent an electrical current surging through me. My cock lengthened just from that. It was insane how much I wanted her. My gaze hardened. I did what I had to, what I thought was best, for both of us. I'm not going to apologize for it again. You said you forgave me. Can you not see my side in this?
"I see it,"
she whispered. Her gaze sliding away, she stepped back. My hand fell to my side. Inside, I panicked, fucking panicked that I might lose her again. I loved her, no doubt, but it made me angry the power that emotion gave her over me.
"But I don't think you see mine."
She wrapped her arms around herself. "The college thing?" I asked. Is that what you mean?
It's not a thing, War.
She lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She never cried. Not even the other night when I laid into her. But she was close now.
It's my only ticket out of Southside. And even that isn't a guarantee. I could slide right back in again without warning.
She jerked her head back toward the hospital.
Look what happened to Chad. Everything was going his way, and in a single moment, through no fault of his own, he lost it all. His hopes and dreams.
Okay, so college is an option for you. You can keep that in play if you want to. But it's not your only option.
What do you mean?
I want you back in the group. It's all wrong. Everything is wrong without you.
Oh, War. Thank you.
She threw herself at me, draping her slender arms around my neck, and I caught her. Tits, pussy, long legs, she was plastered to me. You're welcome, I said thickly. My pulse raced and my cock went hard. Sliding my hands down her spine, I spread them on the swell of her delectable ass. But babe, you can't countermand me when it comes to the band. She stiffened.
Your way or the highway? Is that it?
Yeah, it is. If there are music reps standing right there offering to write us a ticket out of this shithole. Look at me, I said, and her gaze met mine, her eyes flashing defiant amber fire. Us, Lacey. I said it a year ago, and I'm saying it now. Again. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
She nodded.
And I know you expect me to swoon at your feet like all those other girls do, but I respect myself and my own ambition too much to.
I respect you. My eyes narrowed.
To a point. That point being whether my ambition interferes with yours.
Lacey, come on.
The band is your vision, your dream, and you don't believe in me or mine. That's my point. Are you hearing me?
There is no us in your dream. Are you listening to yourself? She blew out a breath.
There's no us in mine because you've never backed it. Never stopped to consider the possibility of combining your dream and mine.
Is that a requirement for you? For the two of us to be together?
We're not together.
The hell we're not. I shot straight to Mad. Grabbing her ass, I hauled her closer, and she gasped. I didn't fucking care. This was bullshit. You're my woman, Lace. Mine. I protect and defend what's mine. Southside is the only reality right now, and it's our reality. This other shit is hypothetical.
War, I know, but it's important.
Her hands had moved down to my forearms where they flexed into my skin. Whether with nervousness or desire, I wasn't sure. But her breaths were labored, like they were when she was turned on, and her eyes had darkened to burnished gold. We had a misstep, I said firmly. A miscommunication. But we're together, and we're going forward together with me doing whatever is necessary for both of us. So from now on, I'll make allowances for your dream in the overall scheme of things.
Chapter 41. Lace. A misstep. That's how War saw tossing me aside just because I'd countermanded him. He made me mad a lot of the time. Now was one of them. Yet, I reminded myself that he was here right now. He hadn't completely abandoned me, and a lot of what he said I liked. It wasn't usual for him to make allowances. Plus, being back in his arms was familiar and exciting. He wanted me, turned me on. He might not be the way forward, but he was a way. I couldn't afford to toss him and his demands that irked me aside, just because he wasn't giving me exactly what I wanted, or because he wasn't who I wanted.
Bryce said he gave you a birthday present already,
War said, breaking into and seeming to hijack my thoughts. He did, I nodded.
He's a thoughtful guy. But I'm not him. I'm not going to try to compete with him. Those prep classes he gave you, they're after school, yeah?
I was surprised Brian had told him. It was a thoughtful and extravagant birthday gift, one that probably depleted a good portion of the money he'd saved from working this past summer.
I'm gonna walk you to those classes and home from school from now on, not him.
But your voice lessons and...
Choir lessons are over. The other commitment is too.
Okay, I said, though I wasn't sure if my agreement was even required. War's words sounded more like orders.
Good.
He tilted his head.
Are we okay now, you and me?
Yes, we're okay.
Ah, babe.
He purred, his lids lowering.
And now you're 17. There are so many things I want to do to you.
He slid his hands lower, cupping my ass and rocking his erection into me. Unable to stop myself, I responded. He was sexy and he was hard. I was wet, but I wasn't ready to have sex with him. Not tonight. I can't jump right into bed with you, not after all that's happened. His eyes narrowed. I'm sorry, War. If that's an ender for us, then we're ended. I need more than just words to believe the things that are important to me matter to you.
It's not an ender,
He said through gritted teeth.
but it sure as fuck is disappointing.
He released me. Without his embrace, cold air rushed over me. I'm sorry for the disappointment. I wrapped my arms around myself.
Where's your jacket?
He asked. Where's yours?
Gotta say,
He grinned slowly.
missed your attitude.
I raised a brow.
Did you miss me a little?
He asked, showing me a touch of vulnerability. Knowing and understanding that part of him, I was quick to affirm. Yes, I did. Though I'd miss you more if you had a jacket to share with me. He gave me a meaningful look.
How about we keep each other warm?
Sounds like a plan,
A mutual shared plan.
he said, getting in a dig while throwing his arm around my shoulders.
Probably ought to get you somewhere warmer. Too bad it's such a long walk to your uncle's place from here.
Not far to my old apartment building. We could stop on the way. I could see the outline of it just on the other side of the railway tracks, about halfway to my uncle's. We could duck inside the stairwell to get warmed up. Most people use the elevator, and the stairwell is easy to access from outside. Dizzy and I had often hidden from our mother there, whenever her clients or pimps were inside our apartment.
Sure.
He gave me a long look.
Aren't you worried that you'll run into your old lady?
I don't even think she knows the stairwell exists. Or that I did. I hadn't had contact with her in years.
Okay, let's get going. You're shivering.
He said, and we began walking. The night darkened as we walked away from the hospital. Stray dogs wandered around overfilled trash dumpsters behind it, and some scary men loitered around the train stop. It looked like they were panhandling for money or drugs, but they didn't approach us. Seeming to note them too, War tightened his arm around my shoulders, and I tucked myself closer into his side. His hip bumped mine as we crossed over the tracks. It was a little awkward, walking so close together, but I was grateful for his warmth, grateful to have him back in my life. War was thoughtful in his own way. Not nice, maybe, like Chad, or thoughtful and gentle like Brian, but he was protective and loyal. Maybe I was being too prideful about my own stuff.
We have a gig tomorrow night.
War said, breaking into my thoughts again. Where? I asked.
The Troubadour.
Downtown?
Yeah.
Wow. They must really have liked the acoustic set you and Bri did for the tryout. His eyes narrowed.
Stripped down, a lot of things become clear.
I'm not getting naked with you tonight, War.
Can't blame me for trying, Lacey.
No, I couldn't. What if War decided I wasn't worth the wait or trouble? He wasn't bragging when he said he could have any woman he wanted. He'd had his pick before the band started up, and even more lined up for him now. I swallowed and tried again. Did you sleep with anyone else while we were apart? I hated how weak I sounded asking, but I had to know.
No.
He said without hesitation.
I don't want to fuck anyone else. How about you?
I shook my head. I wasn't with anyone.
Good. Here,
We'd reached the gate outside my old apartment building, and he opened it for me.
Hurry inside.
He glanced at the street behind me.
Some rough-looking dudes have been following us since the train station. We might need to stay inside for a little longer, just until they move away.
Okay. I hurried across the trash-strewn lawn, straight to the graffiti-painted stairwell door, and opened it. War was right behind me. Closing it, he turned and peered through the tiny inset of shatterproof glass.
They're still there, but they're staying outside the gate.
Moving close to him, I glanced through the window over his wide shoulder. They're looking back the way we came. Maybe they're waiting for someone.
Maybe.
War said low.
Your tits are pressing into my back.
He turned around, his eyes dark. Sorry.
Didn't mention it for you to apologize.
He placed his hands on my shoulders and slid them down my arms. Chill bumps erupted on my skin that had nothing to do with the cold, and everything to do with him. Grabbing my hands, he brought them to his chest.
Told you because you feel good.
Ah, I said.
Touch me, babe.
He groaned when I did. I spread my fingers wide. He was solid muscle and smooth skin. A warm shiver rolled through me when his gaze dipped to my lips.
I gotta kiss you,
he murmured as he walked me backward. My back hit the wall. He lowered his head, and when I went up on my toes, his mouth slammed down on mine. His wet tongue speared between my lips. His hands were active while we kissed, shaping my breasts. His thumbs flicked my nipples. They were easy to find. I was wearing so little on top, and they were tight and already aching. War knew how to kiss. We'd been together a year. He knew exactly how to touch me to get a response. I had a stray thought that I'd dress like this for Brian, but reminded myself he wasn't here. He didn't want to be here. My thoughts were consumed by fire as War's hands flowed over my body, a conduit for his desire. He was an insistent lover. Tracing my ass, he grabbed a globe in each hand and squeezed hard. My pussy spasmed. Gripping my upper thigh, he lifted it.
Put your leg around me, babe.
I did, and he opened me wider, rocking his hardness against my needy, throbbing core. I moaned into his mouth.
That's it, babe.
His other hand in my hair, he yanked, forcing my head back. Breaking the connection of our mouths, he rained fiery kisses down the exposed column of my neck. War, oh, War, I murmured. Yes. I was about to come just from that, but froze when I heard voices. The door to the stairwell banged open, and War moved me behind him.
Fuck.
A guy bigger than War said.
Didn't know anyone was in here.
Oh, you're a cute one, a woman said, and more ice drenched me. I knew that voice. I peeked around War, and my eyes widened and my stomach flooded with dread. It was my mother. He's not interested, I said. Sorry, honey, she slurred. Her eyes, gold like mine but dulled by dope, narrowed on me. Are you the new girl? No, God, no! I swallowed down bile as I realized my own mother didn't even recognize me. I'm not a prostitute. Honest work is honest work, honey. Her nose twitched with indignation. Don't be judgmental. Nothing honest about selling your body for drugs. I stepped out from behind War. He was watching me closely, putting things together quickly for sure. Blonde, with golden eyes and a wide mouth, my mother looked like me, though a me that was 20 years older, drugged out and malnourished. My business, honey. Is it just your business to pimp out your own kids for your next fix? I asked.
Whoa,
the big guy said.
I'm out of here.
Scurrying backward, he ducked out the door. A blast of cold air came in, but I barely noted it. My focus was her. Who the fuck do you think you are? She swayed and started scratching her arms. Her thin skin was covered in tracks and began to bleed. Don't you recognize me? I asked. She stared at me a long beat. No. Then her eyes brightened. "But for a 20, I'll suck your guy off and you can watch." "You disgust me." I turned my back on her, curling my fingers into my palms. "Let's go, War." My grip was so tight my nails cut my skin. "You think you're so much better than me," she said, and I froze. "You're just younger. Wait until you're all alone and not so pretty anymore, and that big handsome guy leaves you. Remember what I said then, when you're desperate and your babies are hungry."
Here, take this and buy yourself some food.
War shoved a 20 in her hands. Cackling, she took it and tucked it into her cleavage. She lunged for the door, knocking me out of the way. Outside, she shuffled across the lawn. The group of guys we'd been worried about were still out there. They welcomed her, lewdly grabbing her as they passed her back and forth. Sick to my stomach, I whispered, "Get me out of here, War."
Gladly,
he said, and he did, coming to my rescue twice in one night. The rest of the walk to my uncle's house was a blur, both of us processing what we'd seen. War was as shocked as I was. He'd shown me his mother way back when, and now he'd seen mine. Our backgrounds were more alike than unlike. The rejection and neglect by our mothers similar. He told me to get some rest, and kissed the top of my head before he left. But I didn't sleep afterward. Like a bad movie, the horrible scene with my mother kept replaying in my mind, seeming inescapable.
Chapter 42. War. Lace has been acting weird since we ran into her old lady, I told Brian, noting that the designated smokers area behind the Troubadour had a lot less graffiti than the one at Footett's. That was a month ago. He took a puff of his cigarette and turned his head to exhale away from me. Not that she shared anything with me. He mumbled, sounding put out. I just remember because you told me. Yeah, I guess it was that long ago. We'd been cold and in jackets then. Now it was spring and nearly a comfortable temperature outside. Time flew with the band kicking ass, and me having the best kick-ass chick back beside me. She really not share anything with you to explain her mood? I asked, narrowing my eyes at him. I had the feeling Brian had been avoiding her, and she seemed to be doing the same since the night of her birthday. Which was good, of course. Though she denied anything happening with him, thinking about the two of them alone together without me as a deterrent still made me uneasy. No, man. She's probably just stressed. With her best friend in a downward spiral, she doesn't have anyone to hang out with. She has me, I said. Not during her classes. Not at lunch. Doesn't she sit with King at lunch? I asked. Sometimes. I cocked my head, concerned that Brian remained aware of what she did when and with whom. She has the SAT retest soon, he said. Maybe it's not running into her old lady that threw her for a loop. Maybe it's just that. I wasn't aware of the date. Lace and I didn't really do a lot of talking anymore when we were alone. Thank fuck. I narrowed my eyes. How do you know when her exam is? It was on the materials for the prep course, he said with a shrug. Yeah? I asked, pressing a bit just to be a dick. When he nodded, I frowned. I'll be glad when that's finally done. The 5-day-a-week course he'd signed her up for had seriously eaten into my quality alone time with Lace. Between her studying for school and for that fucking pointless SAT, I still hadn't gotten across the finish line with her. The door to the alley creaked open. Since I was facing that direction, I saw Lace the moment she stepped outside. She was so beautiful, just looking at her made it difficult to breathe. She was wearing one of those crisscross lingerie-type tops, with a lot of skin showing in the mesh, and a full skirt. Her blonde hair was loose around her bare shoulders and curled up at the ends. I loved feeling the silky softness of it around my cock when she went down on me. Brian shifted to look at her too. His back to me, I couldn't see his expression. but hers softened as she looked at him. "You look pretty tonight, Lace," he told her, and she smiled.
Thanks, Bri.
I wanted to gag at their exchange, but got over it when she stepped past him, coming straight to me.
Those music reps are back again,
she said as she ran her hands over my chest. "Which ones?" I asked.
Black Cat, Zenith, RDA?
RCA, I said, correcting her.
Sorry.
She pointed at her head.
If it's not a math equation lately, it slips my mind. But I remembered you telling me you wanted to have a word with them if they showed up again.
Right. Thanks, babe. I leaned in and pressed my lips to hers. Just a brief touch, but even so, my cock got hard. I'll go talk to them. I glanced at Bri. He was watching us, and for a moment his gaze flickered with something dark. "Can you keep an eye on Lace until I get back?" "Sure, man," he said. Lace frowned.
I don't need babysitting, War.
"I know that, but Vance is lurking around. Now that the fucker's band opened for Tempest, I loved rubbing it in his face. The guy and I were sworn enemies. He should never have touched Lace." She nodded.
Okay.
I headed inside, my steps purposeful and my expression determined. I kept turning down those same 3 reps, but they kept coming back, wanting to sign us. I pitted them against one another, and their offers kept rising. The only problem? So far, they were all holding firm at excluding Lace from their offers.
Lace. I stood beside Brian, picking at my skirt and feeling awkward. We hadn't been alone since Chad had been injured. I didn't know what to say. A month later, would it still hurt to know I never had, and never would rank with Brian the way I wanted to?
"Are you okay?"
His gray-green eyes glittered above the red tip of his cigarette, and when he exhaled, smoke billowed around him. "I'm fine," I said tersely. "Why do you ask?"
"You seem jumpy. You're that way around me a lot. Around War, too. He mentioned it, so I just wondered."
"I have the SAT tomorrow," I blurted, always a sucker for sharing with Brian.
Figured that had something to do with it.
He gave me a long look, taking a drag and exhaling, making me shivery all over just looking at his mouth.
"Is there something else bothering you?"
You're bothering me. Too handsome with his tousled brown hair and his striking eyes. Too hard to put my attraction for him behind me. I kept wondering what if we'd gone to the beach together the night of my birthday. Chad's hurting and so withdrawn. I gave Brian a worry I could share. And every time I try to talk to him, he gets angry.
"He's your friend, Lace. He'll be your friend again on the other side of this. Just give him some time to process."
Yeah, I know that in my head, but it hurts in my heart that he's avoiding me. I gave Brian a long look. He was avoiding me too. I didn't know how I knew it was purposeful, but I did. I could feel the strain of tension between us.
"He has his reasons, I'm sure. Reasons that you might not understand, but that are best for you."
He studied me a long beat, seeming to try to import some truth to me telepathically.
"Is there anything else going on with you?"
Because he looked so interested and asked so gently, and just because he was Brian, I told him. "I'm worried what will happen if I don't do better on the SAT this time."
"You'll do better,"
he said confidently.
"You've been studying so hard."
Maybe. I bit my lip.
"Definitely."
But what if I don't score high enough to get the scholarship? All the studying, all the effort to try and make something of myself? None of it'll mean shit if I end up falling short. I'll end up just like my mom if the band doesn't go anywhere.
"Not likely."
Dropping his cigarette to the ground, Brian closed the distance between us. His hands closed around my upper arms, branding my skin with heat. How can you be so sure? Nerve endings all over my body short-circuiting from his touch. I met his eyes.
"I'm sure because I know you."
His gaze branded me every bit as much as his touch did.
You're not your mother, Lace Lowell.
Swaying closer, I wanted to believe him, wanted to float securely on the certainty I saw within his eyes. He was a buoy in my troubled waters, but only a temporary one. Releasing me, he stepped away, just out of reach. Stupid Lace. Tears pricked my eyes. He doesn't want you. We'd had an interlude when War and I had our break. Brian could have made a move then if he'd wanted to, but he hadn't. That was all over. I wouldn't set myself up to be disappointed with him again. I needed to remember I was doing my own paddling in my own waters from now on. Thanks for the pep talk. I straightened my spine. The water might rise too high, too fast, and I might drown, but I'd go under proudly. I'd better go back inside and find War.
Not yet.
Brian grabbed my arm. I glanced down at his fingers on my skin, wishing things were different, wishing he would pull me into him, back me into the wall, crush his hard body into my willing one, and his mouth to mine. But wishes weren't allowed, only cold hard facts and reality. Why not? I shrugged free from his hold.
Stay,
he said firmly.
Talk to me some more. Let's get you in a better frame of mind.
He might be able to achieve that feat. War certainly couldn't. He thrived on me being strong and defying him, but he didn't seem to know what to do with me when I was feeling uncertain.
What's the worst that would happen if you don't get the scholarship?
Brian asked. My brow dipped. I don't go to college. I'll have to find somewhere else to live, and I'll have to get a job, one that pays better than the consignment shop.
You've given it some thought.
Yes, because of my brother, and now Brian.
What about the band?
He asked. My share from our gigs isn't enough to pay rent.
War's in there right now, probably negotiating with reps. There's a good chance Tempest could get a record deal with some advance money.
Yeah, I guess.
You're just feeling lost because of Chad, and having legitimate doubts because of all the stress.
Brian took my hands, anchoring me in more ways than one.
You're talented, smart, and determined. You're also an integral part of this band. Don't sell yourself short. You'll make it one way or another, and you don't have to do it alone. Chad will come around. You have War, your brother, me, and all the guys in the band. Chapter 43. War. Not interested, I said, and walked away on purpose, leaving 3 A&R agents with their mouths hanging open.
Wait.
Vanessa, the pencil-thin rep from Black Cat Records, caught up to me before I'd cleared the end of the bar, and I turned to face her. Don't waste my time, unless you have a different answer for me than the other two. I pointed with my chin to the reps from RCA and Zenith. With me gone, those two were now squaring off against each other.
No, not different.
She peered over the lenses of her dark-rimmed glasses at me.
However, I have authorization to top whatever they offer you by 50,000.
RCA's already at 100,000.
Then Black Cat will go 150.
Fucking shit. My eyes widened, my brows rising under the rolled bandana tied around my head. Even split equally between everyone in the group, that was a lot of money. But they want me to ditch Lace. Is that the way your offer comes too?
Yes.
Vanessa tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her diamond-studded ear.
You have to realize that Lace doesn't fit the band's image.
Tempest doesn't have an image. We're just a bunch of musicians who play loud. The stage is our theater. Our music is our voice, a megaphone for other outcasts like us that society has shit on. A big fuck you to the rest of the world who doesn't understand. If you don't like it, you can kiss our collective asses.
That's it.
Vanessa didn't even look offended. She actually smiled.
Bad Boy Rocker is your image. You on lead epitomize it.
She gestured to me as if my headband, white t-shirt, faded jeans, and scuffed boots simply made her point. Lace is all that. I narrowed my gaze. She's a badass.
She is in her own way. She's proficient on the keyboards, and she harmonizes well with you. But she's lost on stage in a group with 5 guys. Her badass isn't your brand of badass.
The Black Cat rep's expression firmed.
Our offer doesn't include her.
All right, I hear ya, I said, tapping my chin as if considering. Though Vanessa had made some valid points, I didn't concede anything. This was a game of negotiation. I'd done the dance with Kyle over drug-related shit. I knew how to play. Guess I'll just have to go back to RCA and see what they say when they hear what you've offered me. She gasped as I turned around and nearly ran over Dizzy. Before I could ask him how long he'd been standing there, he glared at me and grabbed my arm. Shut it. Come into my office. In a couple of jerky strides, we arrived at the men's restroom. He shoved me inside, following right behind me. Pissed, I wheeled around. No one got away with manhandling me. We squared off in the middle of the black and white checkered floor between a bunch of urinals and sinks. The couple of guys we'd interrupted wisely zipped up their flies and got the fuck out of there. Arms stiff, his hands in fists, Dizzy lowered his chin and glared at me. You are not brokering a deal on the group's behalf that excludes my sister. You're right, I'm not. My eyes were as bright as his, a ball of fury burning inside me. I could see my reflection in the mirror over his shoulder. How dare he question me about my group? Huh? He shook his head. I think I misheard you. You only heard what Vanessa said. You missed my part. I'm in the process of negotiating with her and the rest of those arrogant fuckers out there. All 3 major labels want us? He asked, his expression changing from anger to incredulousness so fast it was almost comical. They want us, but not Lace. When he frowned in response to my explanation, I said, Before you get all huffy, you should know that's not what I want. Dizzy studied me a long moment. Seeing the truth as well as hearing it, he relaxed his frown. Good. Not exactly, but I'm working on it. The higher their offers rose, the twitchier I got about refusing them. After all, wasn't money in hand better than none? I could take a deal and keep Lace with me. We could live large on the money they were already offering. The problem, as I saw it, wasn't really them anymore, but Lace. Would she agree to stay with me if she wasn't in the band?
Lace. War was acting weird, and so was my brother. The A&R reps were nice, though. Staying this time after the show, I played my role, supporting my boyfriend in discovering that schmoozing with the music reps wasn't so bad. They paid for our food and drinks, but the later it got, the less supportive I felt.
You okay?
Brian slipped into the empty space beside me at the bar. Yeah, why do you ask? I shifted on my bar stool to face him. Well, as much as I could. War was on the other side of me, his hand clamped on my thigh as he talked to the rep from RCA.
I don't know. I guess I got worried because of what you said earlier.
Just feeling the stress, I said, downplaying my mood.
Test is tomorrow?
He asked, but I think he knew. Yes, I said, my stomach nodding.
Morning or afternoon?
8 a.m.? I made a face.
You should go home. Get some sleep.
Yeah, but... I shrugged. Truthfully, I didn't want to leave and risk a repeat of the argument I had with War the last time reps were interested in the band. Nodding knowingly, Brian reached past me, his chest a compelling wall of hardness, as he thumped War's bicep to get his attention.
What?
War frowned at him, but Brian took it in stride.
I'm gonna take off. Get Lace to her place. She's got the SAT in the morning, remember? Okay.
War shifted and laid a heavy one on me. Taking what he gave, I placed my hands on his chest, feeling his whipcord muscles flex as he tongued my mouth deep. I got into it. Even with Brian and the rep probably watching, I was disappointed when War abruptly ended it.
Good luck.
Lifting his head, War gave me a slow grin. Huh? I blinked at him, my mind completely scrambled.
Good luck on the test tomorrow.
War extracted my hands from his t-shirt.
I'll meet you after. Take you out. You'll kick ass on the SAT. And if this loser from RCA ups Black Cat's offer, we might have more than just your test-taking prowess to celebrate.
He hooked a thumb over his shoulder where the rep was sitting. The guy from RCA smiled at me, but I didn't return it. Something was off about him and his smile. Not that I would share. War hadn't asked for my opinion.
Ready?
Brian held out his hand. Nodding, I placed my hand in his and wobbled when I hopped off the bar stool. Not because of the kiss from War, or for my stiletto boot heels slipping on the stamped concrete floor, but because of the electrical current shooting up my arm and through the rest of me, just from Brian holding my hand. Once we were outside, he asked,
Which way should we go? Left?
He pointed toward the row of buildings hugging the shore, beyond which lay the dark expanse of the ocean. The breeze blowing from that direction lifted my hair and tasted salty.
Or right?
He asked, pointing in the opposite direction. Uphill from where we were, a dense conglomeration of tall buildings nearly blocked out the night sky. I don't understand. I gave him a puzzled frown. The ocean isn't on the way to my uncle's house.
I thought we could walk along the shore a bit, then get on the train to Southside at Roosevelt. It's a different way, but it's possible that a way you haven't tried before can be exactly right.
Sure. I cocked my head, trying to read between the lines. Was he attempting to convey a deeper truth?
It'll take longer, but I owe you a stroll on the beach.
Okay. My heart skipped a beat as I got his meaning, or at least I hoped I did.
You're all keyed up.
He gave me a long look under the light.
I think you need the unwinding time. Am I wrong?
You're right. It was uncanny how Brian knew things like that without me having to explain.
Come on, then.
He threw his arm around my shoulders, and I experienced the usual full-body buzz from the connection as we turned away from the club and walked downhill on the sidewalk. We both went silent, apparently lost in our own thoughts. Curious about his, I glanced at him a couple of times, once as we crossed from one block to the other, as we skirted the cannery by the water, and again as we descended the stairs from the street level to the sand. The lights from the buildings we passed and the street lights we walked under revealed Brian's creased brow and thoughtful expression. But what his thoughts were exactly, I wasn't sure. I could sense a heaviness in him, though, and knew without him saying it that he wanted to take this walk for a reason. Is something wrong? I asked, unable to stand the suspense anymore.
Why do you think something's wrong?
You seem upset. Have I done something to upset you? He removed his hand from my shoulder.
No, not really.
That sounded ominous, and it was cold by the water, colder without his warmth. I started to bring my arms up to wrap them around my shoulders, to remedy the situation for myself. But he grabbed one of my hands and threaded his fingers together with mine. My heart raced, and my body flooded with heat. I didn't need my own remedy. I wasn't the tiniest bit cold anymore. So, not really means maybe you're a little upset with me? Peering at him with only the moonlight to illuminate his handsome features, I tried to gauge his mood.
I wanted to talk to you. Away from everyone else.
Brian stopped walking and moved in front of me.
Somewhere pretty. Somewhere private.
What did you want to talk about? I asked, my heart beginning to pound to a new rhythm of anticipation. Was I reading the signs correctly? It was late. The beach was deserted. The only sound was the ocean lapping the shore. The moon over the water made the sea shine like black glass. The silver sphere reflected in it, reminding me of his eyes.
War,
he said.
Are things better for you with him?
How do you mean? I thought it best to narrow that very broad question.
Tonight, with all the reps. The setup's a lot like the last time you took the SAT.
Brian's gaze seemed to intensify.
When you and War argued. When you broke up.
I had that same thought earlier. I sighed. War said he's making allowances for me, for my dream, but I sighed and bit my lip. Brian's gaze dipped to my mouth, and my stomach flipped.
But what?
He asked softly. But his own dream takes precedence, and he forgets mine. I understand. His dream isn't wrong, just different, and probably more realistic. Less of a long shot now than mine.
Your dream isn't unrealistic.
His brows drew together.
Aren't your practice scores better? Aren't you more prepared?
Yes, they are, and I am. Thanks to you. I gave him a soft smile, wishing I could give him so much more.
I believe in you.
I swooned. That's what I want War to say. I mumbled, then apologized for speaking the unfiltered truth. I shouldn't have said that. He's your best friend and my boyfriend. I should be more supportive of him, more encouraging and enthusiastic about Tempest, more appreciative to be included in the group. I sighed again. With you guys and your shirts off, I stick out back there at my keyboards. I don't feel like I belong.
You're beautiful. You belong wherever you want to belong. And your feelings are just your feelings. There's no right or wrong with those.
But I should talk to him about how I feel, not you. Is that what you wanted to tell me? I asked quietly.
No, Lace. That's not it.
Brian stepped closer, and I held my breath. He reached up with the hand that wasn't holding me anchored to him, and framed my face. Bri. I exhaled from the bliss, burrowing closer, pressing my cheek deeper into the warmth of his palm. His eyes dark. He swept his thumb across my skin.
I want to talk to you about us.
His voice lowered to a rumble, a beautiful accompaniment to the surf.
About the future.
What about the future? I whispered, my heart thrumming.
I think it's almost here.
His brows dipped.
Everything seemed to be moving so slow before. I thought we had all the time in the world, that things could just continue as they are. But now with prom around the corner, graduation looming, and these reps here talking about a deal, it seems like things are changing. And those changes are coming fast.
Yes, they are, I said, thinking about the scholarship I wanted. Maybe too fast. I wasn't ready. I wasn't prepared, though it was great that Brian believed in me. He and I seemed to be the only ones who believed in college for me. Certainly, I was in a much better position going into the SAT this time around. But what if I still didn't get the scores I needed? What then? In that scenario, if Tempest signed, I'd go on tour with the band. What would it be like traveling across the country in close proximity with War and Brian? Would I sleep in a tour bunk with one while continuing to dream about the other?
There's unfinished business between us. Don't you agree?
Brian asked softly, gently nudging into my thoughts. Yes, there is. I stared deeply into his eyes, drowning yet floating in his warmth and approval. As if he were floating on the same currents, his face drifted closer. Brian was all I saw. He was all I wanted. I licked my lips, desperately wanting his mouth on mine. I longed for his kiss, longed to taste him. The air between us was crisp with his scent, and electric with a charge that was always there between us. In that moment, I knew with crystal clarity why that spark was always there. I was in love with Brian. I'd been in love with him for a long time, maybe from the very beginning, before I was even old enough to know what this feeling was. Loving him was an abiding part of me, an integral component of my being. I loved War too, but that love was totally different. War was an agitator. He required a reaction, demanded it. To be loved by him, I had to be changed, remade according to his will. Brian was strong, steady, and he understood me. He used that knowledge, not to tear me down, but to build me up, because he wanted what was best for me. I wanted what was best for him too. That was why I'd been willing to give him up, if my being friends with him would interfere with him having his dream. But loving two men was a problem, especially when those two men also loved each other. Where did that leave me? What did that do to the three of us? Would I make things better if I lifted onto my toes and pressed my mouth to Brian's? Or would I make things worse, only creating more tangles in the twisted ties that bound us? Not knowing for sure, and afraid to damage the man who meant so much to me, I stepped back. I think you'd better take me home. Chapter 44. Lace. Monday morning, I made myself get out of bed for school. Though the SAT had gone better than the last time I'd taken it, it hadn't gone as well as I wanted. At least this time, I'd finished the math section. I only felt confident about portions of that section of the test, whereas I felt 100% unsure about my decision to cut Brian off at the beach. Why had I thrown away the only time he'd seemed willing to cross the line of our friendship? Why had I chosen that moment to grow a conscience? I knew why. Because I loved him, beyond reason, and well into madness. Adding to my unsettled feelings, I ran into Chad by the school office. He wasn't alone.
"See you, sis,"
Dizzy said. Sensing the vibe, he split, going off in the opposite direction, following the come-hither looks of a girl while I remained where I was, staring slack-jawed at Chad with Missy. What the hell? "I'm driving you to and from school," she said to him, her blue eyes flashing with icy heat. "And helping you as I see fit while here."
"I can carry my own books."
Chad wore a scowl, along with his Southside High basketball t-shirt and jeans. "You can't, not with your crutches." She tossed a long lock of her black hair over her shoulder. "Quit being an ass. Your dad's paying me to do a job, and I'm going to do it." With his backpack slung over her shoulder, she gave me a dark look and took off. As soon as she turned away, I went to Chad, throwing my arms around his waist. "I missed you," I said, noting he'd lost a lot of weight.
"Missed you too."
He eased back, watching Missy until she turned the corner and disappeared. "Are you back at school now?" I asked, wondering why he hadn't told me.
"Half days."
He nodded, seeming distracted. "That's good, right?" I asked.
"It's something,"
he muttered. "What did the doctor say?" I searched his gaze. "I thought you were on strict non-weight-bearing instructions through the end of the year."
"I don't want to talk about doctors."
he said bitterly.
"Or their fucking prognosis."
"Okay." My eyes widened in response to his vehemence. "So, how about Missy? When did that happen? Is she your chauffeur?"
"Until I get the boot off."
He frowned.
"She's part of my deal with my dad. If I don't follow doctor's orders, she reports to him, and he rides my ass."
"Sounds like that sucks."
"You have no idea."
Chad shook his head. His blonde hair was more unkempt than usual and longer. The ends swept his wide shoulders. "I guess not. But if you'd return my calls, maybe I would." I put my hands on my hips. "And maybe we could put our heads together and I could help you."
"Can you turn back time? Give me a perfectly healed tendon? A scholarship?"
His eyes flashed.
"Stay another year at school instead of graduating early and leaving me behind?"
"I have to graduate early." My brows drew together. "You know how it is with my uncle." But I felt guilty. I'd never considered how that decision might affect Chad.
"You're so self-absorbed, Lace Lowell."
He spat out the accusation, and I winced.
"Do you think the world revolves around you alone and your drama?"
I don't. Yet as I denied it, I wondered if he was right. Maybe I was selfish. I certainly needed him desperately, and wished I could talk through with him what had happened on the beach with Brian, along with my trepidations about the test.
"Your poor me, I have two guys sniffing around me act. 3, if you ever cared to notice me, has gotten old."
You don't like me. I narrowed my eyes. Not like a boyfriend.
"Not anymore."
He glanced in the direction Missy had gone.
"Hey, I gotta go."
Okay, but can we talk later? My stomach swirled as he turned back to me. I didn't like his expression. It was so cold and distant. Maybe at lunch?
I'm going back to my house after fourth period.
Maybe I could come over later after school, I said softly, my voice small, like I suddenly felt with having to beg for scraps of his time.
You get walked to school by your brother, walked home by your boyfriend, or the one you deny is your boyfriend.
Chad's lips had an ugly curl to them.
You gonna walk 3 miles all by yourself through La Raza territory to come see me?
Maybe...
Listen.
Cutting me off, he put his hands on my shoulders, and I wanted to cry.
For a while, it worked well, you and me. But not now. Not with all I have going on.
Again he glanced away. Missy had returned. At the mouth of the hall, she folded her arms over her chest. He refocused on me, and I noted the crease between his brow was deeper.
Face it, Lace. Your life is going one direction and mine's going another.
I need you. My bottom lip trembled.
You need to learn to help yourself.
His eyes as dark as my thoughts. He released me. Why? I asked. Why are you doing this? Acting like this? What have I done wrong?
Nothing,
he said, exhaling heavily.
You haven't done anything, not really. Only open your eyes. See that you already have a best friend, and he's not me.
Chad turned away. His progress was slow on his crutches and cumbersome with the boot. Missy waited for him. She glared at me, but was all smiles for him when he reached her. They turned the corner while I just stood there, feeling more alone now than ever, trying to process what had just happened. My day didn't get better. King didn't sit with me at lunch. No one did. But I could see Brian through the window. He was outside in the quadrangle, talking to the pretty redhead I'd once seen in a car with Missy. Talking being a euphemism for his tongue being down her throat. So what if I'd shut him down? Apparently the so-called unfinished business with me didn't mean very much to him. Maybe he had unfinished business with a lot of girls. And Chad wanted me to think Brian was my best friend? Not hardly. After lunch, the day dragged on even worse than before. I got called on in history class. I wasn't prepared, and the teacher dressed me down in front of everyone. "You're a top student, Lace," Mrs. Letitia said disapprovingly. "I expect you to set the bar for excellence in my class, not lower it." After class, I was dragging my feet and feeling sorry for myself when Ward jogged up alongside me in the crowded hall.
Hey, babe. Why are you frowning?
He asked.
What's wrong?
Long day. I couldn't talk to him about it. Not with Chad, Brian, or anyone else, really.
Heard Phillips was back at school. Did you see him?
I saw him. I said dully. A guy with unruly black hair stepped into pace on my other side.
He and Missy are a thing,
he said, seeming to think he was part of my conversation with War. I gave him a questioning look. In return, he gave me a long head-to-toe scan with eyes the color of smoke. Offhandedly, I noted the headphones hanging around his neck had a roach clip with a blunt attached. Missy's his chauffeur. My frown deepened as I wondered who this guy was and how he came by his information. With his injury, he can't drive. I gave the guy a look that I hoped would silence him and make him go away.
He can drive all right.
The guy waggled his brows.
His dick into Missy's cunt. Kyle, come on,
War said.
Lace doesn't need to hear that shit.
Kyle nodded.
Got it. She's your lily white rose and all. Well, until after you bring her to my place. Party there after prom, right?
Cackling a high-pitched stoner laugh, he said,
See you later, Lace.
What's he talking about? I asked, watching Kyle veer off at the juncture in the hall. Not receiving an answer, I turned to War, only to discover that he was no longer beside me. He was hemmed in at the lockers, a half-circle of nearly a dozen girls in front of him. The redhead who had been with Brian in the quadrangle was one of them. Her Tempest has a record deal, she said, placing her hand on the center of War's chest. I saw red. Not red hair red, but angry fire engine red. War and I had a standing agreement made a year ago, post-Missy. No touching by the opposite sex allowed. That agreement was more important than ever with the band's popularity rising and girls flocking to him. Not just at the clubs Tempest played at, but at school now too. I heard more than one label wants him, another girl said. I want you too. What do you say, baby? Pressing her large boobs into War's arm, she looked up at him through her heavily mascaraed lashes.
Not signed with anyone yet.
War glanced at me, his brow creased beneath his rolled red bandana. The accessory he used to mostly wear on stage now seemed permanent. Rumors are usually based on facts. The redhead moved closer. Are you gonna sing at prom?
No, Scarlet.
He pried her hand away from his chest.
I'm gonna take my woman to prom. And you need to keep your hands to yourself and move your posse along so I can ask her properly.
You're no fun anymore, War, Scarlet said, sticking her nose in the air. Come on, girls, let's go find Bullet. I glared at her as she walked away, and asked War as he put his arms around me. Who's Bullet?
Never mind.
War moved one of his hands to my face, turning my head.
Can you focus on me, babe? I'm trying to ask you something.
Huh? I said, blinking at him distractedly. I spotted Brian at the end of the hall, just as Scarlet and her crew circled him. Was Brian Bullet? Why would they call him that? What did it mean?
Will you be my date for prom?
War asked me. You're my boyfriend.
Yeah, but I don't take you for granted. Or at least I try not to.
His brow creased.
So will you go to prom with me?
Yes. I went up on my toes and pressed my lips to his. I'd love to.
Chapter 45. War. How's Lace? Looking concerned, King glanced over his big shoulder toward the house. She's still pretty shook up, I said, though I didn't get it. Not really, beyond her being blindsided by the news. She inside the house? Sager asked, looking more serious than usual. No, she went to the cemetery with Diz and Bry. Thought you talked her out of doing that, King said. The overhead lights in the garage casting shadows on his full face, he studied me closely. I thought I had too. Lace's old lady was dead. Overdosed, unsurprisingly. But gone was gone. Good riddance, in my opinion, with a mother like that. Why visit her grave? But you know Lace, stubborn as shit. I shrugged as if it weren't a big deal her going, and Brian tagging along, even after I'd strongly advised against it. They going to be back in time for practice? King asked. Not likely. And that was another reason I was pissed. Why are we here then? Sager asked, and he and King exchanged a look. I wanted to talk to both of you. About what? King planted his tree trunk legs and crossed his thick arms over his wide chest. The band, I said, and the offers we've been getting. We know about them. Everyone's talking about it at school. Has something changed? Sager's dark brown brows knitted together. Must be something that you don't want the others to know, apparently. Yeah, Sage. I nodded at him. He was way too smart. The Black Cat rep got wind of my friendship with Kyle, etc., and got a stick up her ass about it. King frowned. Weren't you paying attention when Vanessa mentioned the drug test being a requirement before Black Cat would give us an advance? I glared at him. What I put in my body isn't anyone's business but my own. If it gets out of hand, it's band business, essay. King glared back at me. Fuck Black Cat. Why was everybody disrespecting my authority today? It was my band. I needed to rein in the subordinates. It's either Zenith or RCA now. Two's not bad, Sager said. It's trickier. Why? He asked. Only two to play off each other. Plus, Vanessa might not have wanted Lace in the band, but she liked her. The remaining two, on the other hand, weren't ambivalent about Lace. They were directly opposed. I can see where that might be more difficult. King stroked his whiskery chin. They're both in the 250 range. Probably won't go much higher until we have a recorded album to negotiate with. RCA is flying us down to LA to have a chat. Zenith, too. Both are paying for our expenses. Field trip, LA and San Fran. Sage nodded approvingly. Orale. King pumped a fist in the air. When? Soon, I said. We'll have to be out of school a couple of days. That work for you two? King nodded. Yeah, we're in. But what about Lace? School's important to her. She's not coming, I said. Tests and all. Truthfully, the labels hadn't invited Lace. Her tests being the week we were scheduled to go made for a convenient excuse. I wasn't ready to tell her or the guys that all the offers unanimously excluded her. Selfishly, I wanted to wait until after prom to break the news. I didn't want anything interfering with making her mine.
No war,
Lace said firmly later that night at Footett's. Come on, Lacey. I backed her against the dressing room wall. I'd sent away the others, leaving just the two of us.
I'm too emotional.
Tears brimmed in her amber eyes, but she blinked quickly to clear them. I told you not to go to the cemetery. What the fuck did you hope to accomplish? Stubbornly, she lifted her chin.
I needed the closure.
Yeah, like a kick to the head, maybe. I frowned, seeing the strain in her features. You should have listened to me.
I have a mind of my own, Warren.
Sure, but you were wrong about that. All it did was upset you, and you're wrong about this.
Don't push me right now. I'll consider doing a solo, just not tonight.
The rep from RCA is here. It had to be tonight. Last-ditch effort by me. Maybe if I put Lace at center stage, I could change the rep's mind about her.
I haven't even practiced that number yet.
How about if we do it together? Like we did the first time we sang in the garage.
That's a good memory.
She smiled softly, and I pressed my advantage. You were so beautiful. I lowered my voice in my head, warming her soft skin with my breath before I touched my lips to it.
Were?
She whispered, forgetting to argue as she twisted her neck so more of it was exposed. I traced her taut tendon with the tip of my tongue.
Oh, War.
Shuddering, she moaned, and I felt it in my dick.
That feels so good.
You taste so good. Like everything I ever wanted, only dipped in vanilla. She slathered herself in lotion with that scent, smudged it on the sound equipment. One whiff while moving an amp tonight had made me hard. Her tits to my chest, her taste on my tongue. I was fully extended now. A knock on the door made her jump. Opening it, Brian stuck his head inside. He frowned, seeming to disapprove of how close we were standing to each other. Rep from RCA is asking for you, man. Fuck. I pecked Lace's lips, then narrowed my gaze at her. Later, you are singing at center mic.
Okay.
She sighed, surrendering, and I had the thought that it was easier negotiating with A&R agents than it was talking her into doing what I wanted. Even when what I wanted was for her own fucking good.
Chapter 46. Lace. I let my fingers drift over the keys of the piano at my uncle's place. The tinkling notes were light at first, then as I pounded, somber and more intense, the way I felt lately. Since my mom's death, since War had put me on the spot in front of the RCA rep, the guy didn't even like me, and his opinion hadn't improved after I'd sung a ballad with War. He thought the guys should rage rock, and nothing else. I disagreed. I thought music should be more about putting into melodies and lyrics those things you didn't know how to express, or were too afraid to say. But then again, what the hell did I know? I was questioning everything. My mother's death was a big part of it. I hadn't loved her, or so I told myself, but it hurt that she was gone. War didn't understand. He hated his mother. But Brian understood my conflicted emotions, and him being beside me at her grave and listening to me meant a lot. He got that all my life I'd wanted to prove to her that I was worth something, that it was fuel for my dream, With that motivation yanked away, I felt untethered and unsure, and war had forced me on stage in that frame of mind. Weeks later, the rift it had created between us persisted, making me feel like I had to guard myself even more around him.
Hey, that's a pretty piece.
Brian stepped inside the living room, my brother right behind him.
What is it?
Just me playing around. I dropped my chin, and he slipped onto the piano bench beside me.
Doesn't sound like playing around. Sounds serious. I'm heading upstairs to change,
Dizzy said. He always disappeared whenever I said something serious, especially lately. He was doing some processing of his own where our mother was concerned.
I'll be right back. Sure, man,
Brian said, but he was looking straight at me and didn't catch the warning glance my brother shot me. Dizzy knew I had feelings for Brian. He just didn't know how deep. I kept that secret close, knowing he feared that if I unleashed my feelings, it might cause irreparable trouble in the group. I worried about that too. Did you and Diz have a good workout? I asked, scooting a safer distance away from Brian on the bench.
Yeah. We want to look good for those test shots the labels want to take of us without our shirts.
The guys were leaving in a couple of days. LA first for RCA, then Zenith and San Fran. I couldn't go with them. I had tests to take, midterms that I still hadn't studied for. My motivation across the board sucked. I wondered if, in the end, any of my hard work with school would matter. My SAT results were due to arrive at any moment. I checked the mailbox religiously. As it was, I'd barely make the deadline for the University of Washington scholarship application. But would that even matter if my test scores weren't good enough to apply?
Hey, where'd you go just now?
Brian asked, eliminating the space between us. His muscular thigh in cut-off sweats, bumping my slender one encased in denim. Worrying about school, the SAT results, the scholarship? Since our graveside visit, the only secret I kept from him was that I loved him.
Don't worry,
He said firmly. Easy to say, but difficult not to. I whispered while staring and losing myself in Brian's gorgeous gray-green eyes.
Do what you can do.
He took my hand and squeezed it.
Then let the uncontrollable stuff go. Worry's not gonna change anything.
I wondered if that could apply to my feelings for him. I wanted to tell him how I felt before prom. War had made arrangements. I knew he expected me to go all the way with him. I was ready. Mostly. My only reservation being the guy beside me. Amid a flurry of his footfalls, my brother reappeared, exercise gear gone, his hair wet and slicked back. He was in jeans, and a Tempest Hurricane logo t-shirt. We'd only just started to seriously sell them at our shows.
Change of plans,
Dizzy said.
Got a call. King's having trouble with one of the fasteners on his kit. He's waiting for me at the Troubadour. I'm headed there to see if this will do the trick.
He held up an adjustable wrench.
Oh, man.
Brian sighed.
I was really wanting to grab a burger before the show.
My stomach grumbled. That sounds good. I'm hungry.
Take Lace with you to get something. I'll eat at the club. You guys better not be late, though. You know how War is about sound check lately. Yeah, I know.
Brian muttered. All our performances needed to be flawless now that fans were starting to record us and put their videos up on YouTube. With a last glance at me, Dizzy took off, leaving Brian and me alone. Suddenly, I noticed how close he was. I felt his heat and mainlined his crisp, piney scent. Even after a workout, he smelled good. And all that goodness bore down on me like an avalanche the instant I heard the door to the house close behind Dizzy.
Well, we'd better get going,
Brian said, sliding away from me and standing. Yeah, I guess so. I slid out the other way, when what I really wanted to do was throw myself at him and confess everything. Maybe it was time. Maybe it wouldn't change anything for Brian to know how I felt. Or maybe it would change everything. Didn't I owe it to myself to know? Wouldn't that be taking his advice and doing what I could? Can we go for a walk on the beach before sound check? I asked, my heart racing. Maybe revisit that unfinished business between us?
Definitely.
His eyes hit mine with a force that rocked me.
Chapter 47. War. "What the fuck?" I exclaimed, and Brian and Lace broke apart from their embrace on the beach. Lace was wide-eyed. She touched her lips, as if being kissed by Brian had made the heavens part and the angels sing or some stupid shit. Brian stepped in front of her. "Man, don't you fucking try to placate me, Bri. But you don't understand. I understand just fine. Get out of my face. I want to talk to her right now. I'll talk to you later." My gaze narrowed. "You feelin' me?" "Yeah." He took the steps up to the street level from the beach 2 at a time, joining Dizzy and me at the top. But once he was up, I moved down to where she was, my heart sinking lower as I descended. "Come on, Bri," her brother said. "Let's go inside." But I tuned him out, tuned out the waves, the sunset, the whole sappy beach setup, all of it except her. "Did you sleep with him?" I asked her, getting right to it. If Brian had gotten where I hadn't, it was over. The band, everything, because I'd kill him.
No, of course not.
She put her hands on her hips. "The attitude isn't justified, babe. We have a rule. No touching the opposite sex. You broke it, not me."
I know.
Her eyes were glassy, but she didn't back down from me or what she'd done. She owned it. And she owned me, too, obviously, since I could admire, love, and be furious with her right now, all at the same time. I grabbed her and pulled her to me. I had to. Holding her settled me. "This has been going on a while, this dance with you and Brian. I know he's into you. What I want to know is, has this happened before?"
No,
she said, no hint of a lie. Okay. That was something, though I ground my teeth so hard I practically pulverized my molars. "So, no more unsupervised time with him anymore."
You're not breaking up with me?
She asked, her expression puzzled. "Do you want me to?" I asked.
No, but...
"Tell me this," I said quickly. There was no way in hell I was giving her an out. "What happened before that kiss? Did he profess his undying love for you?"
What? No.
She shook her head, looking at me as if that were completely impossible.
He told me we had to stop hanging out together. But I didn't want that. I pushed it, and we kissed. That's all.
Looking hurt and dejected more than anything, she closed her eyes and dropped her chin to her chest. Had Brian actually turned her down? I could hardly believe it. "He's a player, Lace." I zeroed in on that, knowing it would hurt her. I was a bastard, but I was her bastard. I was keeping her. I'd crush my best friend, crush whoever, do whatever I needed to do to keep her. He played you like he plays all of them. Bored with his usual. Curious about you, probably. If you think things are different, march up there and ask him for clarification. Or better yet, an idea took root and grew like an ugly weed in the unholy soil inside my mind. I'd told her numerous times that Brian wasn't the innocent boy she once knew. Tonight, I'd show her.
I don't need to ask,
she mumbled, her head still down. Okay then. I wedged my ringed thumb under her chin and lifted her head. We mark this down as experimentation. One never to be repeated with him or any other guy. You feel me? I felt like a pussy for allowing her a pass. But way back at the beginning of us, she'd given me one. Soon, I'd make sure her story jibed with his before I beat the ever-loving shit out of him.
Yes, I feel you.
I removed my thumb, took her hand, and led her up to the street level. Walking together, yet working our way around other pedestrians on the sidewalk, we reached the club without incident or any further talking. I assumed she was reeling inside like I was. The glances I'd shot her way seemed to confirm my assumption. Inside the club, there was no sign of Brian or the others, but her brother was at the bar, an untouched tumbler of whiskey beside his clenched hand. Somehow the bartenders on duty always slid him his preferred drink when he arrived, even though he was underage. "Hey," Dizzy said too casually, taking us in. "Looks like you two sorted it out." His mouth formed a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. I got it. Dizzy was worried for his sister, and for the band. He had everything riding on the future of Tempest, just like the rest of us. "Brian, the dressing room?" I asked. "Yeah. Said to tell you he's waiting for you. King and Sager took off to grab a bite. I told him soundcheck was off. Am I right?" "Fuck yeah." Releasing Lace's hand, I moved in front of her. "Stay with your brother. I'm gonna have a word with Bri. Then I'll come back and have a few more with you."
War,
She called before I'd taken more than a few steps away from her. "Yeah?" I turned back to look at her.
don't, hurt him, okay?
She twisted her hands. "Babe, he's my best friend. You're my woman. You fucked up, and he fucked up. Don't make it any worse." Nodding, she dropped her gaze. My anger returning full force, I stomped past empty leather booths and skirted around cocktail tables by the stage with the chairs turned upside down on top of them. I hit the back hallway, feeling a little upside down myself as I pushed open the dressing room door, and my best friend turned to face me. "She okay?" he asked. Not backing down from my wrath, Brian met me in the middle of the small room. "She's with Dizzy. Talk. I want to hear what happened from your mouth before I bust you wide open for touching her." I kissed her. "You more than kissed her. You tasted her. I saw you, Bri. That was no chaste lip touch. Don't bullshit me." "Yeah. Okay. Fucking hell." His gaze on me, he raked a hand through his hair. "I have feelings for her, man. You know I do. But she's with you, and so I have no play. I tried to explain that to her, but she was upset. I don't like seeing her upset." Neither the fuck did I. But I didn't know fuck all about comforting her, because when the fuck had anyone ever comforted me? A kiss, a taste. It went too far, but only to that point. He lifted his chin and beckoned me. "Bring it. I deserve it. I fucked up. I was a mean motherfucker, and he deserved it. So I gave it. Choices had consequences. Cause and effect, a Southside specialty. Brian felt me when I finished, but I wasn't nearly through.
Chapter 48. Lace.
"What the hell was that, Lace?"
Dizzy asked, shaking his head at me. "I love him," I said simply. To me, that explained it all. Besides Brian, my brother was the only other person I could share that truth with before I had to bury it. Brian had kissed me, and yes, it had been as amazing as I'd imagined. But he hadn't returned the words, and he'd walked away afterward. It obviously hadn't been a transcendent experience for him. "But he doesn't love me," I said quickly to clarify. "He's honorable, he's loyal to War, even though I practically threw myself at him." I rubbed the center of my chest where the hurt continued to burn.
"Okay, if you say so."
Dizzy gave me a quizzical look.
"Do you want a drink?"
I started to say no. Growing up with a mother like ours, I'd never seen the allure in drinking. But I nodded, taking a big sip from the tumbler he'd slid my way. It tasted nasty, but I needed the liquid courage. I'd put Brian in that situation, thinking there was something between us worth risking the current storm raining shit on all of us. I took several sips as Dizzy reached over the bar, grabbed an empty tumbler, and filled it with the same amber liquid. The hurt burn inside my chest had just started to give way to the medicinal flames of the alcohol when Dizzy spoke again.
"You sticking with War?"
I nodded.
"You love him too?"
He asked softly. "Yeah, Diz, it's different. They're different. For War, affection and anger were linked. I didn't know if it were even possible for him to extract one without losing the other. For Brian, there was anger too, but also tenderness. If the right woman came along, obviously not me, he would do everything in his power, not just to have her, but to shower her with his affection and keep her safe. Dizzy put his hand over mine.
Then you trust War to do right by you?
He has for the past year. I slid my hand away and took another sip of courage. It's me that screwed up tonight, not him.
Not asking whether or not you trust him to not step out on you.
Dizzy frowned, his eyebrow piercing, catching and reflecting the light from the pendant hanging over the bar.
Do you trust him when it comes to the band? We both know how he is, and I remember him cutting you out of it without much cause once before. Now with this, that doesn't seem like a good precedent.
You think he might try to manipulate my affection? Dangle my place in the van in exchange for doing what he wants me to do? Is that it? Dizzy nodded somberly, and War reappeared as if conjured.
Come on.
He stomped right to me, his expression and his eyes dark. He grabbed my arm.
Let's go. Wait,
Dizzy said.
What's going on? I'm taking my woman out. You got a problem with me, Lowell?
My brother's words and the warning in them rang in my ears. It wasn't only my position in Tempest that could be lost because of my choices. It's okay, Diz, I said. I know what I'm doing. But suddenly I wasn't so sure. The man who held me seemed more an agent of wrath than a solicitous boyfriend.
I hope so, Lace.
The crease between my brother's brows deepened.
No show tonight,
War said, his dark tone matching his expression.
Bride's in no condition to play, and I have some things I need to get straight with Lace.
I dug deep for my attitude. Finding it, I brandished it once we were through the club and outside. What things might those be?
It's time to make you mine. But before I do, I think you need to see the world around you a lot more clearly.
There's nothing wrong with my eyesight, I said, hurrying to keep up with his long strides.
You have a limited perspective. My fault, not yours. I used to think it was cute.
War gave me a disapproving look.
Your innocent schoolgirl facade. But you're not a girl anymore, and you're not innocent, just uneducated.
I frowned. Just because I haven't done all the things you have, doesn't mean I'm uneducated in the ways of the world. It just means I'm not jaded by them like you are.
We'll revisit this discussion later,
War said cryptically. Later, revisiting wasn't necessary, and it came way too soon. Inside Kyle's apartment, I wasn't so far from our school, which I only thought was rough, or from my uncle's place, which I only thought was inhospitable, or from my boyfriend, who I only thought was dangerous. Here, War was rough without any soft edges, inhospitable to the point of nearly being cruel, and so dangerous, no one made eye contact with him unless he made it first.
She's a pretty one.
The second dealer War introduced me to gave me the same leering once-over the other one had.
Martin likes blondes. I don't give a fuck about Martin Skellen's fetishes,
War said.
She's my girlfriend. He can like her all he wants. He just can't touch.
Liking that he seemed to be defending me after I screwed up, I scooted closer to his side.
War, old buddy.
Sniffing and rubbing his nose, Kyle joined us. I'd seen him when we entered his apartment. It was impossible to ignore a bunch of guys, him being one of them, doing lines of coke off a naked brunette who was lying on the coffee table. She was still there, letting guys flick their cigarettes on her like she was an ashtray. Why would any woman sink that low?
I'd be more careful about spouting absolutes regarding Martin in front of Gary if I were you, War,
Kyle said, tipping his head toward the leering dealer.
I'm not a blabber, you douchebag.
Sneering now rather than leering, Gary suddenly produced a blade.
You're such a hothead.
Kyle didn't even blink at the knife. His pupils probably couldn't get any smaller if he did.
Put that sticker away, Gary. This is a party. Find a girl and party. No disrespect. Just good times tonight, okay? Okay.
Gary closed the blade and pocketed it.
Good man.
Kyle patted him on the back as he turned away.
Ready to go upstairs?
He asked War after only a brief scan to acknowledge me.
Fuck yeah.
War said. My heart sank. I didn't think upstairs would be better than downstairs. Unfortunately, I was right. It smells bad up here, I whispered to War, gripping his hand tighter. I'd had a death grip on him since we'd traversed the maze of blitzed-out heroin junkies on the stairs.
Didn't notice. More accepting of my surroundings, I guess.
He said roughly, pulling me with him into a narrow bathroom with 2 vanities.
What's your poison gonna be tonight?
Kyle asked, his back to us while he opened a cabinet door. Withdrawing a large Ziploc bag, he turned and set it on the rusted countertop between the sinks with a flourish like it was a gift. It was colorful like a gift. The large bag contained a bunch of smaller ones, filled with pills grouped together by color.
What's in there that's good?
War asked, peering with more than a little interest at the bag.
Uppers, downers, the usual. Got Coke in the bedroom.
Kyle glanced at me.
If you want it, it's all yours.
I don't do drugs, I said firmly and tugged on War's arm. You made your point. Take me home.
Your uncle's place isn't home, and you know it. It's a temporary accommodation, same as mine.
He narrowed his eyes.
You're home when you're with me.
It doesn't feel like home, I said. But as soon as I made the statement, it rang false. Kyle's apartment was eerily similar, not in layout, but in goings-on to the one Dizzy and I'd shared with our mother. I only thought I'd put that world behind me, but it had been there all along, lurking in the periphery. Just because I chose not to peer into the darkness anymore didn't mean the darkness didn't remain.
I see you're feeling me.
War met my gaze in the mirror, holding it captive. When I nodded, he turned to Kyle.
Maybe another day. I'll take you up on the bag of treats in the bedroom. Your choice, whatever you want, man. Thanks.
War clapped him on the back, then turned to me.
Go on out. Back into the hall, babe.
He jerked his chin the way we'd come in.
Space is too narrow for anything but single file. You first.
Okay, I said, not entirely sure that was true. It would just be a tight squeeze. A couple was nearly having sex in the hallway in front of me. War had to have seen them, and I believed he meant for me to see them too. My forward momentum came to a stumbling halt when I realized it wasn't just any couple. It was Brian and Missy.
You pretend I'm him.
Brian said to her gruffly.
I'll pretend the way I do. No talking. It works that way.
He yanked her skirt up and turned her against the wall. Her back was to him, and his was to me. His jeans and boxers down around his knees. His ass was tight, round, and so perfect. I flushed and must have gasped, even as my stomach lurched to my throat. Missy turned her head, looking over her shoulder at me as Brian sucked on her neck. She narrowed her ice-blue eyes. What's your problem, Lace? Unable to speak, I just stared. If I could, I would have begged the ground to swallow me up whole. Brian turned his head, and one of his beautiful gray-green eyes widened. The other was nearly swollen shut. He had a cut on his cheek and another on his mouth, probably from War's rings. I noted those things as if from a distance, as if I were floating and looking down at myself. But I was no longer floating in safe and known waters. I was in a vacuum without any air.
Chapter 49. War. Lace was mad and wouldn't talk to me. I think she suspected that I had a hand in orchestrating the scene with Missy and Brian. And she was right. It seemed like the right kind of justice, her getting the same type of unexpected blow I'd had seeing her and Brian on the beach. It was a Southside fairy tale ending. Or it would be, eventually. Because Lace no longer thought Brian's shit didn't stink. Another benefit? She now knew life wasn't fair. She'd grow up, set aside her crush on Brian, and we would move on. Well, we'd move on when I returned as the biggest man on campus and took her to prom. King grinned. This limo is muy genial. It's very cool. Sweeter than the taxi we had to take to SFO after those assholes at Zenith lowballed us, Sager said, exchanging a commiserative glance with King across the aisle. Dizzy and Brian were on the other side of them, up by the driver, as far away as they could get from me, and totally uncommunicative. Not everyone approved of the way I'd handled the situation with Lace, but so what if there were a few minor difficulties to sort out? Tempest was an emerging rock band with 2 major labels courting us. After jumping through hoops at 2 home offices, we were now cut loose in L.A. with a $250,000 offer from Zenith and a $300,000 offer from RCA. That was a potential $50,000 to $60,000 for each of us, including Dizzy and Brian. Money enough for them to get over it. "We're going to a strip club tonight," King said, making eye contact with me. "You want to come with?" "Yeah," I said. "Sounds like fun." "Do you think that's a good idea?" Dizzy asked, speaking to me for the first time since I brought his sister back to him in pieces at his uncle's place. "Lace gets wind of it, she's not going to like it, and she's already pissed at you." "It's not me she's really pissed at." I caught and held Brian's gaze. The swelling around his eye had gone down. He didn't look so scary anymore, just miserable. "I'll go," Dizzy muttered. "You going, Bri?" I asked, extending an olive branch, but he glared back at me like he wanted to beat me over the head with it. "No." "Suit yourself." I put on my shades and leaned my head back. It was only a couple of miles to our hotel, some swanky place on Bel Air. A couple of miles didn't seem far, but the driver had told us it would take at least 45 minutes to get there. The distance between my best friend and me wasn't that far either, but if $60,000 in strippers couldn't put him in a better mood, it might take a lot longer to regain Brian's friendship than I'd anticipated.
Lace. A text from my brother popped up on my phone, and I replied. Dizzy.
How you holding up?
Lace. Same Diz, don't fuss. Dizzy.
Worried about you.
I sighed and leaned my head back against my pillow in my room, hot tears leaking from my eyes. He'd worry more if I told him the truth. I crushed the paper in my grip. It could wait until he and the others returned from L.A. Dizzy had kept me in the loop. I knew because of him that no final decision between RCA and Zenith had been made without me. We had serious offers from both labels, though RCA's offer was higher. I hadn't spoken to War directly. He'd left me a couple of voicemails, saying we'd discuss the specifics of the offers after prom. He dropped a few hints that made me think there was something in the contracts that I wouldn't like. I figured I was getting a smaller cut than the guys. That pissed me off, but what leverage did I have? I needed whatever I could get, now more than ever. There wouldn't be any scholarship. I sniffed back the rest of my tears. Tears that happened in private didn't count, especially when everything in your life went to shit. Needing to wash my face, I got up and went out into the hall. Then I was going to call Chad. I needed to talk this through with someone who was in my corner. He'd once been there for me. Surely he could be again. Ah! I jerked to a halt, putting my hand to my throat. My pulse beat rapidly beneath it. You startled me. I didn't know you were home from work.
My home.
Uncle Bruce narrowed his eyes.
Finally going to have it back to myself in a couple of months. Why are you crying?
I'm not crying. The lie came out of my mouth before I could stop it. I never cry.
What a crock. You cried all the time when you first moved in. I could hear you all the way from my room.
I guess my pillow hadn't muffled it. I was just a little girl. A little girl who'd nearly been raped and was definitely traumatized.
You're a drama queen, just like your mother was.
My fingers clenched into fists. I was so sick of that line from him. His gaze dipped, then rose, his eyes narrowing more.
Are you pregnant?
No, of course not. I was still a virgin. But War would change that status for real when he returned. I'd gone to the clinic and started the pill. I was responsible, not like my mom. My uncle scoffed.
It's a miracle. That guy you're with, he's not a good egg.
A miracle would be me getting pregnant, never having had sex. But yeah, War wasn't a good egg. The blinders were off now. He wasn't good, but he was mine, and all I had.
I want you moved out by the 25th.
My jaw dropped. School doesn't end until June 3rd.
That's your problem. You're not my worry anymore after that date. I'm getting married and moving my family into my home.
Okay. I nodded dully. Arguing with him wouldn't change anything. I shuffled to the bathroom, did my bit with my face, then went back to my room. I didn't have much time to plan. Could I stay with War at his place? I didn't think so. But with the money from RCA, I ought to be able to afford to stay somewhere. Back in my room, my temporary accommodation that was now even more temporary, I climbed into my bed again and put in my earbuds. No Britney Spears tonight. I didn't feel like dancing. I felt like turning the music on and turning off the world that had shit on me. So I scrolled to Alanis Morissette and did just that. The Jagged Little Pill album seemed to have been written just for me. Chapter 50. Lace. The whistle started as soon as I stepped onto school property. Fuck 'em all. Chin held high, I headed up the front walk, channeling a lot of Alanis and some War. I might not be able to change my situation, but I could look like a woman who didn't give a shit, even if technically I remained a girl, and I was only pretending I was in control. Yo, Lowell, looking nice. A goth chick gave me devil horns. Respect, I said, and rocked her some back. Stomping up the concrete stairs, I turned some heads inside the building, but made it past the office without anyone chasing me down to measure my miniskirt. It barely covered my ass. The better to show off my fishnet stockings and my thigh-high black suede boots, a consignment shop score. But no way would the skirt pass school regulation. I was late, and the halls were emptying of students. The bell would ring soon, but I didn't bother stopping at my locker. I didn't have a backpack or books. I was just here to make it through to the bitter end, attend prom and graduate. Make the point that I could do it, but none of it really mattered anymore. What the fuck did it matter if I graduated? I couldn't go to college. I didn't need to. I was in a kick-ass rock band, soon to be signed, and my boyfriend was the lead singer. Tempest was going to be huge. Huge.
Whoa!
Randy stepped in front of me wearing his Letterman jacket, even though it was 70 degrees outside.
What do we have here?
Get out of my way, I gritted out. He flicked a lock of my hair over my shoulder, leaned in, and whispered into my ear.
No.
Against my instincts, I backed up and tried to go around him, but he cut me off.
Not so brave without King of War around. In fact,
He tapped his chin.
they're all out of town, aren't they?
Shit. Fuck. Shit. Yet I cranked up my chin. You really want to get on War's bad side hassling me? Randy gave that some thought. I could practically hear the lone gerbil wheel turning inside his head.
You don't matter as much as you think you do.
Why's that? I asked. Knowing he liked to be the bearer of bad news where War and I were concerned, I licked my suddenly dry lips. Did War have a side piece all along that I didn't know about? A Missy like Brian has? Or maybe it is Missy. Maybe they share.
I heard him offer you to one of Kyle's higher-ups to get Tempest a headlining gig.
What? My eyes rounded.
Didn't know, did ya?
Randy's blue eyes took on an ugly gleam. He ran his gaze over me, and I felt ill.
War might like you, but you're disposable. He'd let anybody fuck you if it got him what he wanted. You know that as well as I do. Come on, baby.
He touched me, running his thumb over the outline of my black bra. My breakfast lurched, but I made myself work up a good spit, and I aimed it at him.
Bitch!
He wiped it off of his cheek with his sleeve, then put his hand on my throat and walked me backward. His grip hurt, and I couldn't breathe. My spine hit the lockers hard. Suddenly, Chad was there.
Back off, Randy.
His hazel eyes flared. Randy released me, and I coughed as blessed air flooded my lungs.
What are you going to do about it?
Randy asked, rushing Chad like he was a defensive back for an opposing team, instead of a former center basketball star from the same school. My friend dropped his crutches, reared back, and caught Randy with a sharp undercut that lifted him off his feet. Randy's eyes rolled back in his head, and he dropped like a felled tree. I gave him a second of my time, satisfied that he was breathing. I turned to Chad to croak out, "He was blitzing you! That maneuver would have been a penalty."
Too bad for him. I don't play by the rules,
Chad said as teachers came running. We were busted. Chad and I both got suspended. As Missy drove us home from school in his truck, her lips kept twitching. "You got something to say?" I asked confrontationally, leaning forward to glare at her over Chad, who was in the middle of the bench seat. "Ironic that you two got in trouble, but Randy walked away." She shook her head. "He's such a prick."
He walked away moving funny.
Looking proud, Chad lifted a brow. Missy laughed, and I noticed she and Chad exchanging a long, heated look. Suddenly, I felt like the outsider. "Are you two—" Both swiveled their heads to look back at me.
Yes,
Chad said, nodding as if I'd finished my question.
Definitely. She's my queen, I'm her charge.
"He lives in a mystical realm of his own making," Missy said, hooking her thumb at him and rolling her eyes. I laughed. Missy was funny. I'd never noticed before, deciding I didn't like her because of war and then Brian. But she was unattached, free to have sex with whomever she wanted. And it was on me, my mistake, for judging her for that without even knowing her. Right? Missy gave me a long look, then surprised the shit out of me. "Going to prom with Chad. Maybe we'll see you there." "But he can't dance," I said stupidly as she steered the truck to the curb in front of my uncle's house.
Prom's not all about the dancing,
Chad said. "Yeah, it's about the clothes." I was dead serious. One of the reasons I really wanted to go. I'd had my dress made for months. Luckily, our suspension ended Thursday. The guys were due back on Friday, and it was prom.
It's also about staying out all night and getting laid,
Chad said, and I noticed Missy blush. It was weird, considering her reputation and what she'd been doing the last time I saw her. "Don't hold your breath on that last part, Phillips," Missy said, giving Chad another long look.
I would if I thought it would get me what I want.
He returned her look. "We're friends." She pointed her thumb back and forth between them. "I value that too much to screw it up. Pun intended." I smiled. "Thanks for the ride." They both stared at me again as if they'd forgotten I was there. I unbuckled my seatbelt and looked at Chad. "Thanks for coming to my rescue."
Sorry I've been MIA the last part of the school year.
"I understand." I pulled in a breath, wanting to talk to him about all that was going on, what I just learned from Randy regarding war. But it didn't feel right to drag Chad into my mess. He was happy. He deserved to be happy after all he'd been through. "I love you," I said instead.
Love you too, Lace,
he said as I closed the door. It counted for something, especially coming from a stand-up guy like him. I'd once wished war would say those words, but knowing what I did now, how he'd bartered me, and how callously he'd hurt me, punishing me for that kiss by setting me up to see Brian and Missy, I wondered if I'd even believe him.
Chapter 51. Brian. No way, man. I shook my head at Dizzy, giving him the same answer I gave War when he called to tell me he was too sick to take Lace to prom. It's important. On his bar stool at Footett's next to mine, Dizzy shifted and gave me a long look with eyes the same color as hers. Lace has been through enough disappointment lately. I know she has. I wasn't without empathy. I had too much of it, too much of everything when it came to her. I was there at the cemetery, and saw firsthand how her mother's death had rocked her. Yeah, Dizzy nodded. He'd been there too, but he'd stayed inside the chapel while Lace and I had gone on, kneeling together by her mother's grave. College is was a big deal to her. She loves fashion. She worked so hard to get herself into a position to study it at college. Only to fall short. I shook my head sadly. My heart ached for her. At least she has the band. Dizzy's hand tightened around his tumbler. He hurt for her, too. They might not be as openly affectionate as my sisters and me, but I suspected that was only because they didn't have a mother like mine as an example. But they had each other, and I had no doubts at all that Dizzy loved Lace. If she didn't have her spot in Tempest, he said, I don't know what might happen. She might spiral and never bounce back. But she does have it, right? I gave him a sharp look. Did he know something I didn't? With war and me at odds, I might have missed something. Sure she does. I just worry about her confidence. It's taken a lot of hits. A shadow drifted across Dizzy's face. And you know how reactive Lace can be. She doesn't think things through. The shadow became total darkness. He'd looked troubled like this a lot on the trip, most of it revolving around war and how he treated Lace. I had my own trouble with war for sure. Not because of the ass-kicking. I deserved that. But the stunt at Kyle's had gone too far. That maneuver had seriously crossed the line. I knocked on the bar top. Lace is stronger than you give her credit for being. I hope so. Weathering all of this, she has to be. Dizzy brought his tumbler to his mouth and knocked back half of it like it was a shot. It's just one night, Bri. A couple of hours that will mean a lot to her. A couple of hours that would be torture to me. Alone with her and not being able to touch her the way I wanted to. Why can't you take her? I knocked back a big amount, too, and made a face. This was Dizzy's drink of choice. I preferred beer, but whiskey had a burn, warming and filling the hollowness that had opened inside my chest since the kiss, and my choice yet again to do the right thing by her, a right that felt all wrong. I could offer, he said, but she wouldn't accept. She doesn't want to go to prom with her brother, but she'll go with you. How can you be sure? I know, all right. He looked away while I wished again that things were different between Lace and me. But how could they be? I needed to do what I'd been doing. She needed her spot in the band, which was intrinsically tied to her relationship with war. What she didn't need was me interfering. Okay, I'll do it, I said, pushing the empty tumbler away. Anything for her. I told her that before, and I meant it. Thanks. You say that now, Diz, but she might not be as happy to have me take her as you think. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the way she'd looked at me at Kyle's. She thought I'd stolen that kiss and played her, going right to Missy afterward, but she didn't understand. Lace thought her kiss meant nothing, when it meant everything. But I had no right to say anything to correct that misunderstanding. Hours later, after a lot of scrambling, I stood inside the tiny foyer at Lace's uncle's house because of fucking Dizzy. Shit, that was a lie. I was here because of her. The monkey suit and bow tie strangled me. Even if she ran back up the stairs screaming when she saw me, I had to risk it if there was any chance I could make her happy. Whoa! Dizzy stared at me and then smirked. You look uncomfortable. Go get her, you ass. On it. Lace, he called, jogging up the stairs. Your date's here. A couple of moments later, she descended the stairs and froze when she saw me. Hey, Lace. My heart in my throat, I took her in, totally floored by her. Like when I'd first seen her here in the backyard, but more. So much more. She wore a dress that I knew was vintage 60s, her favorite fashion era. It had spaghetti straps, a straight bodice that drew my eye to her curves, and a black lace skirt over a blush pink underlayer. She'd tied a black silk ribbon around her slender neck. Her amber eyes were bright, and her shiny golden hair cascaded long and straight around her delicate shoulders. She was all my hopes and dreams, high up on a pedestal out of reach. You look incredible. I found my voice, though it was husky. Hope it's okay if I take you instead,
Sure.
she said sweetly, and my battered heart soared. Apparently, Dizzy was right. Before she could potentially change her mind, I stepped forward and slid a wrist corsage with white roses onto her arm. Fuck. Her skin was so creamy. Electricity lit me up just touching her. She wasn't unaffected either, based on the chill bumps that rose on her arms. Unable to resist, I brushed my fingertips across the skin of her inner wrist, and she inhaled sharply. Dizzy cleared his throat. Brian, can I see you in the kitchen for a minute? I gave him a chin lift, and her skin another lingering stroke before releasing her. Following Dizzy through the living room, I could feel her speculative gaze on me, and wanted to go back to her rather than deal with whatever new bullshit this was with him. He turned and gave it to me as soon as the swing door closed behind me. You can look at her like you want to undress her if you have to, but no removing of any clothing whatsoever, you hear me? Dizzy, come on. I rubbed the back of my neck, wishing I had time for a quick smoke. My heart was practically pounding out of my chest, just from a simple touch. I respect her, you know I do. I don't need you making this any more awkward than it is. He studied me a beat, then gave me a chin lift. Okay, but you bring her back here. Of course. Before midnight, right? So the limo doesn't turn into a pumpkin? No. His brow creased. So the record deals we have on the line don't go to shit because of some interpersonal band drama involving you, War, and my sister. I got all that. Good. Dizzy nodded approvingly. You really got a limo? Doing this right. Apparently so. Okay, well, have fun and all. He hooked a thumb over his shoulder. I'm heading to the drugstore for War. Then I have a date with the lovely Elaine. See ya, I said, turning away without calling him out about the less than 15-minute bullshit he did with his women that he called dating. I had dates of my own that I didn't want to be called out on. When I pushed through the door, Lace was right there on the other side of it.
Where's Dizzy?
She asked, and I wondered if she'd been eavesdropping and what she'd heard. He went on. I placed my hand on the small of her back and guided her toward the front door. We'd better get going. We are already too late for your dinner reservation. We'll miss the dance if we don't leave soon. Outside, we stepped onto the porch together, and she locked the front door. Turning around, she gasped when she saw the black stretch limo. Looking up at me through her sooty lashes, she said,
You don't have to do this for Warren.
I'm not doing it for him. I stared at her, suddenly not in the mood to hide anything. Not with her right there, and a night ahead of us that was all ours. I'm doing it for you. The porch light made her hair shine like polished gold. I reached out and ran my fingers through thick layers that were as soft as silk. Somewhere in the distance, a car door slammed. Or maybe that was just my heart slamming around inside my chest. I gave her a small smile. You deserve a night like this. Come on. I took her hand and led her to the limo. The woman of my dreams was off her pedestal for a one-night engagement.
Chapter 52. Lace. It doesn't even look like the gym, I said, taking it all in. In deference to the Winter Wonderland theme, paper snowflakes were everywhere. They dangled from the rafters on strings and were piled into snowdrifts, dusted in glitter and sparkles. Small, medium, and large, they were all different patterns and different shapes. It's beautiful. I turned to look at Brian.
It certainly is.
He wasn't looking at the gym. He was looking at me, and his gray-green eyes sparkled more enchantingly than all the glitter in the world. I wanted to ask him a million questions about the kiss, Missy, the record deals, but on the other hand, I just wanted this, a night for the two of us, no war between us, and Brian looking at me the way I'd always wanted him to.
Shall we dance?
He offered me his arm. Yes. I took it, curling my fingers into the material of his jacket, wishes were allowed tonight, that I could remove the black jacket and the crisp white shirt to discover the man underneath. He led me out onto the crowded dance floor, where couples in their finery swayed to the slow beat of Faithfully. A mirror disco ball slowly twirled overhead, casting tiny beams of brilliant light downward to transform the wooden boards and the dancers into something nearly magical. I lifted my arms and twined them around Brian's strong neck, shivering from the whisper of his silky hair on my skin, and the warm stamp of his hands low on my back. I wanted to lose myself in this bliss, but those niggling questions remained. Why had War asked Brian to take me? Why had Brian agreed? There was something at play I couldn't see, and the curtain with the answers behind it could be ripped aside at any time. But rather than preemptively pull it back myself to see what was behind it, like I might have in the not-so-distant past, tonight I gave myself over to the moment. I surrendered to the bliss, and the man who seemed to conjure it. The Journey song that wasn't my favorite ended, and another slow song started, with a little slide guitar and a couple of poignant piano notes. I didn't recognize the tune, but Brian did. Sliding his hands lower, pulling me closer, he began to sing softly. He had a beautiful voice, but rarely employed it. He was the brilliant guitarist. That was his role in the band. But he played a different role tonight. He was my king, and I was his queen, seduced by him and the words that slipped from his chiseled lips about knowing a woman, her thoughts, her dreams, and loving her. I sighed, tangled my fingers in his hair, and laid my cheek against his hard chest, right over where his irresistible heart lay.
Jackson.
A hand tapped my king's broad shoulder, and I lifted my head. It was Chad with Missy.
Cutting in.
Chad said, and I stiffened.
Okay.
Brian gave me a brief hooded look that I couldn't read.
One song.
Nodding to confirm, Chad released Missy, and Brian relinquished me. My enchanted heart screeched like a needle on a record as I watched my king twirl Missy away. She looked too pretty in a slinky cobalt blue gown with silver piping.
So you and Bri, huh?
Chad asked, taking and placing my limp arms around his neck. He was so tall that even in my heels, I had to stretch to keep my arms where he'd placed them.
I'll bet you're ecstatic. Finally being together. Bri looks like he does on stage when he's doing one of his solos, and you're wearing a look I've never seen before. Well satisfied, lady.
Sighing, I looked away. I wish.
You aren't a couple?
His hands at my waist, Chad peered down at me. No, War got sick. He couldn't bring me. Brian's just my escort.
An escort would bring you and let you dance with whomever you wanted to while he hung out over there.
He gestured to a group of guys and girls by the punch bowl. Spaced well apart, they were obviously single, some looking at their phones, others just looking bored. But...
Do you want Bri Lace Lowell?
You know I do.
And I know you, so get him.
The way you got Missy? I narrowed my eyes at him, then glanced over at her, cocking my head when I realized how far apart she stood from Brian.
Don't think any guy really gets Missy. But that's not going to stop me from trying to.
Chad looked so determined, and not the least bit unhappy about the challenge. I had a sudden thought. Hey, where's your boot? Shouldn't you...
Hush.
He placed his hand over my mouth for a second.
It's prom. I'm taking the night off from doctor's orders. Anything goes. Not anything. Not with my date.
Brian clapped his hand on Chad's shoulder. His gaze narrowed beneath his tousled brown hair.
Cutting in. The song's not done. You're done,
Brian said, and his lips curled back from his perfect white teeth. Chad grinned and released me.
About fucking time you acted like this around her.
Brian reclaimed me, holding me closer than before, and I forgot about everything except Chad's advice.
Chapter 53. Brian. It should have been enough. Dancing and touching Lace, holding her as if she were truly mine. But it wasn't enough. Having a little, I only wanted more. Because I couldn't resist her, I was back inside her uncle's house, and it was well past midnight. Just outside the front door, she'd pried the truth about Missy from me, I'd admitted settling for others only because I couldn't have her. Armed with my confession, Lace led me inside and stood before me, a goddess of war with my tuxedo jacket like the spoils of conquest around her shoulders. Alarm bells pealed inside my head, but I didn't plan to heed them. How could I, when trying to do the right thing disappointed her? "Good night, Lace," Seeing the disappointment on her face, I placed my hands on her shoulders and gently drew her to me. "You're not going to cry, are you?" Her eyes were swimming, and her tears were my downfall. I was doomed. We both were.
"I never cry,"
she said stubbornly. "What's this?" I asked softly, running a fingertip under her eye and revealing the moisture.
"I'm just tired. The cold wind—"
"You're lying."
"So are you, Brian Jackson."
Her defiant hands fisted.
"Denying what's between us."
She handed me the tuxedo jacket and kicked off her shoes. Sirens blared loudly now, but I ignored them. Anticipation coursed through me as she flashed me her attitude. Tossing back her hair, she peeled off one of the thin shoulder straps of her dress, and then the other. Boldly, she looked at me, daring me to resist her. I managed it for a moment, but she was a goddess, my goddess. There was no way I could keep my promise to War and to her brother. My nostrils flared, teased by her vanilla perfume. A dark hunger arose, one that I'd attempted unsuccessfully to sate with others. Seeming to sense the razor's edge I teetered on, Lace gave me a triumphant smile. Reaching back, she released the hook on her dress and lowered the zipper, leaving a black and pink pool of chiffon puddled at her feet. With her slender shoulders back and her proud chin lifted, she stood before me nearly naked in a strapless blush corset, matching panties, and gartered stockings. God, she was more beautiful than I'd imagined, more beautiful than any woman I'd ever seen. On fire, I reached for and claimed her, crushing my lips and my body to hers. She wrapped her arms around my neck like she had when we'd been dancing. The connection didn't extinguish the flames, though. It fueled them. My hands in her hair, I twisted and tugged it. Her lips parted, and I plunged my tongue between them. The touch of her tongue to mine made my cock lengthen as if she'd stroked it. "Babe, you're so hot," I rasped, breaking the seal between our mouths to rain worshipful kisses across her cheek and to her ear. "Looking at you is foreplay. Dancing with you is agony. Kissing you sets me on fire."
"Oh, Bri."
She mewed my name like I'd dreamed of her doing. "I have to have you," I whispered heatedly. She tugged on my neck. Removing the bow tie, she brought her ear to my lips.
"Then have me."
Fuck yeah. I scooped her into my arms and carried her up the stairs. On the landing, I glanced around. There were several doors. "Which one is your room?"
"First door on the right."
She worked on releasing the buttons on my shirt while I strode down the hall. Stepping inside her room, I pushed the door closed with my foot, then set her down, reveling in the softness of her sleek skin.
"Damn it,"
she said softly.
"These buttons are so small. They're driving me crazy."
She'd only managed 3 of them. "Let me do it." I sat on the edge of her bed and beckoned to her. "I'll get the buttons, if you get the laces on my shoes." Her expression serious, she dropped to her knees on the rug in front of me.
"Teamwork."
I nearly spilled in my trousers at seeing her like that. Her mouth was inches away from my cock. Her tits were pushed up in her corset, so high I could almost see her dusky nipples from my position. "You're so beautiful, Lace."
"You're beautiful, too."
She glanced up at me through her lashes, her lips slowly curling. "I want to kiss you again." I wanted her pretty pink lips wrapped around my shaft. I wanted her mouth on my skin, mine everywhere on her. So many fantasies and not enough time. My heart raced like crazy.
"Stop distracting me,"
she said, holding her bottom lip between her teeth as she tugged on my laces.
"Get your shirt off."
I did as she instructed, and then gripped her arms, lifting her to her feet just as she whipped the second sock away. I went right for her mouth, tasting and taking each moan, and feeding her my hot groans.
Bri.
She whispered as I licked my way across her lips.
So good. You taste so good.
You taste like vanilla and sunshine. And warmth I wanted to bask in. Sweetness I wanted to swallow.
Your skin is like velvet.
She smoothed her hands over my shoulders and down my arms.
Your muscles are hard like steel.
That's not the only part of me that's hard, I assure you. Her gaze dipped, and my cock gave an eager leap. I tucked a curled finger under her chin and lifted it. I want you, I said, not messing around. All the way.
All the way is what I've always wanted with you,
she said softly, yet without guile or artifice. I've dreamed of touching you like this. I brushed her silky hair forward and started working on the tiny fastenings of her corset. I'm taking your things off, but just so you know, I'm keeping my pants on until the last moment.
Why?
She asked, looking perplexed. Because I'm only a man, not a superhero, and I've never been so fucking turned on in my entire life. With shaking hands, I tucked her hair behind her ears while cool air rushed over her pretty skin without restriction like I wanted to. And because you matter more than anyone. I smoothed my hands over her slender shoulders, holding her gaze. And because I want this to be good for you.
You know I'm a virgin.
Her corset removed. She was half naked now, but she didn't seem shy or nervous. Yes?
I wanted you to be the one.
I will be the one. My voice was rough. The only one. If I can control myself.
I trust you, Bri.
I almost said the words then. What she meant to me. The reason I'd do anything she asked of me. The curve of her mouth deepening, she dropped her gaze, following her fingers as she glided them down my arms.
Touch me.
She brought my hands to her breasts. I cupped them, round, perfectly formed, so incredible. Arching her spine to bring them more fully into the frame I provided, she said,
I want you to make me yours.
Ah, Lace, it would be my pleasure. I swept my thumbs across her budded nipples, and she moaned. And yours, too, I added arrogantly. I would see to it. Her nipples were diamond hard, and my cock was at least that hard, pounding against my zipper. Lifting her, I turned and laid her on the bed. Looking at her with her hair spread out on the white sheets, I lowered my head to taste her. Lips first, I explored her wet mouth, tonguing her deep. Her hands urgently roamed my back and ass as she whimpered and writhed beneath me. I left her mouth and moved to her tits, sucking one dusky nipple, then the other.
Bri, no more.
She pounded on my back, and I almost smiled.
I need you inside me.
I want that too, babe. I pulled back. My hair in my eyes, I unbuckled my belt and lowered my zipper. A glance to the side revealed she was watching me with rapt attention. Fuck, Lace. Don't look at me like that. I'm trying to go slow.
I don't want slow, Bri.
She said, sounding and looking piqued.
I want you now.
I want you now, too. I got my slacks off and grabbed a condom packet from the pocket before I kicked them away. Tearing the wrapper open, I rolled on the rubber.
You're so big.
Staring at my cock, she licked her lips. Babe, I said, grinning, are you trying to kill me looking at me like I'm a feast?
I'm trying to get you to.
She sucked in a breath when I dipped my fingers in her panties, whipped them down her shapely legs, and tossed them aside. Your skin's so soft. I grasped her thighs and separated them. Moving between her legs, I could see how wet she was. I wanted to taste her, so I did.
Bri.
She said breathily, grabbing fistfuls of my hair to pull me away.
Inside me, please.
What she wanted, I wanted. Positioning myself, I thrust inside her all the way. I couldn't hold back anymore. She gasped. You okay? I asked, immediately going still.
Yes, just a little burning.
She grabbed my ass and squeezed.
Don't stop. Please move.
So I moved, sliding in and out of her. She was so slick and tight.
That feels so good.
Her eyes on mine, she smiled. It felt better than good. like heaven, knocking on the door of it. I picked up the tempo. Her hands on my ass, she moved with me like she heard the same irresistible melody. Again and again I drove into her.
Bri,
She cried, lifting her hips to make each stroke deeper.
I'm close.
Her features wondrously tight. She strained for it, rhythmically squeezing me. It rose within me, a feeling like no other, wild and untamable like she was. Yes, Lace. Hammering into her, I took her higher. Come with me. If I was at the heights, she had to be there too. Stiffening, I let out a guttural groan, and she moaned. In perfect harmony, we hit the crescendo together. No longer separated. One. Chapter 54. War. Where is he, Deez? I roared into my cell. Where's Bri? Don't know, he said after a beat. But yelling at me isn't going to make him appear. Yeah, okay, I muttered, taking the anger down a notch. I didn't need Dizzy any more pissed at me than he already was. You feeling any better? He asked. Slightly more human. The little bit of smack I'd tried for the first time at the strip club in L.A. was mostly to blame. The RCA rep had given me some under-the-table money to sweeten their offer, which I'd used to purchase the stuff, and I'd loved it. It made me euphoric, which had been awesome, just what I needed with all the stress on me. But the downside? I felt so good that I hadn't properly eaten or hydrated while in L.A. Then fast forward to the Welcome Back to Seattle party at Kyle's, where I might have done too much of everything. Afterward, I'd gotten as sick as a fucking dog. Missed prom, missed a day where I should have made my woman mine. Now I only had one day to have her sweet side before the deadline to choose record labels. Then, the hammer would drop, since neither deal included Lace. She'd be pissed, but she'd get over it. Thanks for making that drugstore run for me, I said, playing nice. The Gatorade helped. No problem. So is Lace at the house with you? I asked, acting like my interest wasn't sharp. Yeah, man, she's here. That was good. But was she alone? I didn't like that Brian had been MIA since the prom. I'm coming over, I said. I need to talk to her. I texted but haven't heard back from her. She's still pissed at you. The way she sees it, you haven't done anything to smooth things over. I know she's freezing me out. I know why. But we were even after Kyle's, and I got her a date for prom. She really needed to give me a fucking break. What other guy would wait this long to have sex with his girlfriend? If she tries to take off, I told Dizzy, let her know to stay put. I need to talk to her.
Lace.
It was just prom,
Brian said to Dizzy. His voice was clear, even though he was on one side of the closed bedroom door, and I was on the other.
Getting laid as a rite of passage. It didn't mean anything.
Stunned, I staggered away from the closed door. I had whisker burns on my skin in several unmentionable places, but what Brian said burned a hell of a lot more. Stupid Lace, believing what we'd done was more than what it was, or that he'd meant the words he'd said after the second time we had sex. Fingers curling into my palms, I stared at the bed. The sheets were tangled, probably still warm from the second time. I touched my neck, remembering the ribbon and what we'd done with it. My cheeks heated. I moved closer to the bed. Maybe it had meant nothing to him, but it had meant something to me. I drew back the comforter, looking for the ribbon, but didn't find it. I picked up my guitar and the stand, setting them to the side. Then I scooped up the music that being with him had inspired. Opening the top drawer in my dresser, I dropped the sheets inside. That out of the way, I stripped the sheets from the bed, but I still didn't find my ribbon. I frowned, glancing at the door. No sounds in the hall. No knock on the door from Brian to say he'd made a mistake, that he didn't mean what he'd said to my brother. No, not even just a, hey, the sex was great, but I have to go now, goodbye. Did he think I'd been too clingy, or make too big of a deal about it afterward? Or worse, had being with me been just a terrible disappointment? My vision swimming on those thoughts, I began to search for my phone. Where was it? Maybe I had it all wrong. Maybe Brian had to leave. Maybe he texted or left a voicemail. Unable to find my cell inside my room, I remembered tossing it aside when I'd stripped down to my underwear downstairs. Oh, fuck. I looked out the window. It was already bright outside. Uncle Bruce would be home. Marching across my room, I threw open the door.
Looking for these?
Wearing a disapproving frown, Dizzy held up my cell in one hand and my prom dress and shoes in the other.
Your phone fell out of your clutch. Not sure what happened with your clothes, but I can guess.
Don't be an ass. I took the items from him while flicking a furtive glance down the hall toward my uncle's room. His door was closed, and I let out a shaky exhale.
I found them before he got home from work. He doesn't know anything.
Good. Warmth hit my cheeks.
But Lace?
Dizzy said, shaking his head soberly.
War called just a little while ago.
He placed his hands on my shoulders, and I was glad I'd thrown on an old t-shirt while combing the room for the ribbon.
He is on his way over right now. He wants to talk to you. Do you want him to know Brian was here all night? To find out this way? To see you like that?
My heart raced. My mind had turned to sludge. I don't know what to do. I bowed my head and lifted my pleading eyes to my brother.
Well, you can buy a little time to figure it out if you take a shower and do something about the redness on your face.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. I started to duck back into my room to grab some makeup and clothes, but his next question stopped me.
I confronted Bry. He said it was just a one-time deal. Is that the way it was for you? Or do I need to kick his ass?
Tears sprang to my eyes. The only good thing about this that I could see right now was that my brother was looking out for me. I pressed my lips flat and swallowed. It was just sex, I said huskily without turning around. The lie surely burned brighter than the whisker burns on my skin. How had this happened? I'd been so light and happy last night, but this morning I felt so dark and empty. No ass-kicking needed. I'm a big girl. I knew what I was doing. Another lie. I mean, Brian didn't make any promises or anything. I love you from a guy in your bed who wanted a little more action the next morning didn't mean anything. Except it had. It had meant everything to me. And I'd meant it with all my heart when I'd returned the words to him, even if he didn't.
Chapter 55. War. Hey! I stood from the chair in her uncle's living room when Lace came down the stairs. Her hair was dripping wet, her t-shirt old and faded, and so were her jeans. She wasn't in a glittery prom gown with her hair all done up, but to me she was beautiful.
Hi.
She gave me a little half-hearted wave. That, more than anything she could have done, set me on edge. Lace didn't do anything half-hearted, not with me. She was mad as shit at me or happy, never this lukewarm middle ground. Had I totally screwed up with her? Had the wake-up call at Kyle's been too harsh? Or had someone in the group told her about the lap dance in L.A. with the stripper? How'd prom go? I asked. Pink spots of color hit her pale cheeks.
It went.
Her gaze darted around.
I saw Chad.
That's nice, I said carefully. Crossing to where she'd stalled out in the small foyer, I took her hands. Did Bry do something wrong? I gave her my earnest expression. He's a damn good guitarist. But say the word and he's gone, Lacey, you hear me?
He didn't do anything.
Her gaze bright, she shook her head.
He did nothing. Nothing at all.
My brows drew together beneath my bandana. That didn't sound right. I moved finding and interrogating my best friend to the top of my to-do list. You two have a fight? I asked, wanting to get to the bottom of this now. They'd never even raised voices to each other that I knew about, even with Lace being a hothead like me. But hey, I might have had a handle on most stuff, but I didn't control everything.
No. He came like you asked him to, apparently.
Her expression turned bitter, like her tone.
He took me to prom. He left. End of story.
She removed her hands from mine and rubbed her temples.
I have a headache.
How convenient. My eyes narrowed and she noted it.
But Dizzy said you wanted to talk to me?
She gestured to the kitchen.
There's ibuprofen in the cabinet. I'll take some and we can sit down and talk.
Sure, I wanted to talk. I wanted to talk now. But I preferred to do it somewhere else. Somewhere I could take my time. Somewhere I could have her completely to myself. Get her naked. Why don't you go ahead and take your pills? Get rid of your headache. I've got some shit I need to do. Mainly, I needed to find and talk to Brian. I'll swing back later and take you to get some food. Then we'll grab a few drinks and party after. Tempest has some major offers on the table, babe. We have a lot to celebrate.
Party at Kyle's?
She asked.
Usual people there?
Yeah, maybe Bri if I can fucking find him. Her eyes went active.
Sure.
She bobbed her head.
That sounds great. Should be interesting.
Yes, it is. I was reserving the bedroom for the entire night.
Lace. A lot to celebrate. War didn't mention my test scores because they didn't even factor. Sure, yay for the band. He had his dream. But shouldn't he at least acknowledge mine was in the toilet? It didn't mean anything. I gave Brian my virginity and my heart, all dressed up in vintage chiffon. But he didn't want it. He couldn't get away from me fast enough. No texts, no phone call, nothing. Yeah, it was starting to sink in. 2 guys I gave my affection to, and it didn't really mean shit. I didn't mean shit to either of them.
You look really nice tonight.
War said as we walked to Kyle's that night, bringing me back to the moment, while reeling me closer to him by the arm he'd slung around my shoulders. Thanks, I said casually, like it wasn't a big deal the hour I'd spent putting an outfit together and getting ready. You said it was a celebration, a party. I might feel broken down and rejected, but I wanted to look confident and sexy. If Brian were around, I wanted him to see that I went on with my life, that I was fine and non-clingy without him.
Sorry it was only a shared pizza for dinner, not a fancy restaurant.
War stopped on the sidewalk and turned me toward him.
That will all change soon. Lots of things will. We're so close to the big time, baby.
Band meeting tomorrow night? I asked to clarify.
Yeah, 2 great offers. Putting it up to everyone to decide. RCA or Zenith?
A shadow passed through his gaze. What time do I need to be there?
Show's at 9. Meeting's at 8.
I tilted my head, wondering why he hadn't mentioned the meeting until now. No sound check before?
No, this is just a farewell performance. I should have said something before now, but you were giving me the stiff arm, remember?
Yeah, I had. I allowed for that.
Once we're under contract, whichever label we choose will own our asses. They'll decide what shows we do, negotiate with the clubs and all, stadiums and concert halls one day.
His expression brightened as the wind whipped his light and dark caramel hair around his face. Beneath his bandana, War was undeniably handsome. War isn't just some consolation prize, I reminded myself. He was unpredictable, sure, and scary when he felt wronged. But he was loyal to me, and I had no plans to get on his bad side again. It was just prom, a lay. It hadn't meant anything. Message received. Brian wanted one time and done. He got that. He was out of my head and out of my heart. But I could still feel him. His hard, sculpted body, the way he'd moved it, mastering me. His deep grunts of satisfaction, his approving eyes. His crisp pine scent lingered on my skin, though I'd scrubbed in scalding hot water in the shower. Would I ever be free of the hold he had on me?
Sorry I missed prom.
War reached for my hand, brought it to his mouth, and kissed the back of it while peering at me with his copper-flecked brown eyes.
You forgive me?
Yes, of course, I said, and guilt seized me. No matter how badly War had treated me, we had an agreement and I broke it. I swallowed hard as a huge ball of emotion strained the confines of my throat. I thought War and I were over, that Brian had come to claim me, that he was the fairy tale, that the love he offered me had been real. But it had only been an illusion. Once the curtain had been pulled back, the silly, starry-eyed girl had learned her lesson. The dream wasn't real.
Love you, Lacey.
War dipped his chin.
You know that, right?
Yes, War. I love you too. I turned over our joined hands. His silver and leather bracelet slid together as I pressed my lips to his knuckles.
You're mine.
He searched my gaze.
You know how Bri is. Missy isn't the only one. You know he only took you out last night because I told him to. Because I knew it was important to you. And I look after you, right?
Yes, War. My stomach swirled, a bitter, toxic stew. I know. I knew he looked after me when it served his purposes. I wasn't exactly sure how prom fit into that. Maybe there was a tiny bit more that remained behind the curtain, but I was in no hurry to pull it back.
No romantic bullshit remaining in your head about him?
War's lips quirked.
Just me in there now. The most handsome and soon-to-be most successful lead singer in rock history.
Just you. From now on. Glancing down, I stroked my thumb across the cold, bumpy surface of his rings. I glanced up, wiser, older, and hopefully less naive. Are you planning for us to have some alone time this evening?
Yes, I am, baby.
Good, I said firmly, though my stomach pitched.
You look good enough to eat in that dress.
Oh boy. War had that look in his eyes, and when he did, he got busy, and he got busy fast. He wasn't deterrable. Then I remembered. I didn't want to deter him anymore. You do too, I said huskily, knowing well how he tasted. His eyes darkening, War released my hand and traced the criss-cross laces on the front of my tunic dress. The silver in his rings shone, reflecting the overhead streetlight.
This is very provocative.
It was meant to be. I couldn't have my dream to design ones of my own, but I could still use clothes to project an image.
Ready to go inside?
He gestured to where the darkness gathered around the walkway to Kyle's apartment. The motion light above his door was out. Yeah, I'm ready. I pulled in a breath. War took my hand again, and we went in.
Chapter 56. War. Inside the apartment, Lace and I stood in the ratted-out living room, a line of people all the way to the kitchen waiting to offer their congratulations about the record deal. With bongs on the side tables, coke on the coffee table, drug paraphernalia basically everywhere, it felt fitting. Rock and roll wasn't pristine. It was dark, defiant, and angry. It comforted the disturbed and disturbed the comfortable. Why not here to receive the accolades due? I was glad I'd missed prom. The high school stuff was pissant bullshit. I was soon to rule the world, and I had the best, the most beautiful woman at my side. But just in case, I kept my arm around her. I wasn't losing her tonight. Brian might show. No matter what she said, there was something going on with them, and he remained a wild card. As usual, my plan with him was to keep him close, use him as necessary, though I had yet to locate him. His mom didn't even know where he was, or she did and wasn't telling me. The rest of the guys would make an appearance. The party at Kyle's place was our reception, and our show afterward at Footett's would be a final goodbye to Southside. We weren't coming back. Ever. I wasn't returning to school. I told Lace there was a choice to make regarding which label. I told the guys the same thing, but it wasn't true. I didn't feel bad about the deception, not really. It was my band. I made the decisions. The meeting was just a formality, a necessary but uncomfortable one. Hey, loser. Kyle stepped up, wearing the same shirt and jeans he'd been in the last time I'd seen him. Congrats and all. Thanks, man. I clapped him on the back, careful of his solo cup of beer. He clapped me on the back and dipped his chin to Lace, careful not to touch her and piss me off. He knew how I was about her. Your room is ready for you. His gray eyes lit up like sparklers. Left a little going-away present for you on the dresser. My mouth went dry in anticipation. I hoped it was coke and heroin. One would make me hard as fuck, and the other would send me flying. Tonight, I'd share all of it with Lace. There were many ways I planned to tie her to me. "Come on, Lace." I took her arm. "Sorry, guys," I said to those remaining in line. "Gotta fuck my girl."
War.
She tucked her chin to her chest as her cheeks turned dusky pink, the same color as the nipples on her amazing tits.
You're embarrassing me.
"Get over it. I'm not hiding shit with anyone how I feel about you, or what I want to do to you." "Wait." Kyle grabbed my arm. "What?" I narrowed my eyes. "Just a heads up, Martin Skellen is around." "So?" "Dude, the drugs for your party are courtesy of him." Kyle shook his head. "Be respectful. Don't give that guy attitude. Trust me on that." "Okay, noted," I said. "But really the guy should respect me, not the other way around." "Anything else?" "Yeah, just that Randy's been talking her up to Martin." He gestured to Lace. "Or he did before she spit in his face. Nice one, Lace." Lace shrugged, and I made a note to find out what the fuck had happened between her and Randy. "Word is Skellen's on the prowl for a new side piece," Kyle said. "I told you before that he likes blondes. He also likes taking from others. Gets a charge out of it, if you know what I'm saying." I didn't reply. I waved my hand over my head as I continued to the stairs with Lace in tow, pretending I was heeding his warning. I was fucking her, and sure as hell wasn't wasting time playing nice with a drug dealer. This part of my life was soon to be in the past. The days of me bowing to anyone were over.
Have you met the guy he's talking about?
Lace asked as I led her up and around the usual strung-out group of heroin junkies on the stairs. "Yeah, once or twice. He's not that big of a deal." That was a lie, but I'd told so many of them recently, I didn't see the harm in one more. "I'll look out for you. No need to worry."
Okay, if you're sure. I just thought maybe you might want to go somewhere else.
No, not going anywhere else. On the landing I stopped and gave her a firm look. I'd waited long enough. "Warren Jenkins," a familiar voice said from behind me, and a heavy hand landed on my shoulder. Lace's amber eyes went wide. I turned and took in the tall man behind me, who might be considered handsome by bitches who were into his coal-black hair and eyes, and went for a powerful guy with a sadistic bent. Martin's bodyguard, even taller than he was, hung back just behind him as usual. He and his enforcer were packing heat. I'd already had the meeting where Martin had established pecking order with the added benefit of making me feel small. "Aren't you gonna say thanks?" Martin said, "and introduce me to this beautiful woman with you?" "Thanks," I said through gritted teeth. It was on the tip of my tongue to correct him. Lace was beautiful, but she was my woman. However, I understood the setup, understood that he wanted a power play repeat. Fucking sucks. "Lace Lowell, this is Martin Skellen." "Charmed, I'm sure." Martin stretched out his arm, his hand extended. Lace hesitated, giving me a glance. She didn't see it because she was looking at me, but I saw the flash of malevolence he shot my way. Martin was an evil dude. I brought her hand to his, making the choice for her. If he didn't perceive her as a challenge, a toy that was mine that it would hurt me to have stolen away, he would lose interest. Basic Southside 101. Eat or get eaten. Welcome to the jungle stuff. But Lace remained ignorant about that and a lot of things. "Enjoy the party, Lace," Martin said low, his gaze locked on hers. "There's a parting gift on the bureau. But when you're ready for a man to take care of you rather than a boy, call me. I'll come, and you'll have no regrets. I promise you." Releasing her hand, he turned to the guy behind him. "Give the lady my card, Arturo. The one with my personal number." "Right, boss. Here." Seeming to have anticipated Martin's play, he flicked the card he held between his fingers to Lace. Picking up on the vibe, her hand trembled, but she took the card, even mumbling a thank you as she tucked it into a side pocket in her dress. "Respect." I lifted my chin, though I really would have preferred to spit in his eye like Lace had Randy. "Have a good night, Jenkins," Martin said, and I breathed easier when he moved along.
Wow.
Lace said, moving closer to me.
Do you believe that guy?
I didn't respond. I wanted her wows to be for what I'd do to her shortly. With that in mind, I recaptured her hand and tugged her to the remaining length of the hall. Opening the door and verifying the room was empty, I brought her inside, feeling like I'd run a marathon to finally get her here. I shut the door and locked it.
Chapter 57. Lace. War seemed so chill, even with Martin, a menacing guy at the top of the food chain in his face. Had he noted Martin and his bodyguard had holsters with firearms? He didn't seem to. I already knew War was a force to be reckoned with, but he went up several additional notches after that exchange.
Here we are.
War gestured to the bedroom, and I gulped. The bed seemed nice, at least. There wasn't a comforter, but I could smell detergent, and the sheets appeared to be clean. But the room wasn't. The carpet was stained. The furniture was beaten to hell and covered in a shiny film.
Come here, Lacey.
War said low, crooking his fingers from where he stood beneath a one light bulb dangling from a wire in the ceiling. With my chin held high and my hips swaying, I went to him. It was War. I loved him. I owed him this. War devoured me with his eyes.
Been dying to untie these strings.
As he began unthreading the laces, I stared at his bowed head, telling myself this was good. This was what I wanted. Once the laces were loosened, cool air rushed over my skin and my breasts. I wore no bra underneath the dress. It seemed pointless. I knew what War wanted from me tonight.
Your tits are amazing.
He lifted his head.
You are.
It was a nice compliment. It just wasn't one from the person I wanted. Still, despite the fact that he didn't want me. My eyes on War's, I swallowed, blinking back emotion. I had to put Brian out of my mind. War was my choice. Repeating the mantra in my mind, I eliminated the space between us and removed his bandana. Tossing it aside, I ran my fingers through his silky hair and pressed my mouth to his. I made my choice. Spearing his tongue into my mouth, War took over, kissing me deeply. He walked me to the bed. His hands rushed over me as fast as the air had. He groaned into my mouth. Breaking the kiss, he gripped my shoulders, urging me onto the bed. My shoes, I said, resisting.
Keep them on. They're sexy.
Snagging the hem of my dress, he lifted it over my head and swept his gaze over me.
Fucking hell.
You've seen me naked before.
Never gets old. Gets better. Love those panties.
His gaze lifted, capturing me. His eyes were blazing and dark. As I hooked my thumbs in the scrap of lace and shimmied out of it, he gave me another sweeping glance. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed.
Lay on the bed.
I did as he demanded, my heart thrumming like a bird's, trapped in the canopy above the jungle floor. A hungry predator, War shucked his white t-shirt, boots, and socks, his eyes gleaming. He unbuckled his belt and lowered his jeans, revealing lean muscle and smooth skin. A condom packet in his grip, he slapped it onto the mattress beside my head as he climbed into the bed with me. War, I said, reaching for him as he reached for me. His ringed fingers plunged into my hair, and his lips crashed against mine. His tongue inside my mouth, he thrust deeply with urgency as he relentlessly ground his erection against me. My eyes squeezed tightly closed. I wiggled beneath him as his earthy scent enveloped me. His hardness provided friction where I needed it. I didn't think. I just surrendered to the heat and him. He broke the kiss and removed his boxers.
I can't wait, Lace. I know this is your first time, but...
It's okay. I grabbed the condom and ripped the packet open, then rolled it on him. I was familiar with his dick. I knew what he liked. Cupping my breasts, I lifted them. He lowered his head, sucking and nipping the nipples. Almost too hard, but not quite. Familiar with my tits as an erogenous zone, he knew what I liked. War. I moaned out his name.
Lacey, I'll give you what you need. I'm right here.
And he was right there. After positioning himself, he drove the entire length of his dick inside me. It was different with War than with Brian. The thought surfaced almost immediately, but I banished it. Hot, heated, and fast, War fucked me. His rings were cold against my skin. Holding my ass cheeks in his hands, he gripped me hard, lifting me into each powerful stroke. There weren't many. The first one made me gasp. I was close. On the second, I moaned low and long as it rushed up to take me, my scalp and my toes tingling. On the third stroke, he groaned. The piercing depth of his dick and the vibrations of his pleasure unraveled me, and I lifted my hips to him, letting go and coming undone, planting himself inside me to the root. War came undone too. Later, he did the drugs. Not feeling like myself, maybe just wanting to forget, I let him talk me into them too. Just a few lines of coke and a couple of pills, but I avoided the heroin. It scared me. But what harm would the other do? I wasn't a naive little girl anymore. This was my life now. War would take care of me. Chapter 58. Lace. What is that noise? My head pounding. I woke naked with my head on a pillow and War's heavy arms slung over me. Then I heard the noise again, shrill like an alarm. Blinking to clear the haze from my eyes, I remembered where I was. Kyle's. And I realized what the noise was. A cell phone. War's. It was lit up and dancing across the filmy surface of the dresser. I sat up, throwing the sheet back. War stirred and rolled over, but didn't wake. Tiptoeing across the carpet, not because I was afraid to wake him, but because my head hurt, I grabbed his phone and was just about to click the volume off when the text message on the screen caught my eye. RCA. Final contract attached. I bit my lip, hesitating only a moment. I was curious, and not at all that surprised that War had already chosen a label before the group meeting. The dollar amount was at the top. It was an insane amount of money. Quickly, I scrolled through the rest, paragraphs and paragraphs of legal jargon that made my mind spin. At the bottom was a bunch of blank lines for signatures, with each of the band members' names typed below them. Only, my name wasn't there. War moaned, and I glanced back at the bed. Satisfied that he remained asleep, I returned my attention to the phone. My heart raced. I was wide awake now. I scrolled through the contract again. Surely I was wrong. I just missed seeing my name the first time. But the second and the third glance revealed I wasn't wrong. All their names were there. Warren, Brian, Dizzy, King, Sager. But not mine. I felt sick, but I swallowed it. Swallowed all of it. The terrible pill of a huge betrayal in one horrible, gagging gulp. Gathering my clothes, I put them on, shaking. War woke when I unlocked the door.
Where are you going, babe?
As he sat up, the sheet puddled around his lean waist. When were you going to tell me? I asked, surprised by the evenness of my voice.
Tell you what?
Raking his hair out of his eyes, War looked confused, younger than he was, and way the fuck hungover. That you screwed me over? That I'm out of the group? His eyes flashed.
How did you find out?
He didn't deny it. Didn't even attempt to deny it. I hated him in that moment. Wanted to scratch his eyes out. Wanted to pummel him with my fists. Wanted to yell at him. But it was me I really hated. Stupid, trusting, naive girl. Disgusted, I opened the door and left. Without another word, without looking back. War wasn't looking out for me. Brian wasn't looking out for me. Even my own brother wasn't. It was just me.
Chapter 59. War. Where is she, motherfucker? Dizzy shoved me into the dressing room wall so hard my teeth rattled. Where's my sister? I don't know where she is, I said, my arms at my sides. I didn't attempt to defend myself. Not against her brother. I couldn't risk any move other than begging her to forgive me. I had to have her back. You were supposed to take care of her. Dizzy's amber eyes flashed with accusation, reminding me of hers. She left me. I didn't leave her. I told you how it went down. You didn't tell me she was out of the contract. His hands gripping my t-shirt, he shook me. You liar. I bet this was your play all along. I was looking out for us, for all of us. I couldn't believe that they all refused to acknowledge the truth of that. They wouldn't take us with her. You were looking out for yourself, Sager said from the corner of the room. His arms were folded over his chest. She cleared all her clothes from her room. Dizzy looked freaked. He'd looked that way since he arrived. All her things are gone. Where did she go? She told War she'd be here. Brian stepped in, prying Dizzy's fingers from my shirt and pulling him off me. You can kick his ass later. We can all have a turn. But for now we need to focus on her. Lace needs to know that we didn't know. That it was all War. Let me see your text again, Dizzy demanded. Straightening my shirt, I dug in my jeans pocket and handed my cell to him.